I just want to say Hotep, Henu to SABA. You definitely changed my life in so many ways, and I'm thankful. Since our first one-on-one, my whole circle, I just did a whole circle of my whole life. I just feel so different now. My DJed been hurting me, so right now I'm doing good. I'm doing better. Yeah, so I just want to say, with the hyperhidrosis thing, all I got to say is no sweat. You know what I mean? And a lot of people saying that, this is a scam, and, and it's definitely not a scam. I could say SABA scammed me in the good way, you know what I mean? So, I've been taking, my remedies, my rosemary, my sage, and it's definitely working for me. So I just want to say peace and love and Henu to SABA, and I'm forever in your debt. Forever in your debt. Thank you so much. Tua.
Yeah, we'll have to go through the details. Now, man, I'm just amazed, man. You're incredible, bro. You stand before us. Yo, the Tehuti, the real Tehuti. I truly believe that. Word.
Uben Ra, Ma'at Hotep, glorious Tehuti Amun Hotep Ra. It is said good advice is rarer than emeralds. That led me to think, Tehuti's advice and teachings is life's wealth. You are the doorway to Miao, the ancient conscious state. You are the wise one, an incarnating Ren that is breathing the Ankh, living from Ma'at, the Nefer, ancient Ba, the ancestor, Tehuti. I am incredibly grateful to have access to your podcast and guidance. Tua for your immortality and taking moments out of your day to help me. Tua for not leaving me to suffer in a world of matrix. Tua for teaching me truth, honesty, and teaching me that it is good to search for wrongdoings and make corrections. Tua for everything. May your exquisite netzerts have a day as beautiful as them. May they always have clarity and never be under hypnosis. May they always be safe, never in harm's way. May they never receive headaches or stress. Their beauty like the sun's reflection on water. Their beauty like a snake wrapping itself around a harp. Their beauty like circumpolar constellations. And their beauty like luscious forests of green with cacao plants and bamboo. My greatest love and respect to your immortal Nefer Kemetic family. Tua.
Hotep, Great Saba Tehuti, Amun Hotep Ra. Health and prosperity unto you. May your monument be established forever on the foundations of Ma'at. May your posterity give you praise and offerings. May your goddesses personify devotion to you like the great goddesses Adhd and NEB-T. Tua Saba Tehuti, Amen, Hotep Ra.
If you're to take, but look, I just want to say, listen, yo, Tehuti is a close brother of mine, excellent scholar. Y'all better watch out because he's gonna be straight chopping some heads off.
Yeah, you got props from the Hebrew, bro.
The oldest known spiritual book to speak on the afterlife.
Get that Palo Santos burning. Start burning that Palo Santos and that sage together. You mix them together in the bowl.
They gonna need
some frankincense oil in there. Oh my goodness. What's going on? What the blood seed, Lord?
Brought out the holy tablet.
Oh man. It's on.
The Per M Haru.
Coming to you live. He has been teaching for over 20 years. A 9-0 record in official public recorded debates. You've heard many teachers out there before in the so-called conscious community, but none with the demeanor, calmness, and detail as Tehuti Amun-Hotep Ra on such topics as breaking out of the matrix, truth on religious origins, underground conspiracies, secret societies, mental, physical, and spiritual health, the Anunnaki, the Neteru, Kemet and the origins of MAAT, meanings and symbolisms of Medu Neter, the only one who will stand in front of question of this wide range of subject matters, answer, question, and debate. Some have podcasts, but Tehuti is the teacher, so he has a Podclass. Subscribe to the channel for updates, classes, and much more. Join the chat, call in, participate live. Get your notepads ready. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. Open your mind. He has been teaching for over 20 years. A 9-0 record in official public recorded debates.
Correction.
All right, man. You already know what it is. That's the anthem for the debate music. Y'all already know. We got our brother Tehuti in the building, and he is going up against a heavy hitter, you know, who have been featured on this platform for a while now, Vocab Malone. I don't think Vocab, I hope Vocab put in his homework. I hope he knows a little bit about Tehuti and
I appreciate everybody.
Press 1 for Tehuti, press 2 for JJ, y'all.
Yes, I appreciate always being here. It's fun, it's educational. It's good to hear all these crazy views and just hear where people are coming from. Peace and love, everybody. Check me out every Friday, 7 p.m. Pacific on the Tehuti Podclass on YouTube.
That's your words?
Brother,
stand on
that's
it.
not the topic of the debate, JJ. That was not the topic.
I'm talking about the whole word, I'm talking about the whole misinformation. I don't give a damn about the topic of the debate.
No, if you look at the community wall, I mean, damn, Tehuti is like dusting you on that shit. He killing you, Jay. And this is why you upset.
Correlation of her not being a literal person with having the sun on her head. I'm trying to link in why you're bringing up the sun is on her head.
I'd love to know how you think that a literal person could exist with the sun on their head.
So because this image has the sun on her head, therefore this cannot be a literal person. Is that your stance?
That's exactly what I'm saying. And I also want you to recognize that I'm saying the same about a rule and the same about a song.
Okay, great. Can I screen share, please?
Yes, sir.
So the brother Jabari.
Remove Jabari.
Sorry.
Okay. The brother Jabari stance is that because this image has a woman with her son on her head, her stance is that that makes this woman not real. When I asked him if that was his stance, he said yes. I'm going to screen share, please. That is the premise that we are using. And I want to know is was Unksenamun a real woman, Jabari? Yes or no? Unksenamun, or was that a myth?
Are you referring to Unksenamun, the wife of Tutankhamun?
Yes. Was that a myth, a mythological Neter, or was that a real person?
She was a real person.
Everybody see my screen?
Yes.
Everybody see Unksenamun with the same sun on her head and the same two horns on her head that the statue of Upset has? Everybody, can you see that sun, Eder?
Yes, we see it.
Okay, this woman is Unksenamun. She has the sun on her head, the exact same sun on her head, and she has the horns on her head that Offset had on her head. And I made sure I asked Jabari clearly, what is the purpose of bringing up the sun? Is it because this woman has the sun on her head? Does that make this woman a myth or untrue? And he said that is his stance. Well, here we have a real person that the brother Jabari just acknowledged as a real person with the exact same symbol on her head, and nobody's going to ask what's the temperature of the sun. So we need to erase.
So wait, let me see.
I got to finish though. I got to finish.
Go ahead.
We need to remove, Jabari, you need to remove the statement that you made, the premise that because, you said because, and you agreed that because this woman has a sun on her head, then that makes her unreal, when Unksenamun is a real woman, and can everybody see the sun on her head? That's a real woman. So yes, real women are depicted with images of symbolic suns on their head.
Can I ask you a question, dear brother?
But as soon as you acknowledge, my good brother, as soon as you acknowledge that having a sun on your head does not make you unreal. And you answered it and you agreed with your stance.
I think you're not my question. You are not answering my question. You are not, and I know you are, that's because you have a smirk on your face, because you know you're not answering the question. And this is a simple question. In fact, you asked me when we started to go back to the question. I don't know to watch the videotape of being beaten, but let me show you the videotape again. Because we could have started someplace else. But you asked the question. And I started by asking you how hot was the sun.
All right. Let me say something.
Let me finish on that. I wanted you to say to me whether it is possible for a literal person to have the sun on their head, and you are not answering that as yes or no. I'm not sure.
That's your question. Is it possible?
I've asked it like 7 times, brother.
It's not possible. That's why that is symbolism. Unksenamun and Offset will do.
Answer the question. You're not answering the question. Is it? Let me ask you again.
It's not possible, but you set your premise on it.
This is 8. I'm gonna ask it to you one more time, and hopefully you'll give me a clear answer. Is it possible? Is it possible for a literal person to have the sun on their head?
No.
Oh, good. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Let me right quick.
Yeah, sure.
Now, Jabari, you know I love you, brother. You did get hit with a straight right on this one right here. If the brother asks you, Jabari, hold on. In all fairness, the brother asks you Now, I agree. But because of the answer to you when he asked you the question, you definitely said the woman have a sun on her head. She can't be real. Brother then showed you a sun on the head of another who you did say was real. That's all it is. Hey, Jabari, Floyd Mayweather, the best of them gets hit with a jab, brother. That don't mean nothing. Come back and show the brothers and sisters out there why you are the Floyd Mayweather of the House of Consciousness. That's it, brother. It ain't nothing.
This is the reason why you have to.
All right. Hey, peace and Black Power family. Welcome to another Sonetta TV House of Consciousness. But y'all already know what it is. The brother making his way back to the House of Consciousness. He is now official House of Consciousness member. Welcome to the party, brother Tehuti. He made his official step through the door a few days ago, taking on the Floyd Mayweather of consciousness, brother Jabari. Most people in the got brother Tehuti winning. Now, hey, majority rule. I can't be biased. I got to go with the majority, okay? Because I'm not the referee. So, don't get mad at me, brother Jabari. Oh, man. Well, I just got to keep it real. I'm going to keep it real, man. I can't be biased when it comes to this, you know. I got to show love to everybody because I'm bringing on the people on the platform. I got to keep it real. Chat, right or wrong. So, as it stands now, I'll have to go ahead and give the win to brother Tehuti. Now, I know a lot of y'all might get mad, but I'm going with the majority rules. It's the people who is making the call. Don't get mad at me, Jabari. You know I love you. You know I love you, Dr. Anika. But I got the W to brother Tehuti. Now, you got the majority, and there's a lot of people that I read the comments, they say, yo, I love you, Jabari. You know I fuck with you, Jabari. But I got to give it to Tehuti. I'm reading these comments. I'm like, God damn. You know me, I was going with my man Floyd Mayweather all the way. But I got to be fair, and I got to keep it a buck. So as it stands right now, brother Jabari has, hey, and you know the best lose sometime, man, you know? The best lose. Cigarette. See, when you look at Floyd Mayweather, in order to beat him, you got to knock him out. And Tehuti, you gave Jabari a little knockout hit. You know what I'm saying? Because you caught him. I'm going to be real. You caught Jabari in that opening argument when you asked him about the sun. I got to give you that. And then you caught him again later on when you asked him about something else. I'm giving you that. How could I be biased? Everybody know I fuck with Jabari. See, when you look at Floyd Mayweather, in order to beat him, you got to knock him out. And Tehuti, you gave Jabari a little knockout hit. You know what I'm saying? Because you caught him. I'm going to be real. You caught Jabari in that opening argument when you asked him about the sun. I got to give you that. And then you caught him again later on when you asked him about something else. I'm giving you that. How could I be biased? Everybody know I fuck with Jabari. I just gave Floyd Mayweather his first loss to this brother.
Let me be very clear. I have never had an official date with anyone. And there is not, on Sonetter's platform, Sonetta announces the winner?
And on the people, on the platform. I got to keep it check, right or wrong. So as it stands now, I'll have to go ahead and give the win to brother Tehuti.
And there is not, on Sonetter's platform, Sonetter announces the winner?
We got Zion the Lion, and of course, we got Tehuti making his debut, coming in the ring with brother Jabari. It wasn't, I'm not gonna say a TKO. I'll just say a little jabby jab. He won by a couple of jabs, you know, he took some jabs, you know. And now, well, we got the rematch coming with brother Tehuti and brother Jabari coming back this Wednesday, 9:30 p.m. And I know Jabari is not going to take him lightly on this one. I know everybody is looking at Zion, Tehuti.
Let me be very clear. I have never had an official deal with Tehuti. And there is not, on Sonetter's platform, Sonetter announces the winner?
We have Tehuti and brother Jabari is coming back. Brother Jabari will be back for a rematch coming Wednesday night. I think Jabari was a little unprepared, got caught sleeping with the brother.
Shout out to HOK. I definitely think it was an upset. I said Jabari did a good job. I just don't think that he won. I said brother Jabari did a good job, but I just simply don't think that he won. As I told the brother earlier this afternoon, the brother Tehuti, I told him that I believe that he could have secured that W over Jabari a little better.
And there is not, on Sonetter's platform, Sonetter announces the winner?
So, I just got to go with that. I just got to go with the win. We're going to be giving out some powerful trophies coming up soon. So now. So, I just got to go with that. I just got to go with the win. We're going to be giving out some powerful trophies coming up soon. So now, Zion Lex is coming out. Tehuti is making his way. He's jumping out, going straight to the top right now. Brother Shaka gave me a call the other day. Yesterday, matter of fact, Sunday. Brother Shaka almost gave me a call on Sunday. And said straight up, Sonetta, yo, Saw, I think Jabari jumped out the window and he wasn't prepared for the brother's questions. Now, this is Shaka Utmost.
And there is not, on Sonetter's platform, Sonetter announces the winner?
Yeah, we got Zion Lex. We got Zion Lex tonight going up against Tehuti. Could this be 2 for 2 for Tehuti? That remains to be seen.
I've beaten people. The winner was announced by Sonetter. The winner was announced by the judges. I have the certificate, the proof. I have Sonetter saying I beat Jabari. I have all the judges saying I beat Camille.
You have me saying you beat Jabari.
Right? Yes.
You got me saying you beat Jabari. If I said you beat Jabari, he can't be Floyd Mayweather, bro.
That is exactly the point. So Shall I screen share again? I mean, I have to keep doing this to people.
I must have been half asleep or some shit. I don't know.
Go ahead, show it, bro.
If I said you beat Jabari, he can't be Floyd Mayweather, bro.
That is exactly the point. So shall I screen share again? I mean, I have to keep doing this to people. And I took out the Floyd Mayweather, so I guess I'm the House of Consciousness champion. I just came here for an interview. That's my
you can't be the House of Consciousness champion yet. You got to go through some. You can't be the champion from one battle. You got to go through some scholars, brother. And now you face right now with Zion. So
I'm sorry. When you beat Floyd, you don't get his title. I'm sorry.
Go ahead, brother. I just gave Floyd Mayweather his first loss to this brother.
Let me ask you something. Where did you hear me make this claim? What event took place where you heard me making this claim? Have you ever seen me before on here?
Yes,
was it any kind of debate that happened where I was making the claim, or you just saw me on Senator TV?
I think you was going at it with Jabari. Is that one? Yes.
That's how you know. That's the reason why you know that I came in for my first interview and you immediately called it where the Natiru real, and then Jabari came in, and it was the first and last and only debate on that topic in all of the Kemetic since Dr. Ben till now. That's never been debated. Me and Jabari. So thank you for hosting, making history. That was the very first debate ever took place on that topic, right here on Signature TV. Okay, well, in the intro of my podcast, I have sections of me and Jabari's debate, and you announcing me as the winner, and then you and Shaka Akmo saying that he wasn't prepared for me.
Right.
I caught him sleeping and he wasn't prepared, so therefore we should have a rematch.
Right.
I've never heard you say that about Jabari before in any kind of debate.
Well, you know, sometimes we got to be honest. That don't mean Jabari is not the champ. You know, you can lose one bout
and still be the champ. You can. What sport is that?
No, you can lose one and still be the champ. Like your record is now like 75-1.
Let me be very clear. I have never had an official date with anyone.
Maybe I think so. You do acknowledge. Me and Jabari did have a debate, and I won the first one.
Yeah, I'll give you that because I already done came out and said you won that, so I can't go back on that now. I give it to you.
I discovered Tehuti on Sanetta TV. He was at the Jabari debate. He was a brutal one, very brutal. And I was one of the Jabari followers, and Tehuti won me over. I couldn't believe that somebody that I call a teacher, master teacher, was making stuff up.
Tehuti Arakuti, I overheard you while I was in the background. You said that you were would you say your heart was broken when you saw your math teacher making things up? Was that Jabari?
Yes, sir.
Somebody's making something up. When you went in to see the debate, did you go in saying, "Oh, Jabari's gonna wipe this guy off the scene"? Did you know that you had faith in him? Like, hey, every Jabari debate on Sonetta, he blows everybody away. So here's just another one, right?
Yeah, I mean, I saw all his debate. You know, they claim him as the Floyd Mayweather. That time, I mean, it was just unbelievable. I was like, they need to give you the title, and until today, I'm still waiting. They still don't give you no title. I mean, in the same time, I feel this title is too little for you. It really was not a match.
Let's do a check here. Check. Check. Mic check. If you can see and hear me clearly, press A1. Mic check. If you can see and hear me clearly, press A1. Okay, I'm gonna do it one more time. Mic check. If you can see me and hear me clearly, I'll press A9. Press the 9 if you can see and hear me clearly. Wonderful. Let me go to the chat and see. What am I seeing here? Okay, here we go. All right, it's my first time looking. Nicholas, no what? What's up, great SABA? I have to rest, but I will enjoy tomorrow. When fresh, it's 23:50 now. Welcome to NEB, House of a 10, and Netzer SABA Tehuti. I'm in Hotep Route with a black sun and fire, and election goal. Peace and love to you, and all the blessings and all the healing go to you, all the way over in Norway, good brother Nicholas. Noetic, peace to you. Let's see the 9s though. Who's in the room? Who's pressing 9s? We got the 1 from Bell. Okay, good. We got Anu with the 9, Oxeffect with the 9, Oxeffect with the 1. Lisa's here. Lisa with the 9. A new person here hanging around. Peace and love to hanging around. Minty Hotep is here, pressing a 1. And 2 is here. Bella's here. Wonderful. Okay, everybody can see and hear me. Minty pressing 9. primordial point to his name, which is 9. Wonderful, wonderful, everybody. We're going to start with the proper frequencies and the proper affirmation, everyone. I feel really, really, really focused and positive today. Not all the great supporters, but a lot of the great supporters and students are here. So we're going to start off with the affirmation for those that are new in the Podclass. You can read it. We'll put it on the screen, and you can say it with us. Okay, beautiful people. This is how we start off our family meetings. This is how we start off our important meetings. This is how I start off my one-on-ones. This is how I begin my morning with the female energies and the turrets. This is how I begin almost anything important that I do, even if I wake up by myself and the turrets sleep and I have something to do, I go straight into the affirmation and do it so that them sleep. So everything of importance, I usually start with the affirmation. So this is the affirmation, ladies and gentlemen, netters and netterettes, and new people. So on the count of 3. 1, 2, and 3. Anki and Ma'at, and S, Nin Tet, Aset and Ma'at, Min, Habapet and Ma'at, Her and Hukiwi, Per Ikut. I live for Ma'at. I exist within her. I do not speak in the place of Ma'at. Every day I advance towards Ma'at. My being is surrounded in darkness. I come forth as conscious light. We'll leave that up for a few moments. Excellent, excellent, excellent. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. There we go. We'll take it down. Boom. All right, everyone. Welcome to another phenomenon. Welcome to what's about to be another phenomenon. New people may be wondering, where have I ended up? What is this? What's happening here? As I'm scanning throughout YouTube, what have I come across? And what you've come across is the most unique experience and life-changing experience that's actually taking place with the movement of the House of Aten. House of Aten is the ancient Tehutian teachings of the Neteru. Welcome home. We are the last of the representatives of the ancient Tehutian teachings of the Neteru. The last to represent the Neteru with focus and calmness and peace and hetapu. And today's questions that have come in, I've already seen some, of course, I see them, and the questions that have come in are about, one of them is about focus. And this is why I have my Wadjet Tehuti shirt. That's the Wadjet, which is focus. And I've actually brought Wadjet with me today. Wadjet is the word for the green one. It represents health. It is the word health, and I've done 4 classes on the Wadjet and the I. And the word Wadjet is also containing the 7 and 6 inversion. Go back to my Eye of Ra class for that. The 7 and 6 inversion of the golden mean ratio expansion of 7 and 6, inverting into each other and giving you clear sight of the expansion. The word ma'at and ma'a and ma means to investigate, to examine. In order to examine, you have to have focus. If you don't have focus, you can't examine. You can see things whiz by you, and your conscious mind can move from spot to spot to spot. But in order to focus, in order to examine, you must focus on it. So I wore my focus shirt, and I brought Wadjet, who is also the green one, because a part of being healthy, mentally healthy, is having the ability to be focused and not have this Psyops called ADHD. So I brought Wadjet with me, and this is Wadjet. If she's showing on the screen there, she is Wadjet. There she is, and she is the green one. And she represents the focus. Her and her other family members, because I have a few of these family members
They are anacondas, and the anaconda focus is the focus that I employ when I have conversations and debates. It's the focus to be several moves ahead when you're in what they call martial arts or jiu-jitsu or any type of focused fighting system. You must be at least 2 to 3 moves ahead of your opponent. And this is why I call the style that I use to speak with people a snake style. The snake style was actually named after this particular snake, this type of particular snake, which is the anaconda, which grabs you, and it's already several moves ahead of you. And while the creature is breathing heavily and swinging and kicking, it doesn't understand that you can't kick what's holding on to you. So when it breathes out, the anaconda squeezes in, and every breathe out is a squeeze in, and every movement is another squeeze, until the opponent is unconscious, not realizing that his own hectic or her hectic breathing, franticness, chaotic breathing and moving and kicking is actually assisting in the focused fighter to employ the submission, and that is the Uwajit, the focus, the green focus. So I brought Uwajit, I brought the eyes of Uwajit, and today's class is going to be definitely about one of the questions, ADHD, which is a Psyops focused to alter the Uwajit. We'll get into that. Peace and love, everybody. Glad to have everyone here. We are the House of Attend. My name is Tehuti. I'm in Hotep Ra. If you're new here, press a 9. Let me just see if you're new here. I'm going to see how many people new are in the room. Press a 9 if you're new. If you're new in the room, press a 9. Any new people? We have a new person here. This is Kayla, a brand new name. I thought you were talking about a crystal. Okay, so I have to get a snake to help me with focus. Sorry, it's my first time here. Okay, good. Kayla is 9. Peace, Kayla. Peace to all the new people. You don't have to get any one thing to help with focus, but after we go through this question that was sent in today on ADHD, matrix psyops, and the lack of ability to focus, you will understand, and others will understand, what the agenda is to actually alter and reverse to cause DNA reversal, which is going to affect the synaptic system, which is going to alter your focus, and is done purposely. We're going to find out about that today. So no, you don't have to get a snake or any one particular thing to get focused, but there is a cleansing process that takes place in the mind and the anatomy, and through diligent discipline, one eventually becomes focused and not distracted as easily as the next person. Peace and love, everybody. My name is Tehuti. I'm in Hotep Ra. I've been on this earth teaching since I was called an adult. Actually, before I was called an adult, as I was coming into sub-adulthood, I began to teach, and the path that caused me to teach was being around the animals, studying wildlife, studying, waking myself up, and waking innate abilities inside my mental to be in tune with that which was going on that was not around me. That which was going on around me was the matrix. So I would break away from people, and I would actually spend my time with animals, spend my time watching animal documentaries when I was a child, and going out into the fields and actually spending my time with the animals. And I would see that they were very focused, very disciplined. They were very much in structure, and they seemed to know exactly what to do without being taught. Each ant colony seemed to know exactly what to do, and there was no particular reformer of the ants that had to break them out of the psyops of the matrix. They seem to be born knowing exactly what they should do, and these are ants and bees and colonies of animals from here all the way to Zimbabwe. They seem to have this systematic consciousness to know exactly what they do and they don't cross-argue amongst their own communities, such as human beings do. So you'll never see ants fighting amongst themselves in their own community about their responsibilities. So a worker ant always stays a worker ant. The queen, the worker ant, never tries to be the queen, so there's no trans queen gender thing going on. The drone ant never tries to be the worker. And there are several positions of ants and termites and bees, and they never collide with each other and argue about their ranking system. And because of that, they've been an animal, or animals or insects that people have been in awe and have studied ever since people had the ability to study. All the animal wildlife seem to know exactly what to do because it is innate in their system, even though they're learning. Whereas with us, it seems like a baby does not know what to do. If you were to take a baby and just release it into the wild, the baby would live a few hours, actually. Even a toddler, 5 years old, and just take him and just throw him into the wilderness, he would last a few hours. He would seem to have no innate ability to survive. And in this society, because of all the confusion with false religions introduced to the equation, false concepts of race introduced to the equation, false concepts of education, combined with neurological damage due to the lack of sexual teachings and neurological damage caused by what they're calling food. It's interesting that they have us hypnotized to think that anything that you place inside your mouth and move your jaws up and down is food. Today I will be actually showing in one of the questions that's asked that, well, there is a definition of food, and the things that we're putting in our mouth that we're going like this doesn't actually fit the definition, but yet through the Psyops, we still call it food. And that is definitely a Psyops. Once we believe that the things that we're eating is actually food, then of course, genetically it can be altered to control the mind. I saw these things when I was extremely young, and I constantly questioned parents, elders, religious people, until it got to the point where it became very uncomfortable, and I had to be removed from the home. But prior to me getting removed, one of the wagers was I had to set up a debate with my mother's pastor, and if I won, I could live in my home. And I had that debate for 5 hours, and I won because my mother kicked the pastor out of the house. After which I started to transform dramatically, because it was the very first time I was able to keep a roof over my head. So my very first experience in keeping a roof over my head was not me getting a job, it was not me getting education, it was actually me having a debate on consciousness, and by winning the debate, I earned a roof over my head. And that completely changed my, that created a neurological link to survival and biological imperative being associated with that which I had in my consciousness, not the grades I was getting in school. I was doing absolutely horrible in school. I did not agree with what was being taught. I questioned the teachers to the point where I got expelled because I did not agree with the principal joining the football or basketball team, and he said he would alter my grades. He said he would enhance my grades if I joined the sports team. At that point, I knew the school was also a Psyops because I thought that grades were something you're supposed to earn. I didn't know you can alter them without doing the work. And I realized that this was a Psyops. After the debate with my pastor, my mother's pastor, they put a restraining order against me legally on my door from the courthouse, stamped by the court and the court of law, that I am no longer allowed in the premises of religious facilities, churches. And if I go around the premises of churches, I will face the legal punishment. So I was a young man having my first and only restraining order, and it was against the church because I had destroyed the pastor so snake stylingly that he didn't want me to even enter any of the premises of not just his church, but any of the churches around that he had any type of connection to. So now I'm legally banned from churches, and I became expelled from the school system. I would break back into the school and teach the students during the recess time. and I would hide in the libraries. So I'm expelled from the school, but I'm hiding in the library because that's my source of maintaining information. I'm getting sources and information, hiding in the library while I'm actually expelled. And that's where I'm hiding. During recess, I came out with the masses of children because the teachers couldn't recognize me because there's so many people, and I'm just there giving classes. And as soon as the bell rang, I'm back into the library. And I would do this on a regular basis. My family thinking that I'm going to school, and I'm not actually attending the classes. I'm in the library, and I'm in school teaching during recess. And this happened in several schools. I was expelled from about 3 different schools because my hypersensitivity, being around animals and associating with animals and seeing the matrix in people, didn't allow me to coincide with the school system, with work system. I did not seem to abide by those systems. I started teaching people, and then I ended up joining a particular organization. And I took my animal teachings into the organization, and I skyrocketed past, according to the owner, past everybody in the organization, to the point where he said that I surpassed the other people and they need to come to me to learn how to teach. He didn't even say come to him. The owner of that movement said, if you want to learn how to teach, go to Amenhotep Ra. And this caused another problem because of jealousy. I have no idea what it feels like to be jealous. I don't know what that emotion is. I've heard of it, I've seen it, and I don't know what that experience is. It's the urge to want something that someone else has, and because you don't have it, you're emotionally changed. And I saw that happening to me, and I never got to experience it because as a netter, everything that I focused on, I was able to obtain the goals I had because of focus, no ADHD, but the focus and the generating the proper frequency got me to achieve what I wanted to. So there was no man next to me that had something I did not have, because everything that I wanted to, I knew that I had to focus on it and achieve it. And if I didn't have it, it means that I hadn't focused enough. It had nothing to do with any other person to experience this weird thing called jealousy. Envy is another word. I believe they envy. And so the other teachers were envious and jealous of me because the teacher was saying that I'm the one to come to learn how to teach. Simultaneously, I wasn't teaching what was inside of the books of I wasn't teaching 100% what was in the books of the organization. This made the other teachers really mad, to the point where they came to my premises with burning torches, telling me that I had to burn all of the books that were not written by this particular organization. And I said, this reminds me of the Christian Crusaders. I thought that was an evil thing. So I had to leave that organization because I was teaching from the animal kingdom. I was teaching from animals, and I was teaching also from the information that was taught, but I was mixing it with wildlife. And the teacher once said in a class, he said, what is that thing you're teaching about the animals, this plant, the more fabulous plant? And he said, tell the class what that was. He said, I'm going to take that teaching you just did. And now this created a situation for me where it became extremely uncomfortable, because now the so-called the master teacher at that time is not only telling everybody in the organization, if you want to learn how to teach, go to Amenhotep Ra, but he's also saying he's going to take my teaching. And this created this. It was just, I was uncomfortable. People in the organization were saying they're going to put me in a body bag. The teacher told me it wasn't safe for me to be there, and that he pulled me to the side and told me, I cannot take the entire movement to where you are in your consciousness, because I'll lose students, but I'll maintain you and a few others, but I won't be able to keep the masses if I jump them to where you are. So it's not safe for you to be around, and therefore I left. When I left, I went back into the world, and I had no formal education, no PhD, no high school. I've only made it to grade 9 and 10 before I was expelled. No college, no university, no school. Never worked a 9-to-5 job. I don't know anything about working a job and doing what is it called, W-2s, and you get paid every 2 weeks, and it's not even money they give you. They give you a piece of paper that then you have to have a bank account. I knew nothing of those worlds. I knew nothing of that. and I go back launched into the world now, and now I have to use my netzer consciousness to survive, because I don't have all the paperwork and everything that everybody else has in order to even get any type of job. When they ask me what are my job experiences, education, I'm like, I teach knowledge of self. What are you talking about? I teach knowledge of self, and I study some magic or nothing. So I couldn't get a job, and at this time, my wonderful aunt at that time assisted me and put me in a situation at least where I had an apartment. And by this time, I had the apartment. I was a single father, and I had no means to take care of myself and my son. So I would go into the couches and get quarters and buy cereal with the quarters. The people would come visit me, and their money would drop on the couch, and I'm buying cereal with quarters and such. And I realized that I have to make a change now. I have to adapt to this new environment. How do I survive in this environment? I took my consciousness and I shifted it from teaching people how to break out of the matrix to another type of matrix breaking, which was health. I would go onto the health boards and start teaching people till they got faith in me. And I created a page. There was no websites, I don't think, back then, but I created a document page of products of health. And I said, if you all trust me, you can send your money and I will send you these products. Because I was teaching them for so long, starving, not being able to pay the rent, but I was focused. I couldn't pay the rent. I could hardly eat at the time, but I knew that if I focused hard enough, that I would gain the faith in the people, and I would teach them about health and how the body works, and they would send me money to get products, and they did. And I had no products. So I went and found an individual who had a lot of the health products, and he happened to be a very dangerous individual, and told me that if I share this wealth of information of connections, he's going to whack me and put cement shoes on me. And he said, I don't really do this for a living. I really work for somebody else, and I don't do this, but I like you, so I'm going to teach you a little bit of something. But if you share the family jewels, I'm going to have to put you in the cement of the shoes over there by the pond over there in Staten Island. Yeah. And I was like, okay, interesting. So I took those secrets. I went and obtained the products, contacted the people he told me to contact, and then I took that information and took it back to that organization and started teaching them. My aunt taught me a little bit about real estate. I wasn't successful much in the real estate world, but I took the little bit of knowledge I had, and I started making my own type of creating another type of real estate situation. And I took that back to the people, and they all benefited. People were coming out of homelessness. People were living in cars. I was helping out families, just teaching them how to survive without, working for the man. At any rate, those people in that organization, including that master teacher's sister, robbed me by doing illegitimate deals and taking the money, and it just got too ugly. So I refrained from everybody, and I realized that it's not about giving people the opportunity to make money. Money actually just augments what you already are. If you're a serial killer and I give you $2 million, you'll buy better weaponry, you'll buy better technology, you'll buy suits that you can hide in a better truck, and you'll infrared and scanners and things where you can track down people. You won't all of a sudden follow MAAT if I just drop $10,000, $80,000, or $1 million on you. You'll become whatever you are, and you'll be able to be more powerful of what you already are. So what I did is I withdrew from teaching people about helping money, assisting with money, and I just started teaching my inner family. And to speed up this story, I've told it so many times, there's so many new things. I started with teaching people in situations where I could get in trouble. Every situation I've been in is something that's actually risked my life. So I started teaching people in not abandoned houses for sale, where the realtor would leave, and I would take an extension cord across the road and plug it in and light up the house after he left, knock down the realtor sign, and actually hand out flyers on the address that's not my address, but on the address of a real estate property that's for sale on my street. And I would run a long extension cord, and have classes there, so determined to wake people up out of the matrix that I didn't care if I got arrested. And that didn't matter to me. At any point in time, I could be arrested in the middle of me teaching for trespassing, but I didn't know any other way to teach or survive other than rebel against society. But at any rate, I obtained another family when I moved to Canada, maintained another family, and I took the money that I made off of real estate and I invested it into magic. When I had that family, which consists of 3 women and 2 children and myself, I utilized magic and performance to actually support a family, and I was very proud and happy with myself because I was a individual who just didn't pass grade 9, never had a college job, never had a college degree, anything, and I was able to support a family by performing for tips on the street. And I would go out every single day from 4 o'clock in the afternoon till 11 o'clock at night, every day in the freezing cold, -8 degrees, and just teach people and perform magic, get tips, and I would take the quarters and give it to my ladies. They would count quarters, $5 bills, and I would put it away, stacking up so that I could come somewhere else so I could teach and do it consistently, which was a warmer area such as California. And I did that, came to California, and some of my students started telling me, my Nania Setmer, who's here with me, another beautiful sister, and some of my students started telling me that on YouTube and on the internet, there's a lot of people teaching similar to me, but they are not, it's something is different, something is missing. It's not as thorough, it's nothing like it, but it's the base of it is like it. And I was like, that's interesting. Now, I know nothing about the internet. I'm not on the computer. I'm not YouTuber. I don't know. When I was teaching, there was no such thing as those things. I would teach 2,000, 1,500 people at a time with 2 books in front of me. Ask me any question. News reporters would be there. Masons, Christians, I would just ask me any question. And that's how I would teach. So now this internet thing comes along during my journeys. And I said, let me go on the internet. When I started investigating what was happening around me, I saw that people were actually taking my voice and they were Photoshop. They were cutting off my head off of the CD or what was it, a DVD? I'm not sure what it was back then because it's not the same now. But they were cutting off my head so that you could hear me teaching, but they would Photoshop their face on my body, and they started classes were being sent from here to London to Trinidad. And it was me teaching, and I'm listening to me teaching, but the other man's head is there. And I said, what type of world is this? What is happening here? What is this? Why am I teaching? I'm looking closely. I'm like, that's not my head. What? That's not me. That's my body though, but it's not me. It's and I went onto the internet and started seeing people teaching that I converted it into conscious knowledge. Back in '94, they became YouTubers. They got on the YouTube scene. Pastors from 1994 that I beat in debates, and they came to be my students. And I started seeing all these different people, and I was like, oh, that's my student. Oh, that's the guy I beat in the debate. Oh, that's the son of my student he was only like 11 years old when his parents were my students. Oh, he's a YouTuber getting 200,000 views. I'm not going to say who these people's names are, but he's getting 200,000 views. His name is literally, everybody knows their names. And I was like, oh, this is fun. This is what happens on this internet world. So I said, okay, let me set up a situation where I can just do interviews. I came back to the internet, and I ended up in a debate league, which was strange because I wanted to do an interview. This debate league invited me to do an interview, and then they told me that I was going to debate, or they put a flyer out saying Amenhotep wants smoke. And I was like, I thought I was here for an interview. I don't want smoke. What's smoke? What's that? That when you kill somebody? I want smoke. Remember, I'm not a part of any of that type of talk or anything. It's like Amenhotep wants all of the smoke. And I'm like, okay. So I go to the interview, do the interview, it goes smooth, and then it ends up formatting into a debate. Me being challenged by the main champion of that league, and I said, this is fun. I can do this. Yeah. All I have to do is teach on my lifestyle. They said, yeah, it's MAAT versus the Torah, and it was a Hebrew league. Almost everybody was a Hebrew. The judges were 4 out of 5 Bible people, and I said, this is unfair, but let me go ahead and enjoy this experience. Maybe I can teach and get my name out there, and people can watch the debate. and I ended up beating the person. And 4 out of the 5 judges were Bible people. I said, "Oh, that's fun. I can beat. This is an establishment where I can beat people." I said, "I'm just here to teach, and I'm just here to do an interview." And then they sent me more people, and I beat that person, and more people, and I beat that person, and more people, and more. They said, "These are the big names. We're gonna send you this person." And I started beating everybody, and I said, "Oh, this is fun, but it's just it's just like I'm teaching class to my ladies in the living room. I'm putting up things on the screen." They said, this is what I do for a living. I do this in my life when the computer shuts down. Now I can do this in the public, and they're going to say I want to debate. Okay. And I kept doing that over and over again. And then the good brother, Sonnetter, saw me, invited me to come and do an interview. So I come and do an interview, and I get challenged again by that other brother because he wants to have a talk with me. We get on the phone, and we say, okay, we're going to do a debate, but the debate's going to be a conversation debate. That's why the debate with me and Jabari went like that, because I said, we don't really need all these big rules, do we? Because he was my first brother when I came back to the internet that was into MAAT. So I was like, and he said he was a MAAT priest. I was like, oh, you're a Kemetic priest. So we're not going to cut each other off, and we don't need all these different rules. Let's do a conversation debate. We'll talk, and the people will decide at the end. We agreed to that. In the middle of the conversation, Senator put up time, and so it turned into like a conversation debate, time debate. Other people came in to help him. Jabari's wife came in to help. So many people came in to assist. The brother Reggie came in to assist. He already apologized to me 4 times. Reggie came in to help Jabari. Jabari's wife came in. There was so many people against me in the debate. I felt that I was being treated unfair, so I had to cheat. So that's actually how I won that debate, is I actually cheated. And the way that I cheated is I said, and to myself, I said, oh, your wife is here. Reggie's here. You're going to call your friends. I'm going to call mine. So I ended up calling my friends, and my friends are not really seen. And so my friends, and what I did, what I was conjuring and what I was doing on the other side of the screen was I was sending chaos magic over there so that Jabari and his wife actually would start an argument amongst themselves, which would give me time to pull up more slides. I had to actually use magic in that debate, and that's why if you actually watch that debate, you'll actually see an argument break out with the 2 people that are supposed to be coming against me, and they started arguing, and that actually gave me some time. So yes, I had to cheat. I had to use a little bit of hiccup in the debate because it was several people against one, and I didn't think that was MAAT, so I had to bring in MAAT and bring in some other energies to. And I was like, you guys don't know. I'm trying to be just I'm just trying to be a teacher, but I'm a performing magician, so you want to start barking like a dog? We can do that. I'm in my mind saying, don't let me just do this with information, but it was too unfair. So I brought in a little bit of hiccup, and it caused a little bit of chaos. And at the end of the debate, almost everybody voted for me, about 80% of the people, 85%. I was announced the winner. They told me he was the Floyd Mayweather. I don't even know who Floyd Mayweather is at that time. I'm not into boxing. I found out who Floyd Mayweather was later. I didn't know anything about that world. I'm into jiu-jitsu. I'm like, Royce Gracie, Alistair Overeem. I don't know what's Floyd Mayweather. Is he? I never saw him in the UFC, so I didn't know who that was. But they said he's a champion. So, anyways, as time went on, I ended up going to Kill the Priest, and this is what leads to the Tehuti Podclass. I go to Kill the Priest. Kill the Priest wants to do an interview with me again. He has me for an interview. One show in, he gave me the show to run. A few shows in, his host, his co-host challenges me to a debate, and I'm in another debate. And then after a while, I just started teaching people. He gave me every Monday, MAAT Mondays. Go back to the Kill the Priest show, you'll see before me, there wasn't anybody putting up screen shares, and it wasn't the things you see happening were not happening before Tehuti got there. So I started doing all these things, and AD, who was the engineer, pulled me to the side one day after the show, and he took his wallet and dumped it into my hand, and I received what's called reciprocity from somebody who never even asked me a question. He was the engineer. Now what was happening is he gave me reciprocity. He said, you're worth this. I'm going to get Kill the Priest to pay you. We've never seen anything like this before, and you deserve to be paid. That reminded me of a conversation I had with my aunt, and she said, do you get paid for all of all of these teachings that you're doing? And I said, no. She said, that's a shame. She said, there's people that do much less than you. and have lectures on way less knowledge, and you have to pay $100 to go to their lecture. You don't get value for your time. I said, no, I didn't comprehend, because remember, I expelled from school, never had a job. I don't know anything about making money off of things like that. So she said, you should. And so when AD dropped the money in my hand, he didn't even count the wallet. He just dropped it in my hand. Now, at the same time, people were seeing me on the Killer Priest show from 1994, 1993, 1999, 2001. And they said, we want to have a one-on-one with you. I remember you taught me in Tallahassee, Florida. I remember you taught me in Georgia. I remember you taught me in Canada. Is that you? Your name has changed. I said, it's still Amenhotep Ra. They said, yeah, you look different now. I said, yeah, I kind of lost some weight. I look a little different than what I looked like before, but it's still me under, I was like 230 pounds, but you know, things are different now. So they set up one-on-ones with me. And after I had my one-on-one with certain individuals, they Cash Apped me. They said, we're going to give you a donation for Cash App for this beautiful time. I never asked for $1. The one-on-ones that I first had from the people that saw me on Killer Priest was $150, $260. I spent about an hour or an hour and a half with that one young lady and someone else. And the Cash App was $150. And the person said, you're worth more than that. And I said, whoa, I didn't even ask for $150, but then it got me to think, wait a minute, $150, people spend more than that at Christmas time to buy chocolate treats and candies and toys for the children that are based on the Matrix. And I started thinking, wait a minute, $150, that's what my partner said. They spend $200 on Nike shoes, and 4 months later, they don't have them anymore because they're scratched up. And they're not even basketball players. And I started thinking, oh, $150, wait a minute. That guy's jersey, the basketball jersey, was $300. They just bought, I learned that there was shot glasses you can buy at a club. These things called shot glasses, and they were $10 a glass, and brothers were buying 5 of them for the girls that were there. That was like $50 for a little half an ounce of alcohol. And I started realizing that people were actually spending their money on things that killed them, things that actually took away from their time, things that actually were a waste of money, had nothing to do with higher consciousness. And I said, wait a minute, the club that the brothers went to, there's no commercial for that club. How do they know about it? Hey, the Doritos that they're eating that we're going to be talking about today, the potato chips that they're eating, Doritos never knocked at their door and asked them for reciprocity. How do they know about these things? How do they know about all these things they're buying, and the people that they're buying from never had to come to their door? I said, oh, because it was a commercial on TV, and the person chose to go see the Avengers with their family that cost them $65 because the popcorn bag, each bag is $8. You got to put the syrup on it and all this stuff. The Nathan's hot dog. We're at the park with the kids. Let's get some hot dogs, some cotton candy. And I realized that all the things that we were spending money on was actually killing us. And it brought me back to my animal days, where all the things that animals did kept them alive. Biological imperative. But the money that people were spending was on frivolous things. I just got the latest such and such watch. I just went and saw Beyonce. It looked cool, $60. I got back row seat. I just went and saw the Knicks game. I just bought this, a little bit of Twizzlers, and I'm chewing on a little bit of donut. You know, I'm sipping on coffee today, sipping on coffee tomorrow. A little bit of chocolate milk, a little bit of Coca-Cola, sipping on some Sprite, Diet Pepsi, 7-Up. And I'm like, what in the world? So I realized that people were spending on killing themselves, and that this was a psyops. And I looked at the basketball players, and I looked at the sports players making millions, and the teachers at the high schools were telling me that they were scraping. The college professors were living end to end as college professors, and the LeBrons and these other guys who just throw a ball into a hoop were making $15 million. $2 million to sign, $3 million to sign there. Cool, $200,000 for an appearance. They were making more for an appearance on a commercial than the college teacher was making all year. And I started to see this society is based on a psyops, which is to send the direction, the money, the reciprocity, and the focus and the celebrity focus to people that are actually killing your brain, and that the actual educators were making the least. And I said, this has to be reversed, because in ancient cultures, the educators were the most revered. And there was no football players, there was no basketball players, there was none of these things existed. The scribes and the doctors and the teachers and the people that were actually elevating your consciousness were the ones that were highest revered, because at that time we focused on life and the afterlife. So I said to Killer Priest, and this is what developed the Tehuti Podclass. I said to Killer Priest, hey Killer Priest, too much of my time is being taken, a lot of time is being taken. I gotta formulate I want to formulate something called the Podclass. It's a class where I'm not going to speak until the question is asked. Like the breakdancer who sits like this, the breakdancer sit like this, and you drop $5 in his bucket, doom, 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 and then he stops again, and you put another $5, and then his team comes, all right, y'all, come on, y'all, and it turns into this big show, and at the end, they hold up their garbage bags, and everybody's like, oh my God, the breakdancer's like, I got a 20 over here from such and such, I got a 50 over here from such and such, $10 bill over here, can you match that $10 bill? And the breakdancer, I'm watching this, and the breakdancer at the end of the show, at the end of each show, have like $350 to $500 at the end of the show for dancing, because it kept you excited. And I said, well, what is the worth of changing somebody's life? What is that worth? Asking questions that you can actually incorporate to change yourself and family's life on health, on mental consciousness, on government psyops, on anything that you could use to advance you, the secrets that were being hidden, the foods that you're eating. What is that worth? Is it worth more than the Twizzlers? How much money have we spent on Fritos? And I was like, let me set up a class where the people will ask the question, and I actually sacrificed for the first year. People were sending $5 and $10 $10 and such. It was rough, but then when they got the answer, everything exploded. Once they started seeing the answers that I gave and the guidance, and they applied it to their life, and they saw the life change, they said, this is priceless. Because everybody in their life, there's not one person watching this podcast who has not had a $20 bill. Anybody? Is there anybody who has never had two $20 bills in your life? That's $40. You have $20 bills? So we've all been through two $20 bills. We've all been through that. But I asked the people that I answer questions to, have you ever been through an answer like this? Have you ever received this before? They said, no. I said, so then what I'm giving you is not replaceable, but reciprocity helps the situation, because now I can just focus on continuing to raise the consciousness with this gift, while all the other YouTube channels are based on bickering, fighting, expose you videos, I challenge you video. Everything is contention, like the news. Everybody's channel is like the news. You only hear about when bad things happen. Where's the news show on the great relationship, the great family? And so I set up the Podclass where you can ask a question, and for the first time in YouTube history, the entire show class will be based on what you ask. That means that you're the star of the show. You're the star of the class. I don't get to pick a topic. Most lecturers pick a topic, and they're very good at lecturing. Why? Because they're the one that picked the topic. I hope that it's good. If you're a lecturer and you pick a topic, it's something that you enjoy, that you probably studied 5 years before, that you put your notes together, now you're ready to present it. It better be good. But imagine putting yourself in a situation where somebody can ask you questions based on things that are not even on your mind, but you have the ability to tap in to get the answers, and there can be any topic: feng shui, new world order, health, discipline, body change, mental detoxification, spirituality, depression, Bible, Quran, religion, spirituality, out of body, voodoo. And you can ask these questions, and I don't have a pre-prepared thing for it. That means that every answer is customized for the individual, and has never been answered like that before. No pre-prepared lecture for you. I said, what would that be worth to people? Because when you watch somebody's YouTube channel of the other conscious teachers, you just have to be subjected to watch what they chose on that day. Imagine if you were the star of the show. Imagine if the show was based on you. Most people can't even get to talk. I won't name the people, but you don't get to talk to the people that are doing the lectures. you can send in a question with support, and the whole show is based on you. And in case you get into an argument, a conversation, you have a rebellious son, you have a rebellious wife, a husband that needs some educating, you yourself need some educating, your mother's like, what is this stuff you're into? And you can't elaborate on it. I will do a whole show where you just have to sit your mother down in front of the show and say, hey, mom, play, or take notes from the show and bring it to her or him or your student or your son or your daughter. And I do all the footwork and everything, and you just have to press play. And now you get an answer that's sometimes 2 hours long with none of my opinion or none of, you know, what I think y'all need to do. None of that type of talk, just strictly slide after screen share, after reference, after this, after matrix breaking. And that's the Tehuti Podclass. Here's some examples to the new people that are watching of what kind of questions can be asked, and then we're going to get right into the first question of the Tehuti Podclass. People may be saying, well, how do you send in your questions? How do you how can you even send in questions? If you look at the bottom, how can you send in support also? If you look at the bottom, you'll see Cash App, TT and Moon. The Cash App is back fixed, everybody. The Cash App is back fixed. Cash App, TT and Moon, PayPal at RockESV. And so, for example, someone sent in a question, can I break down on libations? Now, libations has nothing to do with algebra, but yet you can send in a question on, did algebra come from the Nile Valley? Which has nothing to do with the Ark of the Covenant. These answers are, for new people watching, these answers are not what you think they're going to be. It's not going to be what you think, you know, on the Lost Ark. The answer, by the time you get the answer, your world changes. Your concept of what you thought was reality is pulled from under you and then replaced. And that's why we call it build up and breakdown. I don't break down anything. I break down and build up. I don't leave it broken down. So you get a build up. This is, so that one was on algebra. The last one was on the Ark of the Covenant, algebra. This one here on libations, all the way down to this. Look at this, new people. What is the best toothpaste herb to cure gingivitis, bleeding, teeth gums? Fluoride is destroying people's teeth. Have you ever, is there a YouTube channel? Is there a place you can go to where you can send in a question on algebra, libations, the Ark of the Covenant, gingivitis, orgone energy, feng shui? Oh, I like this movie called The Never-Ending Story. And Tehuti says, I've never seen it. I gave a 1.5 hour class that blew people can come on here and give their testimonies, that blew people away on The Never-Ending Story. I, to this day, have never seen that movie. I have never seen a movie called The Never-Ending Story, and I did a 1.5 hour elaboration on all the secret codes, all the symbolisms, everything that was in there, the ancient codes that they got from Kemet that they put in there, the language, the little thing that was on the bottom of a page of a book. And I've never seen the movie in my life. People can ask about Gnosticism. Somebody asked a question about fixing their eyesight. They want it to be anonymous. They want it to be private. I put in the Podclass and didn't put their name in it, and it blew everybody away. Hyperhidrosis. This brother had hyperhidrosis since he was a little over 9 years old. He's in his 30s. He sent in a $50 support, got an answer on hyperhidrosis, and his hyperhidrosis is gone. It's gone now. Is there a YouTube video that anybody here has ever attended where you can ask about Gnosticism, feng shui, and they say, let me throw in a hyperhidrosis that I've had since I was 9 years old, and at the end of the YouTube video, your hyperhidrosis is, by the next 2 days, your hyperhidrosis is gone. Does this exist? If so, you can feel free to put the link in the room. If not, this is a phenomenon, experience that's taking place. Heart stroke, hyperhidrosis, eyesight, heart stroke, orgone energy. This person asked a question about the Orion star constellation and then changed it in the middle to heart stroke. I was already starting to work on the Orion, but I said, hey, let me make sure that it's Orion because there's a little typing error. He took the question away and said, Orion constellation, heart stroke. Because you can do that with Tehuti. From Orion constellation, I'm already looking at the information. Heart stroke. How about that, Tehuti? Let's put your brain somewhere totally different. and that answer gave to his mother, his parents, saved lives. Navajo teachings on skinwalkers. Somebody put out a bounty that if there's anyone that can, if there's any channel similar to this where you can get anything with the source answers like this, $200 will be delivered to you immediately. You just have to put the channel on, where somebody sends a question in and you get this type of answer that you get here. So variable. There's so much variables and so much diversity in Tehuti Podclass that a person who is actually from a complete different culture, Hotep Namaste, coming from an Indian Sanatan Dharma background with all its spiritual practices and rituals, I now know that Ma'at is the mother of my tradition culture, and I owe reciprocity to Ma'at by living for it and in it and holy. Thank you, SABA. If you've ever seen that before, if there's reference to that on a YouTube video where an Indian who's growing up in a fully incorporated spiritual, cultural Indian from that culture, Dharma, from that culture, and he watches your teacher on Kemet and he converts. Is there how many Hindu converts out there? Say ho. How do you even relate to somebody from an Indian culture, completely in that culture, to now make a testimony that Ma'at is my foundation? Was that? Is that happening on YouTube? If so, can I get the timestamp? This is not happening. This is a phenomenon that's taking place. Depression, anxiety, and is it spiritual or mental? Completely different. People are sending in donations for the Cobra food. Shout out to, I haven't seen this brother in a while. Amun Ma'at Ra, I hope you're doing well. Muslims giving donations. Tamir al-Mallah for all the support. For Tamir al-Mallah for support. Thank you for all that you do. It doesn't matter if you're Muslim. It doesn't matter if you're Christian. It doesn't matter what you are. When you're sending questions here, you get answers like this. A question of brother here, Maharu. Shout out to Maharu. I hope I hear from you. I thought I didn't hear from you yesterday. Hope you're doing well. Shout out to Maharu. He sent a question in on out of body. Had a one-on-one with me. Had a Tehuti Podclass answer. Realized that he could cross transition into the other realm. And then while I'm teaching him during the teachings and the experience of his experience with the classes and everything, his mother transitioned. He said that is the closest woman and the only woman he's ever been close to. Now that he's had his out of body and he knows that he can exist outside of the physical realm, is it possible that he can find his mother over there on the other side, have an out of body and find his mother over there, and they can continue their relationship? Now, this sounds very strange to the mundane people, but imagine you could have a relationship with someone and you could go somewhere after that person passes, which is the most horrific feeling that you could have when somebody you love passes. Imagine it was possible that you could continue a relationship with them and other family members by coming to a pod class. Does this exist on YouTube? And he did so, and now he has a relationship because that was normal for us. When they talk about ancestral worship, the ancestors came to help me. I contacted the ancestors. What year was that ancestor born? Aren't they physically dead now? Yes. So our main practice, whether you are Aztec, Navajo, Native American, whether you are Mayan, whether you're into Kemet, whether you're into Sumer, whatever Zulu, Yoruba, whatever you're into that was before the Matrix, every single person's culture was based on contacting the ancestors from hundreds of years ago. That means they already passed. But in today's consciousness and woke, nobody teaches that. When you teach that, you're called pseudo. It is pseudo. It is spooky. It is spooky. And I'm like, so can you name a culture that didn't do that, please? Prior to the introducing of Christianity and colonization, can you name a melanated culture that didn't call upon dead ancestors? What's the name of that culture? Oh, they were all spooked out. Everybody in history spooked out but me. I'm an atheist. It's a new religion. Everybody on the planet was spooked out except for me. And they got you. So now that brother is contacting his ancestors due to coming to the Tehuti Podclass. Is that worth more than what you spent on Christmas? Is that worth more than supporting Santa Claus? To him it is. To him it's worth more than the Nikes. It's worth more than all the fireworks that were bought. How much money was spent? How much money have you spent in the last 10 years, 15 years on fireworks, on Thanksgiving, on the turkey? You got to buy a Christmas tree. You got to get this new dress. It's prom night for my daughter. I got to get her a dress. You're buying wedding rings. You don't know why you're buying a wedding ring. My wedding ring cost $2,000. My dad just light work. Mine was $5K, man. Why are you doing that? Do you know why you're doing that? You don't know why. But you give the Italian jeweler that reciprocity. Little 5K to the Italian jeweler. We're very appreciative of what you do. 5K appreciative of what you do. How's your wife doing? We divorced. What happened to the wedding ring? She still has it. What happened? What? And this man is having connection with his mother after she passes. This is what happens here at the Tehuti Podclass. It is all about immortality, breaking the matrix, breaking subconscious spells that are over people. And the only people that are against what's happening, and I'm going to say this again, we're going to get right started. The only people, and let me say it one more time. I like saying it. The only people that are against and speak against Tehuti and the House of Aten, the ancient Tehutian teachings of the Neteru, I want you to analyze the people that say anything against this. You're going to notice they all have something in common. You know what that is? They have no spiritual culture they follow, that they're accountable of in front of people. Really analyze when you see people speaking, Tehuti to the pseudo, Tehuti to the whole, whatever they're saying. You ask them, hey, what's your way of life? What you practice? What's your culture that you practice when the computer shuts down? What is your lady call you? What are your children? What's practice after the computer shuts down that there's witnesses to? Not your personal. You're an independent college student in the bedroom typing comments on YouTube, and you got your red, black, and green and your the unk on your side, but nobody gets to see you, so that you're not accountable to anything. You don't claim any moral. There's no moral structure, discipline that somebody could say, wait a minute, you're supposed to do this on this book, in this culture. I'm a little bit of Namaste. I'm a little bit of this. I'm a little bit of Kwanzaa. I'm a little bit of Hindu. A little bit of Kemet, a little bit of voodoo. You're a little bit of everything, so that there's no accountability to anything. So that it's easy they're called a contrarian. It's easy for a contrarian to speak against a group and a person who's disciplined, who's in front of people multiple times a week in person and on the internet, who has to be accountable with a movement of people that are in front of people, as opposed to an independent individual person on their couch typing, I don't like you, you do this, you do that. And I'm like, what's your accolades again? Who has the testimony from you? What happened? What are you accountable to? The people, what lives have you changed? What are you doing? No, it doesn't matter what I'm doing. I'm just against what you're doing. So notice the people that are against have no organization that they're a part of, no spiritual discipline system that has a name to it. There's no one name to the system they follow, but everybody they speak on in the past had a name to their system. Every culture had the name of their culture that the indigenous people call themselves. But the modern day people don't have a name. When you don't have a name, when you don't have any discipline, that means you can do anything you want. And that is called ISFET and chaos. So understanding that, everybody, we're going to go ahead and get right started. I'm going to put the link in the room for the supporters to jump in. Then I'm going to put the first question on the screen. I hope what's the first question? I got to check the first question. I can't even remember what one is on ADHD and one is on I have to go check and put it on the screen. But we're going to get to the first questions here. I'm going to go ahead and put the link in the room for the supporters, the great supporters. If you support the Tehuti Podclass, you are allowed to jump on the panel because we want to see you. We want to hear your testimony. We want to hear what you have to say. Why? Because you're a supporter. If you're not supporting the Tehuti Podclass, I'm not going to accept your friend request. I'm not having, there's no private relationships on a messenger. I have so many people privately messaging me. Hundreds. I got to put them on restrict, because I get all these messages. Hey, what's up, Tehuti? How you doing today? What do you mean? What's your name in the podcast? What's your Cash App and PayPal name? Because before I tell you how I'm doing today, I want to know if you're a real person. Are you a bot? Are you sent to me to get information? Are you what? Or who do you support the movement? Are you a part of anything? We mean, how am I? Just give me your name in the podcast, and I'll have the Naturts and the secretaries go look you up. Give me the Cash App name. If I don't see, if you don't exist there, why are you talking? I have so many people sending me personal messages, and I'm like, come show yourself. If you support Tehuti and the Tehuti Podclass, House of a 10, come ask me the question. Come talk to me on the panel. Why are you talking to me in instant messenger privately? Do you not want people to know that we have a relationship? I don't have a relationship with you. I'm a teacher. I got no relationship. I'm a SABA. I'm here to teach. I have relationships with people after they support and after they show that they're accountable to the movement, to the structure. I only have relationships with structured people. So anybody sending me a friend request, if you're wondering, Tehuti hasn't. I don't even check. I don't check. I see the friend request and I slide it to the side. I don't check much friend request, because if you're gonna friend request me, come into the Tehuti Podclass and just type in the pod. Come to the first of all, I would know who you are because you'd be a supporter, and if you're a supporter, that means you'd be able to come onto the panel, and you would come onto the panel and say, "Hey Tehuti, I'm such and such. You may know my name here as Pata Kingu Man. You may know my name as that, but hey, on Facebook, I'm Little Yeezy, and I'm the one that sends you the friend request." I say, "Okay, good," and I would go on Facebook and I would accept the friend request. But why would people be friend requesting me and not coming to the panel? Why would you be friend requesting Tehuti and you're not in the podcast? If I should be able to recognize your name and say, "Oh, that's Nook Punuk, that's Antu, that's Lisa, that's Sasha." Okay, and I accept your friend request. But if I see, I delete. I try to delete 15 friends every day. It's a Tehuti goal of mine. I try to delete about 10 or so friends every day, because when I first started this, I was accepting friend requests. AD said, "Just accept everybody, build up your numbers." I'm not familiar with the internet world, so AD is like my internet guy, and I know nothing about. I would question it and ask myself, wait a minute, if isn't a friend somebody that you trust? Like, I'm coming from a world where computers aren't there yet. So I said, a friend is someone you trust, right? No, just they're your friend, they're your computer friend. And I'm like, but then I don't know who they are. Why would I accept them as a friend? Would you build a relationship first? And I accepted like 2,000 people. And now every day in the last year, I delete 5, delete 10. If I see a name pop up, I click on your name, I scroll down. If I don't see you sharing the Tehuti Podclass, delete. I'll scroll down for 1 month. I see you sharing people that I've beaten debates. I see you sharing Kwanzaa. I see you sharing, buy this book from this person. I see you sharing people with philosophies. The Ankh is the womb, and you're sharing all this stuff, but there's no Tehuti Podclass, because in reality, a lot of people are ashamed to be associated with this. So they don't share that. But they'll share people doing some spit on something, all these different weird things I've seen people share, but not the Tehuti Podclass. So therefore, anybody friend requesting me, come to the Tehuti Podclass. Let me know that you're the one, and I will immediately press boop, and now we can become friends. But I don't believe in computer friends. Shout out to everybody who supports. This panel should be full, but it's not. But the
the park is. So come to the Tehuti Podclass, support the Tehuti Podclass, send in your questions, and we're going to put the first question on the room. I'm going to greet everybody first. Nook, Panuk, is your camera working? I think it's having some problems.
Hotep, SABA.
Hotep, just want to make sure that you.
I'm a little choppy. I don't know if you can hear me.
I can hear you great.
Getting bad reception where I'm at.
Okay, I can hear you fine. You sound great. Primordial Thought, does your camera work? Everybody come to the screen with their camera. Come to the screen, come on the screen. It's like going to church with the mask on. go into your child's prom and you're like this. Hold on, I don't want nobody to see me. No, come to the screen, put your camera on. There's no introverts here. I'm trying to destroy this AI consciousness of people being ashamed and shy and afraid of other people that are out of the matrix. So shout out to everybody. Peace, Anu. How you doing today, good brother?
Peace. Hotep Salvatudi, I'm doing excellent and wealthy. 12 for being alive, 12 for doing this class, 12 for all the things that you say and you do, because everything you say and do is definitely something to live by. So 12 for giving me that foundation.
Oh, you chopped up at the end. What's the last couple sentences at the end?
So 12 for giving me that foundation.
Nini, good brother, great student. Nini, to you. How you doing? And two is the assistant, the secretary of Nania Set Mer. How you doing there? And two, how's everything?
I'm doing great. Everything is very well. I'm feeling great and happy to be here. I'm thankful to be alive and that you're alive and healthy, and for all the life that you bring to us. And I'm very thankful that you are raising all of us up to our Hotep Mary.
Wonderful, wonderful. We'll go to our Primordial Thought, showing off the new technology. Yeah, see, look at him. He changes on the whim. He got moving. He got his maps. He's doing his own class. He got his maps. He has moving lines are coming across. He's in Nassau. How you doing there, Primordial? You got the eclipse happening.
Saba. Doing fantastic, Saba. Appreciate you. Appreciate the. You know what I like when you throw them gems early on, giving us a little bit more.
What do you say? What do you say? Throwing the gems and what?
I said giving us a little bit more every time.
Oh, okay, I said putting us on. Yes.
Oh yeah, you put us on as well. I could say that as well. You stay putting us on. Doing great, Saba. Happy to be here, most definitely. Shouts out to you, Saba. Just appreciate you. Beautiful day today, and I'm ready for today's class.
Wonderful. I'm glad you're doing well. How is the future mother doing? She's okay?
Yeah, she's doing phenomenal. She's cleaning the purse. She's almost done, so try to get her up on here after she's done. Just taking care of the purr.
Oh, perfect. For all those who are listening, the purr is the house. For those who don't know what he's talking about, she's taking care of the house. She's the NEB-T of the house. Okay, wonderful. On to our wonderful Bella, the assistant of the Naturts, the friend of the Naturts. That's going to be your new title, the friend of the Naturts. How are you doing there, Bella? How are you, young lady?
Very well. I'm happy to see you alive, and so for everything that you do for me, so for the Podclass, and to your Naturts for everything that they do for me as well. I love all of you very much and appreciate all of you very much. So, and how are you?
Thank you. I'm doing very, very well. Doing good. Just manifesting things through magic and just doing fabulous. I'm waiting. I have my notifications off, but today I have to keep them on because I'm expecting a very special package coming, a big package coming. So I have to keep it on. So having a good day. There's one of the Naturts having stretched out birthday. All type of things happening. She's doing womb circle. All type of things I'm taking care of. I feel happily overwhelmed. I'm overwhelmed with a lot of things, but I'm doing well in it. A lot of magic happening, a lot of chaos going on in the animal world. One of our guys got bit by a taipan, and the zoo refused to. One of the guys in the venom circle got bit by a taipan, the most dangerous snake in the world. The zoo wouldn't send him any anti-venom. Another one of the snake guys that's a transporter of the other guy just robbed the guy for all of his animals, and all type of chaos going on in the gangster reptile world. But I'm staying safe. I'm staying well. Doing good. One of the guys had to pull out a Glock in the reptile show and pull a guy out of the show for trying to steal an animal and walk him down. I don't know, this reptile world's like a gangster world now, so I'm glad that I'm safe, and I kind of look intimidating to some of the little skinny guys that do the reptiles, so they don't really mess with me much, but I'm doing well. I'm staying alive in the gangster reptile world.
Glad you're safe, SABA.
Yes. Okay. And on to Stephen E. Glad you are safe too. Glad you're doing well. Glad you're getting stronger. Glad you're getting stronger and stronger. Hold on. It's an interesting world when you're teaching a class and Crocodile Varanus lifts its head over your monitor, but I'm glad you're doing glad you're doing well, and you're getting stronger and stronger, and you are manifesting a lot of magic, and be safe on your journeys.
So very much, I will.
Wonderful. On to Stephen E, aka Ox Effect, known as Ox Effect, known in the Matrix as Stephen E. Like there's Neo. And he's Mr. Anderson in the Matrix. So in the Matrix they call him Stephen E, but his name when he plugs out is Ox Effect. How you doing, good brother? How you feeling?
I'm doing well, SABA, Hotep. Yes, I'm doing well. I'm doing great. Feeling magical. I've had a great weekend so far, and looking to further greatness with this class that you're bringing forth. And yeah, looking forward to what's going on. And I'm happy to see you, SABA. Happy to see everybody on the panel as well.
Wonderful. Good to see you, good brother Ox Effect. Talk to Primordial. The screen changed. Now Annie's and Hush Nation down there. Annie's at the top. We're going to go down to Hush Nation. You doing good, my brother? How you doing, young brother?
Hotep SABA, Tua, Eno, Sekem, to everybody on the panel, to everybody on the chat, the whole HOA. Yeah, I good. The house of ATTON looking well up and running, so I feel real good about that. So I just in for another learning Saturday, you know, get some more upgrades. Yeah, for that.
Nini Ugg. I'm listening. I'm just waiting to hear the word Irie. I'm like, when's the Irie gonna come? Where's the I feel it Irie?
Once I hear, I'm feeling real Irie. Every time you see me here, I'm feeling Irie SABA. Yeah,
wonderful. Glad to. Hey, on your island, do they have any of these? Do they have any anaconda? Okay.
No, okay. They don't even have no snakes. The mongoose killed all the snakes years ago.
Like Jamaica.
Yeah, they brought in the mongoose willfully to kill the snakes.
Yes, and then the mongoose started eating the chicken. The same problem they had with the snakes.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, all right. We're gonna go to Menkur Ra, Mary MAAT. It looks crisp and sharp. I don't know if Scribe did it. I don't know. He used to be in what is it? 400K.
He's 400 pixels. I don't know what he was, but he looks great now. How you doing there, Menko Ra?
Peace and love, Saba, Hotep, Henu. I used to be in Ghostface Killer 1080. No, what is 280p? Whatever. I'm in a different location instead of being here from my house. I'm in a studio. It's glad to see you, Saba. So much appreciation for you. Peace and love to everybody on the panel. Peace and love to the chat. Happy to be here. Looking forward to this class.
Wonderful. My man is he got a studio now. Tell him you interview whenever you interview Dre and Dr. Dre and Eminem, tell them I said peace. They're doing a wonderful lyrical job, and if you ever get an interview with them, I want to find out what part of the brain Eminem taps into to sound like he raps like he's an AI robot. I need to steal some of his lyrical ability. But shout out to you, good brother, Menko Ra. And good to see that you're doing well in the studio. That's right. Okay. And speaking of studio, the man his whole house is studio, Annie Pata, his whole house is I don't even know what this man does. His house is he is a technician, studio, not Adobe. What's that thing called? Trice. What's the thing you have? What's it called? OBS.
OBS.
Yes. OBS. Yeah. Well, how you doing, good brother? My man is the walking studio. How you doing? Annie Pata, attend Tehuti, the scribe of scribe. How you doing, good brother? How you doing? You strong? You good? You standing?
Yes, sir. I am Ankh the Jed Usir.
Okay.
I am well, and yeah, I'm excited to see what realms you're going to take us into with these topics here. Looking at the topics, and I'm excited about that. I'm doing well. I'm doing. I don't even
remember what's the topic. I'm sorry. Let me. Sorry.
Mm-hmm.
What am I teaching us today? ADHD and
ADHD,
okay.
Psyops, DNA, hypnotic, attention reversal, cuneiform, or Medu netter first.
Oh my! I'm teaching on all that today. What the hell? What's happening? Okay, I guess so. Yep. Oh, okay. Thank you for reminding me. Go ahead, brother.
Yes, I am well. Happy to hear that you are healthy and safe, and the ISFET is working its way to the animal kingdoms where the humans are. So happy to hear that you're safe, great Saba.
Thank you, man. I'm getting phone calls yesterday. Yo, they got them on videotape. They came over. They took on the animals. Police are gonna call. The police called their mom, and all type of chaos going on. I'm so glad that I am not a part of any of it, and I always seem to stay away from. It doesn't seem to be attracted to me, but I'm everybody's. Everybody comes to me to tell me their stories, but I never experienced the chaos. So, to the Netter energy for keeping me on a frequency where I can just focus on bringing you all these this guidance. Okay, everybody, I'm going to step off for just a moment. I'm going to go refresh, become new again, and come back and answer the very first question. I'm going to put it on the screen. What question is first? There's Cuneiform and ADHD. Let me see. Is VRI in the room? Who are the people that asked about ADHD? Shout out to the new person here. Gut It's Fool. Hello, Tehuti. Hello, Gut It Fool. Harass did. Shout out to you. Shout out to all the new people. Buffalo Danny. Selena's. Is that the Selena's that there's two of them. There's two Dannys, I think, that I talked to. I think that's the one that are you the one that's was trying to connect me to Billy Carson? There's two Dannys, but shout out to you. Shout out to everybody here, and I'm gonna put the question on the screen. Is VRI here? Is VRI here? VR asked a question on where is it? Where is it? Who asked a question about the ADHD? Hey, Scribe, can you hear me, good brother?
Yes, I can hear you.
Do you remember me doing a class on what was first Cuneiform or Medu?
Yes.
I've done some. Okay. Okay, so this is gonna be part 2 then. Okay, good. So we're gonna get into it, everybody. Let's get into the ADHD one. Let me see if I can put this on the screen here. We're gonna give this person some big noise for their support. Actually, what happened was two people actually supported. Somebody asked a question, and then VRI actually backed up the other person and matched the donations. So let me go ahead and put that on the screen. No, I don't want to restore. Let me go ahead and put the who's at VRI and YOAN BILODEAU. Let me go ahead and put them on the screen here. So YOAN BILODEAU actually sent a question on ADHD. Oh. And I'm gonna go ahead and put them both on the screen. I kind of put them. Let me do it like this. I cut and pasted their both of their supports together, so I can show them together. And this is a beautiful thing. Peace, Creative Native. I remember that name. Oh, I remember saying I like that name. Shout out to Creative Native. Hope you are enjoying. Hope you are receiving the knowledge, receiving the guidance, and hope you are supportive of the Tutti Podclass. Let us know when you can come to the panel. Absolutely. Shout out to YOAN BILODEAU, who said class on ADHD. So he never actually asked any specific question. He just said class on ADHD. And then 80 Thieves came right behind and said, YOAN BILODEAU class on ADHD, SABA, YOAN for the synchronicity. So it seems like 80 Thieves had a question about ADHD at the same on his mind when YOAN BILODEAU sent it. So he sent an echo reciprocity. So let's give him some big noise. Big noise, please.
Okay, let me know if you can hear this. I set up a new thing, so let me know if you can hear it.
Okay. Yeah, I hear it good. Nice. Nice. Okay, let's go. Shout out to Got It Fool. And shout out to Creative Native. I remember saying I like that name. Peace, Tehuti. Long time since I've caught you. Good to see you. Okay, wonderful. Good to see you as well. Support the Tutti Podclass. Hotep to everybody. So that is the question, everybody. And let me, before I step off the panel and come right back on to see if I can answer this question on ADHD. I've never been asked about ADHD in my life. I've never been asked this before, but everybody raise your hand if you yourself have or have anybody that's been close to you that says that they suffer this thing, ADHD. Anybody that you know, family member, friend, yourself, anybody experience something called ADHD? Okay, good. Almost everybody except for Stephen E. Okay, except for Oxeffect. Okay, good. So it seems to be very popular. Very popular. Very common. So we're going to get into this. We're going to find out, is this something New Kayla says yes. Yes. Okay, good. So Kayla says yes. So let's get into it. Harassed said yes. Well, she put up a hand. Maybe that means me or yes, one of the two, but Lisa said yes. Okay, ADHD seems to be something very common. Let's see if this is common because let's see the reason why this is common. Let's find out why this is. And let's actually break some matrices. We're going to break some matrices with this. We're going to see, is this an agenda? Is it a psyops? Is it something natural that our body goes through? Is it natural for our body to go through this? Is it natural to go through this when you get older? Is it natural to go through this when you get young? Raise your hand if you have any pets. Have or had any pets? Raise your hand. Okay, good. Any of your Anu, Oxifect, any of Bella, any of your pets go through the ADHD? The ADHD for cats? No, no ADHD for cats. No, your cats aren't like this. Hey, what? Yo, no, no. Man, cool. Right? You have any pets, man? You ever had any pets or have any?
I got 7 snakes, Saba. I mean,
how's their ADHD?
Huh? None of them have ADHD.
No? Wait a minute. Hush Nation, you have any pets? Had any dogs or anything? I think Hush Nation's froze. Nook Panook, you have any pets, any dogs, cats, anything? He's okay. Bella, the cats, any ADHD going on? Cat DHD?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, Primordial, you have any dogs? Ever had any dogs in your life? Pets? No?
Yeah, I've had
Birds,
pets
fish?
before. I've had pets before, but no ADHD.
Would you have? You have a dog? Cat?
Well, I used to. When I was younger, like, yeah, we had dogs and stuff like that. Hopefully, waiting on a snake, one of these days. But man. Yeah, no ADHD. I've never seen an animal with ADHD.
That's strange, isn't it? No animals with ADHD? No ADHD elephants? No ADHD gorillas, chimpanzees? ADHD parrots? No? Okay. Wow, that's very interesting. So it only seems that people are getting ADHD. So it must be something natural for us. Then that's what makes us a special species. We can get ADHD and our cats can't and squirrels don't. So we're going to find out why is it that people seem to have ADHD, but we don't find any squirrels with ADHD. We don't find any rats, cockroaches in your house walking around crazy. No, I'll be back, everybody. Support the two ADHD. I wish the cockroaches had ADHD so I can catch them. Going around looking crazy, I can catch them. They seem to be very sharp. You turn the lights on, they know exactly where the corner is. They know where the hole is. I never seen a cockroach looking confused. How come the cockroaches can't get it, but we get it? We're supposed to be God's children. I'll be back, everybody. Support the Podclass.
Hotep Henu. Yeah, this is going to be great. Peace and love, everyone. Hotep to all who are here with us live in the Podclass. Peace and love to everyone watching on the playback. Make sure you all hit the like button. Hit the like button and share this to your platforms to help the Podclass get out there. Yeah, peace and love to everyone in the chat. And yeah, Danny Salinas, peace, good brother. If you are able to get the great Saba in with a conversation with Billy Carson, that'll be great. Email me, great brother, if you need any assistance or there's anything that we can do to assist in making that happen. So peace and love to everyone. And yeah, so as we do, we'll go around the panel, let everyone speak, and we want to hear from everyone's eve and see how everyone is doing. So peace and love, great brother Anu and great sister Antu. Hotep.
Hotep Udison, Uncle Josh Seneb, Hotep Marie, Uncle Josh Seneb to the wonderful Saba Tudi, and Hotep Ra, to his Naturts, to all of his animals, everybody part of the HOA family, everybody on the panel, all the people in the chat, all the supporters. Happy you're all alive and doing well. Happy you're all healthy. Happy that you're all here. I'm looking forward to today's class. Looking forward to the answer to both of these questions. Everybody support our wonderful Saba Tehuti. He definitely deserves it. This is happening nowhere else, only here at the HOA. Danny Salinas, if you need any help, please email Ani, because I personally would love to, and Manku will help too. And Manku will help too. I would definitely love to see a conversation with Saba Tootie and Billy Carson. I hope you are serious about trying to actually bring them together, because it's something that needs to be done seriously. And Saba Tootie, the way that he is, he speaks for himself. He is a phenomenon. He is unique. He is fantastic. He is wonderful. Nobody else is doing it like him. So if this is the first time you've ever seen this, if it's your 20th time, 50th time, 100th time, send in support, because it is benefiting your conscious mind and your subconscious mind. Your ka, your ba, your spirit, your soul. Happy I'm here. Looking forward to the ADHD answer for a lot of people growing up saying they have ADHD. Some people, they would just say like when they were running around and stuff like that as an excuse, or couldn't pay attention. And then other people seem like it was actually really serious. And I never personally suffered from it or had it. I did notice as I was growing up, more and more people would say they had it. More and more people were being diagnosed with it. So it was something that I could see was progressing. It was more rare when I was a child, and then it progressed as time went on. So I'm definitely looking forward to seeing what this is all about and see how the matrix is affecting people's minds. I love these type of answers, because it's another beautiful segue to get people into the knowledge. So to us, Saba Tootie, for all that you do, for being alive. To everyone here for being alive. Everybody go and check out Primordial Thoughts movie last Sunday. Won't say much about it, because you got to go watch it yourself. It definitely speaks for itself. Tua Hotep, Neri, Uncle Josenev.
Tua Anu for your wonderful words. I appreciate them greatly. Tua Hotep Mary, to everyone here who is listening in. I appreciate you for being here for yourself and your family and whoever else is around you. I appreciate all of those who are consistently bettering themselves and purifying their Eve within the great house of ATTON. There's nowhere else where you can do this, and this beautiful this beautiful house is the place to be, to purify yourself and retain your memory when you pass. I appreciate Saba Tootie very much. He has guided me and continues to guide me and lead me to beautiful places. Anu and I are both a new version of ourselves that are very purified, and we could not do it without the great Saba Tootie. He is the reason why we are who we are today, and we both appreciate Saba Tootie very much for that. And I appreciate his very Neferneterts for all that they do. Nani Aset Mur had a womb circle recently that is still continuing. But what happened for me in the first womb circle is very healing and very unique. And there's things in there that I've learned that I have not ever done before in my life. And it is very much healing parts of me that I did not know that need to be healed. And there's actually been physical things that have changed in me that has helped my health so far. And the great mother, Nani Aset Mur, also had a Nefer Mes Heru, which is a birthday recently, a few days ago. So if you haven't said Nefer Mes Heru to her, please go do so. She is great, and send your love to her. I am currently the person that is making videos for the House of ATTON. So if you don't know, we have a variety of social media that you can follow and support. We have Instagram, TikTok, YouTube Shorts, Twitter, which is now known as X, and Spotify, which the Nefer sister, Nefert ATTON, makes the classes and puts them into digital video audio form. So she condenses these classes in the HOA classes so you can listen to them on Spotify, and it is very Nefer and unique. So you should go check that out and support Hotep, Mary, and Tua.
Hotep Ma'at, to everyone on the panel, to SABA Tehuti, everyone watching, SABA Tehuti and his net turrets and his surroundings. To our SABA for saving the world. And he saves my life. He hasn't just saved my life, but he saves my life continuously every day. To us so much, SABA, for all that you do for me, your students, your family, and everything that you do to bring MAAT into the world and get rid of ISFET from our consciousness. To us so much. To for tonight's class and all the pod classes that you give consistently. To everyone that supports consistently as well. I love to see SABA respected and loved and appreciated, and yeah, it's beautiful to see MAAT take place. So very much to everyone that does support, and to all of you on the panel. I love seeing all of you do the beautiful things that you're all doing. So very much.
What's up, Marie? Peace and love, everyone. Everyone in the chat, everyone on the panel. So, I read SABA Tehuti. I'll say this every time. I'm very grateful. I'm happy to be here. I'm very grateful for what SABA's done for myself to change the way I think about everything, the world, life, myself, and how I view things, and how I continue to grow within my art and grow within my coup and just learning. I'm grateful. I always forever be grateful for all the changes that have happened within myself. And I encourage everyone to support SABA, as I'll always be a supporter of SABA Tehuti. I'm an Hotep Ra, and I'm just happy, grateful, and just that the magic has changed. Not only myself, but everyone here. Obviously, we would not be here without with SABA's tutelage and teaching. So yes, it's peace and love, and happy message. I forgot how you say it, but yes, happy solar return to Nami. I said right. So peace and love.
What's up? Peace and love to everybody. Especially our great SABA Tehuti Amun Hotep Ra. Definitely a phenomenon has definitely happened, like Anu would say, and that's completely 100% accurate. To everybody here on the panel. I love when everybody come up here. It's a beautiful thing. It's always good to be here as well. To everybody in the chat, everyone that supports, Inu and Tua, to you all as well. All that searching, all that spiritual searching that that we've all, been through, and looking for answers, looking for truth, looking for some form of direction. If you're here and you're listening to this, then you're most definitely in the perfect place. Nothing like this is happening anywhere. And I'm very grateful for our great SABA. And I appreciate all that he does, and that consistency. So to you, great SABA, I appreciate you. It is definitely an honor to continue to live and see another beautiful day, and being able to be here and continue to expand even more. So Hotep Medi to everybody, and welcome to the Tehuti Podclass.
Hotep, Hush Nation, would you like to say a couple words?
Yeah, protect my brothers, protect my sisters. Protect to the onlookers that inspires. You know, I'm grateful to be here, most definitely. I was just watching how in everybody's background have knowledge, you know, just by watching your background, you could get knowledge, you know. Yeah, just appreciate all the knowledge, the MAAT, the Medu. Yeah, so definitely to all of you who doing things that are aware of, things that are ain't aware of, and definitely to SABA. You know, SABA saved my life same way. Saved my life same way. You know, so yeah, the bar, the car, the echo, he saved everything for me. So I definitely grateful. Yeah, I didn't know Nani had a birthday that just passed. So thanks for that heads up again. Definitely appreciate Nani. Marie, you know, so it's big salute, big love, big hotel, big Marie. Strength. Second.
Hotep Dina Suits, Hotep Henu, to our master teacher Saba Tehuti, and of course, peace and love. Already wished Nania Set Mur a happy solar return, happy born day. I really am excited about this question because I work with youth and have been working in the community for a long time, and they get labeled with these conditions, and the school districts get money for these labels. I don't want to steal Saba's thunder. I don't want to talk out of turn, but this is in my realm. The whole idea of attention deficit hyperactivity disorder and all these other terms and this Freemasonic language is hysterical. How much we're bombarded and attacked on a consistent basis. All the psychological war that happens against us, I am rejoicing. And I don't want to talk too much. I don't like talking. I'm about that action. But I will say this. What do I want to say? I'm extremely grateful. It feels good to have clarity. That is such a powerful thing, to have clarity. And I'm going to teach a little bit about arrested development tomorrow. And I believe Saba is going to address this as well on the attacks of the Matrix and how they bombard us. And Henu Hotep to Saba for being on the front line. He's such a part EE. And for all those that like to bombard, Henu Hotep to all those who are strategic and busting back and are accurate with their drawing of their axis and building nations so we can just live our lives and be left alone. So Hotep Henu to the Netaru for perfect timing and allowing me to be in the space. Hotep Mary.
All right, wonderful. Hotep Henu Makaru to everyone.
I don't know if I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt. The music got super loud, or is it me or is it everybody? I think the music is like super loud. Okay, it went down. Henu Hotep, engineer, architect.
Okay, Tua. Yes, peace and love, everyone. Tua. Let me check something real quick. Yes, Nefer Mesheru to the great Nani Aset Mer. Hope that your day and week, Great Saba said, is extended, so that's wonderful. Keep the celebrations going. That's a beautiful thing. So Tua for all that you're doing, great Nani Aset Mer. And yes, the support links for the Podclass are pinned to the top of the chat. So everyone be sure to utilize those, whether you're active in the chat, whether you're listening in the back, and never have, sent in a chat or a support. Every day is a day to establish MAAT and self-correct. So it's a beautiful thing. So everyone utilize those links that are pinned to the top to let the great Saba know that you appreciate what you are receiving, and also to let the Natiru know that you are Anki and Ma'at. So it's a beautiful thing. houseofatton.org is where you can go to get all of your merch, and as well as the pathways to awakening. So we have a yearly event where we all gather together and meet. And this year it is in Woodland Hills, California, October 20th, 2024. So if you have not purchased your tickets yet, go and make sure that you get those, so that way you're not waiting to the last moment. You want to be at this pathways. If you're a supporter, if you appreciate and you're known, you are invited to the great pathways to awakening that the great Menku Ara Mary Ma'at is putting together for us. So Hinu to that great brother for that, and Hinu to the great Nani Aset Mer for putting together the foods that will be provided there. So so everyone go and get your tickets, and I'll share my screen just momentarily to let everyone see. So this is the website, houseofatton.org. We have a shop section here with all type of House of Atton, the Natiru exist products. So we appreciate and tua to everyone who supports us through the website. We want everyone who does support what you see here to come and support on the website. Support the great Saba in the House of Atton. And most people choose to take their finances that they receive and throw it right back into the matrix immediately. And so, as building up of what today people know as businesses or companies or things of that nature, it's important that we support when that takes place, support each other. So everyone can come here, get your House of Atton merch, hoodies, long sleeves, short sleeves, everything is here. So it's a beautiful thing, many colors, and the highest of quality. So Tua and everyone who has, please come back to where you purchased and leave a review. The reviews definitely help when it comes to the what they call the SEO, the search engine optimization, when people are looking for specific things. So Tua for everyone who is leaving reviews as well. And the great Saba Tehuti, for anyone new, has 2 ebooks. These are definitely something that everyone should have. Stepping Out of the Matrix, by the great Saba, and Melanin Dark Consciousness. Soon as you make your purchases for these ebooks, you'll get a link sent directly to your email, and you'll be able to access that. The House of ATTON has a YouTube channel as well. That link is posted. And the very first video that we did was reading through Stepping Out of the Matrix. So our very first classes, the first 13, was Stepping Out of the Matrix, where we read through it and we began our journeys of becoming teachers in a public platform with the great guidance of Saba Tehuti, and watching what he does through the Podclass here. So so not only do you have access to these ebooks here, but you can also go to the House of ATTON YouTube and watch us read through it and then teach on specific parts of the book. So it's very powerful. So Tua and all of the pod classes are here as well. House of ATTON .org. Everything is here, very organized for everyone, and it's a beautiful thing. So everyone come and support all of the classes. And then here is the events link, where you can get the Pathways to Awakening tickets, right? And here you have the SAB. This was Minku Ara Mary Ma'at's idea. I just bring it to life. So Tua to the great Minku for all of his bright frequencies of thought that he brings to me to bring to you all. So yes, this is a celebration of the great Saba Tehuti and his Nefer A'ut, a gathering of the great Kuru and Meru, the members of the House of ATTON and the supporters. Kuru is a Medu word for to be within something. So this is the House of ATTON, and to be within that, you become a Kuru, and much more. And the Meru, which is a word that means to support, which is also the word for pyramid, and to love, the beloved. So this is a gathering of the great Kuru and Meru of the House of ATTON, who assist in making this all a reality. Come and celebrate with us in ways only the Natiru can. Right? So we have some very powerful things taking place. A Ren ceremony. The great Saba Tehuti provides those who would like to receive a Ren from him. Ren, which is the Medu Netter word for what today people know as a name. Very important part of yourself. It's so important that it's one of the 9 aspects that make up who you are, and something that carries with you from this life on. And that's the Ren. So the great Saba will be providing a Ren ceremony. We will also be having a Hotep ceremony, offering ceremony for the great Saba and his Ahut. We'll have a raffle, so get your raffle tickets as well. A talent show. We'll have an award ceremony as well. So there's going to be a lot of powerful things taking place, and I also will be performing live some tones, some music. So it'll be very powerful. And here's a full layout of the menu that will be available, provided by the great Nani Aset Mer. So this is her menu here, and you just enter the pathway here. And here are the tickets, and you choose your entree and what you would like here. And each downloadable, each ticket is downloadable, but they require a verification because this is a private event for those who we know and those who support the great Saba. So whenever you purchase your tickets, there's just a verification. So make sure you do that correctly, and then you will be sent information for everyone to have. So Tua Hinu, Hotep, those who have already purchased their tickets, the raffle and the talent show as well. Looking forward to that. Last year we ran out of time, but this year we'll definitely have time to be able to have that. So all of our great talented crew, sign up for the talent show. We want to look forward to that. It's going to be a lot of fun and great excitement. So like the great Antu said as well, we also have a social media platform. So you can go here, click this link tree, and here are all of our social platforms. Instagram, everyone follow us there. TikTok, Facebook, everything that you need is here on the link tree from the website. So two out to everyone who is following us, and two out to the great Antu for your consistency and for helping to facilitate all of the social media content. So we appreciate you, Antu. And yes, we'll come back here to the screen. I hear the great Saba Tehuti has made it back. Peace and love, Hotep.
Hotep. Greetings, peace and love. Back. I see smiles. I'm glad. We're going to break this matrix. Oh yeah, you. 1 second. Yeah, you are in there. Yeah. If you don't want to. Okay, I'm back. Yes, peace and love to everybody. We are back. We're going to get into this great answer, everybody. Buckle your seatbelts. Buckle your seatbelt. I see Kayla's already excited. Kayla, brand new, wants to come to the wants to jump on, come to the event. Kayla, glad to have you. Glad to have all new people. Merge in, which we're gonna have several classes, several of these Tehuti pod classes and things throughout the week before the event. Let's get to know you. Let's get to see you. Support the pod class. Send in questions. Sit in the audience. Come to the panel. Let's see who you are, and eventually, who knows? Maybe by the pathways you'll be known by then. And even if you don't attend the pathways, there's so many things happening with the House of Attend, and so many things happening with the 2D pod class. The main thing is you getting your questions answered and participating, and getting to know the family. And let's get to know who you are, especially. So, yes, not everybody can partake in the pathways. There have to be people that are known, and there's definitely reasons for that. So there's so many other things going on, but the main thing is come to the Tehuti pod class, support the pod class, send support, and that's the main thing. So we appreciate everybody new people that want to come to the pathways, but let's take it one step at a time. Support the pod class. Come before you come to the pathways. Let's come to the panel. That's actually instead of booking a flight and getting hotel and all of that for right now, take a first step and send support. Cash App, TTMO, PayPal, RACSV. Support the channel. I hope you will after this answer. And then all you got to do is you click on the link at the top, and it'll be so much easier than coming to the pathways. And then a couple more link, and next thing you know, you'll be on a plane coming to the event. But the first thing is that with a finger, and that'll be probably the first step, and support. So we peace and love to everybody, all the new people, all those who are watching. When the question is being answered, if you appreciate what you're about to see, what you're going to see, the support is PayPal at RACSV, Cash App, TTM Moon. I have sacrificed everything in my entire life to share this gift of being a channel for information and guidance, and breaking the matrix from a magician's magical side. I see things that are not seen by the average eye, because I spent many years in other situations that have opened my eye to see certain things. Kayla, everybody new will get to see
how a question is actually answered Tehuti Podclass style. Once you see that, everything else will move smooth from there. So yes, definitely support the Tehuti Podclass. Once you send the support in, come to the panel, introduce yourself. Hi, my name is Kayla. And then do that first. Do the Eminem first. Hi, my name is. And then once you do that, that'll be the first step for us to get to know everybody. So shout out to everybody. We're about to get into the very first question of the Tehuti Podclass, and the first question sent in of the Tehuti Podclass that is going to rock. It's gonna rock people's realms when we find out what's actually happening. Is the ADHD matrix Psyops? Is it a Psyops? Is it something natural? Is there anyone behind it? Is there something happening? I heard Menkor Ra. I think Menkor Ra, from what I know of Menkor Ra, he deals with children. You deal with a lot of children. Well, some of them are not really children, but you deal with people that are maybe in that category where you've come across ADHD supposed claims.
Yes.
Right. So he's gonna really appreciate this. Everybody's gonna appreciate this. And let's get into it, everybody. Get your pens, your pads out, get your information source, get your Cash App, get your PayPal. Welcome everybody to the House of the 10. Tehuti teachings of the Netzeru. Come join, be a part of this great phenomenon. Let me move a little closer so it can get brighter. I'm still getting used to this the technicals here, but everybody get your pens, pads out, get your reciprocity. I already see certain supports already coming in. For those who can't see or don't know what's going on the bottom of the screen, there it is big for you. PayPal at RockSV, Cash App TT Moon. I have sacrificed training professional bodybuilders, training professional athletes, training some people that you've seen on television, reality shows, performing magic shows, opening up for the Harry Potter book, several things that I actually was doing prior to this, and just teaching personal people in person, because that's what I did before the internet. Personal people in person, breaking the matrix. People would come to me directly, and I've sacrificed all of that to say, if the people truly want this here, they will support, and they will keep me in a relaxed state where I can just focus on giving this gift, so I don't have to break it up and go train this person, go educate this person, go do a whole bunch of things I used to do. I've gotten awards for lawn care, all type of different trophies and awards for things that I was doing, educating people on their lawns, educating people on driveways. I'm an educator, and I found a way to get reciprocity in all the things that I educated for. So I was that guy knocking on your door, teaching about grubs under your lawn and how to make aeration. And I was the one pushing the aeration. I may have been at your door. You don't recognize me, but I've been all over the world doing all kind of strange and interesting things to educate people, and I've been given reciprocity for that. And it's kind of like Spider-Man and what's that? The Bruce, one of those superheroes where they're Clark Kent and then there's Superman. So I'm your aeration guy. I was the guy fixing people's driveways, educating people on how to seal their driveway and make it waterproof. I was the one training the people on the reality show. I was doing all these different things, and they don't know me. None of them know me as Tehuti. So when they see me, when I go to them in that world, I'm a different name to each of the people in those different worlds. They know me in the bodybuilding community, the reptile community, aeration, lawnmower, all different type of fixing, all kind of different things. And they don't know me as Tehuti. My true manifestation of what I love is the Tehuti manifestation. So as long as I'm kept in the Tehuti form, I will constantly be here doing this. The second, as soon as this doesn't seem to have the reciprocity, as soon as it doesn't seem to have what is necessary, then I'm also the guy that you'll see opening up for the next Harry Potter book. I'll be in a costume and I'll be at something, at some other event. You won't even know that it's me. So I'm different beings in different places across the world. So shout out to all those who want to keep me here in the Tehuti Amenhotep raw form. And as long as you keep me here, I will break the matrix for you, guide you, connect you with ancient ancestors, do anything that you're asking about, because I sacrificed my younger life interacting with people and interacting with clubs and smoking weed or whatever, doing all those different things, was around animals. So because of that, I just come in a pure form and I can just attune in information. And my church say, what did you teach on last week? I don't know. I don't know what. Once I let go of the class, I have to be asked the question again, and somebody has to remind me of it. But while you put me in that frequency, boom, I'm in that frequency. So keep me here. And today will be an example to the new people of what you're about to see with ADHD. So here we go, everybody. Peace and love. Peace and love, Annie Patah. Peace and love, Anu Antu. Kush Nation. Ox Effect. Primordial Thought. 9. Mekora Marie Ma'at. And Bella, the friend of the Turks. All right, everybody. Peace and love to everybody. Little sister of the Naturts. Here we go. Everybody ready? Hush Nation, can you hear me? I'm going to help you. I'll put you in the... Okay, peace and love, good brother. Okay, everybody, here we go. Here we go. We're about to get into it. Welcome, everybody, to the Tutti Podclass. We are about to get into the first question of the Tutti Podclass. Let me go ahead and get the sound right. Let me go ahead and do a mic check. Press 9 if you can hear me. Let me scroll down here, get the everything ready. And here we go. Let me check the comments. Boom. Angela Gates has popped up. In effect. Hey, Ru said he can donate. Hey, Ru can donate silver. All right, we got a true person from Komet here. He's not gonna forget Cash App. I'm bringing bouillon. I'm bringing King Tut silver sword to the. I'm coming with horse and chariot and rubies and silver. So shout out to Hey Ru. Shout out to Hey Ru. He's a new person here. Yes, but start off definitely by donating to the Cash App and the PayPal. That's what's going to keep this going here. Shout out to Lisa. Shout out to Boss Fee. Boots, the cat. Sasha. Bella with the special package. All right, we're waiting for that special package. Here we go, everybody. Boom. Let me go to present. Let me stop the screen for one moment. Do something. Hold on. Let me see this. Check. Take off the volume. Volume check and visual check. Here we are. Here we go. Are you ready, everybody? Welcome to Tutti Podclass. Let me go ahead and put this on here. Screen share. And let's get into the first question. Let's break this matrix. Ready, everybody? Boom. There's a screen. And boom. Welcome to the Tutti Podclass. The question answer class of the House of ATTON. Due to the kidnapping of your history, your spiritual identity. One moment, let me get the volume up. Due to the kidnapping of your... Oh, what is this on the screen? Goodbye. That's interesting. All right, everybody, here we go. Let's start again. Oh, what's happening here? We got interesting stuff happening. Okay, boom. Welcome, everybody, to the Tutti Podclass. Welcome, everybody, to the Tutti Podclass, the question and answer class of the House of ATTON. Due to the kidnapping of history and your spiritual identity stolen, millions of people have questions about who they are, where they come from, if immortality exists, what is the original religion, what is the original languages, what about spirituality, who are the Netsiru, what about my physical health, what about mental purity and mental detoxification? I've been having out-of-body experiences. What are those? Are there ancient sources to these out-of-body experiences or anything spiritual? Are there government psyops? Are the conspiracy theories actually correct? Is there a government agenda? Is there a higher-powered Big Brother type agenda going on? What about telepathy? quantum entangled consciousness. Unfortunately, in the agenda of atheism, disguised now, unfortunately, in the form of black consciousness or conscious woke atheists, the atheistic quote-unquote Kemetic teachers will not have classes on the actual teachings and disciplines of the ancient writings of the indigenous people themselves and their spiritual beliefs, but rather teach from memes, or they only do debate, debunk, I expose you, challenge videos, so other spiritual beliefs. Everything is, the Hebrews are wrong, the Bible is stolen, the Egyptians are white, the Egyptians are black, the Egyptians are Arabs, the pyramids are in America are older than the ones here in Egypt. We are the Abos, we're American Indian, we're not African. Everything based on contention, every topic attacking everyone, but never giving you any indigenous written spiritual discipline in its place of what they actually adhere to on a daily basis, or discipline when their computer shuts down, that they and their family actually practice when the hype is gone. What are they and their family actually practicing at home? Never showing you what they actually believe in, because in truth, ladies and gentlemen, all those quote-unquote conscious teachers actually don't believe in anything. They're actually all just atheists. They just have the urge to argue, have discussions based on contention. Thus, to hide the fact that they cannot answer the questions because they actually don't live it, they have made you feel uncomfortable to ask any of these above questions, and you are laughed off the stage or insulted for the above inquiries. Thus, the only platform, class, movement that exists on this planet where you can send in these questions with reciprocity and get an ebook personalized documentary type of answer customized for you, and on top of all that, taught live with each answer, get a subconscious matrix broken for you, is here at the Tehuti Podclass. What are the questions for this section that Tehuti will answer? And the question sent in with a beautiful support is YOAN BILODEAU, $40, class on ADHD. 80 Thieves had the same question, so we echoed the support. YOAN BILODEAU's class on ADHD. Tua SABA, Tua, YOAN for the synchronicity. So he was thinking on the same thing. So there's no actual question here. It's just for a class on ADHD, because they know if they ask a question here at the Tehuti Podclass, they are going to get information that is not taught anywhere else on whatever topic you happen to be interested in. Let us continue. Here we go. Boom! Another great question sent in by two consistent students echoing each other on this very common topic that most of us have dealt with, or have family members that have dealt with this. Or have family members that have dealt with this, friends that have dealt with this, children that have dealt with this. Is this a natural occurrence? It seems very common. Well, first, let us look at the definition from the CDC on ADHD. ADHD, attention deficit hyperactivity disorder. ADHD in the classroom, helping children succeed in school. At a glance, children with attention deficit hyperactivity disorder experience more obstacles in their path to success than the average student. The symptoms of ADHD, such as inability to pay attention, difficulty sitting still, difficulty controlling impulses. So again, the symptoms of ADHD, such as inability to pay attention, difficulty sitting still, and difficulty controlling impulses, can make it hard for children with this diagnosis to do well in school. Okay, so that's from the CDC. The Center of Disease Control. Okay, so what is this very common word within our vocabulary that most everyone in their life has used or witnessed? Is this a normal part of life? It seems so. It seems very, very common. Is it normal? It has become normalized. But is this a normal part of life? It seems to be extremely common. Or is it a psyops? And that, and exactly how deep it gets, of course, you will find out here at the Tehuti Podclass. So first, for basic understanding and understanding the acronym, I will take you to the Mayo Clinic, where you will notice the very first interesting thing
actually happens, and this is actually where the Psyops begins. See if anybody can catch it. Here we go. So now we're going to go to the Mayo Clinic, Adult Attention Deficit Hyperactivity Disorder, ADHD. Adult Attention Deficit Hyperactivity Disorder, ADHD, is a mental health disorder that includes a combination of persistent problems such as difficulty paying attention, hyperactivity, and impulsive behavior that matches the CDC. Adult ADHD can lead to unstable relationships, poor work or school performance, low self-esteem, and other problems. Though it's called adult ADHD, symptoms start in early childhood and continue into adulthood. In some cases, ADHD is not recognized or diagnosed until the person is an adult. Adult ADHD symptoms may not be as clear as ADHD symptoms in children, and adult hyperactivity may decrease, but struggles with impulsiveness, restlessness, and difficulty paying attention continues. They continue. Okay. Now we'll take you to the American Psychiatric Association. Now here we are in the American Psychiatric Association under the section, of course, what is ADHD? Under parents and families, attention deficit hyperactivity, and then on to what is ADHD. Attention deficit hyperactivity disorder is one of the most common mental disorders affecting children. Symptoms of ADHD include inattention, not being able to keep focus, hyperactivity, excess movement that is not fitting to the setting, impulsivity, hasty acts that occur in the moment without thought. ADHD is considered a chronic and debilitating disorder and is known to impact the individual in many aspects of their life, including academic and professional achievements, interpersonal relationships, and daily functions, found in the study of Harper 2005. ADHD can lead to poor self-esteem and social function in children when not appropriately treated. Harper again, 2016. Adults with ADHD may experience poor self-worth, sensitivity towards criticism, increased self-criticism, possibly stemming from higher levels of criticism throughout life. Of note, ADHD presentation and assessment in adults differs. This page focuses on children. Okay? Let us continue. Nice and warm in here. Here we go. All right. Did you notice the difference? One said ADHD, which is the common terminology we all know. The other definition had the word adult. Yet the one describing the children's ADHD, it is just called ADHD. Desensitizing your mind is a normal thing when children have this, and we'll get into that later in the class. For now, let's look into what exactly ADHD is and where in the brain this affects. Okay, let me walk you through. Here we go. Ready, everybody? And here's how we answer questions here at the Tehuti Podclass. Let's get right into the brain. Here it is. Ready? Boom. In regular brain function, dopamine and norepinephrine is released into the brain from the presynaptic terminal. Then these are transmitted. They're transmitters. They bind themselves to the proper receptors of the postsynaptic terminal. Let me shrink this down a little bit. And here's a diagram of that. So, in the regular brain function, the dopamine and norepinephrine is released into the brain from the presynaptic terminal. Then these neurotransmitters bind themselves into the proper receptors of the postsynaptic terminal. And here's the postsynaptic. Here's the adrenergic receptors. Here's the postsynaptic, and here's the presynaptic. And let's scroll down. Here's the dopamine, hydroxylase, dopamine, and here's the norepinephrine And this is the normal function. This is what's supposed to happen. And there's a reason why that's supposed to happen. We'll get into that shortly. Here we go. Now, dopamine is a neurotransmitter responsible and engaged with motivation, attention, and the reward system that works off of the basal ganglia and the pre-anxious feeling that drives you to focus on the reward satisfaction. Again, dopamine is a neurotransmitter responsible and engaged with motivation. That's the urge to reach your goal. Attention, focus in order to reach the goal. And the reward system, which is the goal, that works off of the basal ganglia and pre-anxious feeling that drives you to focus on the reward satisfaction, such as you want to get that hamburger, you want to get that lasagna, you want to get that food. You haven't quite tasted it yet, but the neurotransmitter dopamine is engaged in the motivation and the attention to focus on the basal ganglia's process of the reward system, and lets you have an anxious feeling that drives you to reach a goal that deals with biological imperative. It can be eating food, or that energy you get when you want to have sex with somebody, when you want to kiss, hug, have sex, that feeling you get where you haven't done it yet, but there's this drive that will make you do all types of things to get that. And that is a motivated attention aspect that works off of the basal ganglia, and is the transmitter is the dopamine necessary for you to survive and necessary for you to execute any goal that deals with your survival. This function has to work properly where the dopamine and the norepinephrine is released into the synaptic terminal, and then the neurotransmitters bind themselves to the proper receptors of the postsynaptic. This is how you survive. This is how you are alive right now. This is your motivation to do anything that deals with your survival. This has to function properly. This is the dopamine pathway and the reward system. Okay? We've actually gone over this part of the brain for the last 3 classes. Okay, so this is the reward system, right? Now, norepinephrine, because we deal with the dopamine, now norepinephrine is a neurotransmitter responsible and works with your memory, alertness, learning, all 3 dealing with focus and attention. So, dopamine, being a neurotransmitter engaged with motivation, attention, and the reward system, in order for you to even have, in order for you to even continue the path of the motivation is just the catalyst. So the motivation is the catalyst to want to do something. In order for you to continue on the path, norepinephrine has to kick in, where you have a memory of what your mission you're even on. Because you can have the motivation to do something, and then you create a plan, you forget the plan because your norepinephrine is not working properly. You have to have memory, and you have to be sharp in learning and alertness in order to keep the plan intact. So you can have all the motivation you want from the dopamine to get to the reward system that's working off the basal ganglia area of the brain. But if you don't remember what your plan is, there's no discipline. You're all over the place. If there's no alertness and sharpness, if your brain is foggy and there's no alertness, sharp consciousness, you cannot continue to plan, to execute, to get to the reward system. Thus, dopamine and norepinephrine have to work together because all 3 are dealing with focus and attention to reach the end goal, which is the reward system that works off of the basal ganglia area of the brain that keeps all human beings alive. Boom! Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. Here we go. Let's keep going. They wanted a class on ADHD. Here we go. So here's the norepinephrine found in the brain. This is the alertness, and it now regulates your mood. Now, how does this work? Because your mood must, if you're on a mission and you have to maintain focus, your mood thus must be regulated, because you can easily be distracted from your mission. Let's see if I can. You can easily be distracted from your mission if you're having mood swings. So your mission is to get to an end goal, but all of a sudden somebody does something that angers you while you're on your way to the end goal. You branch off and start to argue. Now you're not on the path anymore. You're no longer alert and sharp.
the basal ganglia is not working properly, the norepinephrine is not working properly, and now you're having mood swings. Because if your mood is changing, you can't stay on a particular path. That's why people that have ADHD, it looks like they're going through mood, having tantrums, or they're because your mood is your driving force. Because you're in a good mood if you're reaching a goal. You know that feeling you get when you're almost at your goal? You're in a great mood because you're almost at the goal. The basal ganglia reward system is almost satisfied. The dopamine is almost there. If somebody changes your mood, you're all over the place. VRI has arrived. VRI is here. Hey, Ruth saying thank you already. VRI saying Tua, Tanya Experience is here. Okay, here we go. Ready. Let's continue. Welcome to Tehuti Podclass. Support the Tehuti Podclass, and I hope you appreciate this more than the Nathan's hot dog that we've all sent reciprocity to, and the popcorn and the bubble gum. Here we go, everybody. Ready? Boom. Support the truth. Here we go. So, when in a healthy brain state, all of these are working together. It's a basal ganglia in the forebrain, which corresponds with wakefulness, and the amygdala and hippocampus, which holds emotional episodic memories. One functional corresponding memory episode leading to another one that corresponds. Thus, a linear line of focus, coherent continuum, the opposite of tumultuous, chaotic thought. So now now you have the motivation. That's a spark of the dopamine. There's your motivation. You have the attention. The reward system is waiting for you. That's the dopamine. Norepinephrine kicks in the brain. Now you have a memory of what your goal even is. You're alert, so you don't get distracted off of it, and you're learning. You have to learn and have a memory, because like I've said many times, if you learn something and have no memory of it, you never learned it. Every day would be a brand new day. So norepinephrine is working with the learning and holding the memory of it. Now the dopamine is working with the norepinephrine, and then the basal ganglia works with the amygdala and the hippocampus. They all start working together because now the hippocampus and the amygdala are holding emotional episodic memory. If you don't have episodic memory, that means there's no episode leading to the other, such as the confused feeling that we all get when we walk into a room. You ever walk into a room and you're like, what did I come in here for? Huh? That's just a transient global amnesia. So transient global amnesia, you walk into a room and everybody's experienced this, and you're like, wait, what am I in the room for? Now, if you had the motivation to go in the room, the attention to reach a goal, you've learned what you needed, have a memory of why you're going into that room. If transglobal amnesia kicks in and you forget, you have to start all over again. Now you're in a room and you don't remember why you're there. You have an attention deficit. Something is wrong. Why am I here? If you don't remember why you're there, you'll never reach the goal. If you never reach the goal, you never achieve. This is the agenda that must be enforced, because if you have a society of people that are constantly distracted by mood swings, forgetting goals, move the goalposts, move over here, that's the easier society to control. Welcome to Tehuti Podcast, everybody. Here we go. Let's keep going. Let's find out how ADHD works, how the parts of the brain that are supposed to work, and if these parts work healthily, you never have to experience this phenomenon that seems so normal called ADHD, and you wouldn't have a tumultuous chaotic thoughts. Okay, so you have a coherent continuum. That's the opposite of tumultuous chaotic thoughts. Okay, here we go. Everything is working. The frontal cortex working with the attention, wakefulness, behavioral flexibility,
You have behavioral flexibility, but you have cognitive control. You need the frontal cortex has behavioral flexibility, but you need cognitive control, or your emotional wakefulness will be unstable. You'll be everywhere. Hippocampus working with stress responses and working with the awakenings. Everything's dealing with the awakened state. Focus, memory, the amygdala and the hippocampus down here. Episodic emotional memories. You need episodic emotional memories, or you never remember what you learned the day before. That's you'll be a baby every single minute of your life. All of these areas of the brain working functionally, healthily, there'll be no ADHD. Okay, let's continue. Thus, when these pathways are poisoned, damaged, or intentionally intoxicated, or are genetically altered, agenda-driven psyops, boom, the prefrontal cortex, which includes the basal ganglia, limbic system, and the corpus callosum, are the first to be affected by ADHD. The corpus callosum, aka that's the white matter in the brain, the white matter area, and its primary communication network between the left and right hemispheres of the brain. So if you affect the corpus callosum and the white matter of the brain, you now have an imbalanced functioning hemispheric problem, because the left side of the brain and the right side of the brain have completely different functions. There has to be a hemispheric balance of white matter and proper communication continuum, or you will suffer from several different things. And the first to go is attention loss. That's the first to go. The first to be affected, the corpus callosum. Okay, boom. Now what happens is you have the default mode network. Default mode network is not an area you have to try to control. The DMM, it's the brain network that is only active when the mind is at rest. This is the default mode that you go into when your mind is at rest, which is the state that it goes into what's called self-referential thinking. So self-referential thinking. Let me come to the screen. Welcome to the Podclass. Self-referential thinking is everything accumulates and is rethought and re-gone over once you shift from a beta wavelength, protective beta wavelength, and you slow down into an alpha, and even slower into a theta delta, or you go into REM mode in your awakened state or sleeping state. You can go into your REM mode awake too. You go to the REM mode state or the theta wavelength state from the hyperactive beta wave, and now the body starts to digest everything you learned. It's self-referential. It's referring now, what have I experienced? This is why dream work is so important. What have I experienced? What has happened to me? What has been learned? What's being collected? You can't think about all those things while you're in the beta wavelength, because your mind is constantly in action, trying to protect itself, consciously thinking about these things. The only time it can be digested properly is when you go into the default mode, referential mode, and you're now resting. Now you wake up with new cognitive thought. You wake up with new parts of the brain developed. New parts of the brain develop because they develop while you were sleeping. Episodic memories, everything made sense. And then you wake up, and you may wake up with an epiphany. You may wake up with information. You may wake up with new knowledge. You may wake up not even knowing that you have new knowledge because it's subconscious until you reach the situation. You're like, I know what to do here. How'd you know what to do? Because I learned it a year and a half ago. And it stayed stored in my my default mode. Welcome to Tehuti Podclass. There's so much to teach, so much to gain, and so much guidance. Where's the time for the drama? I don't have time for it. Here we go, everybody. Ready? Let's go. Boom. So the default mode, the default mode network, the DMN, is the brain network that is only active when the mind is at rest, which is the default mode. In this state, it goes into self-referential thinking. In contrast, DMN mode is not active during the tasks that require the focus, problem solving, or goal-directed thinking. It is an involuntary reference
that is compounded while you rest. So that's when you wake up. And if you want, the voluntary references are scrambled, making the waking unstable. Results in also a scrambled mind, an underdeveloped frontal lobe, causing deficiencies in the next situation, which is what? Executive functioning. How many people here have learned about executive functioning lately? While everybody's arguing, screaming at each other and debating and battling, what are you learning about your executive functioning, which is necessary for healthy brain activity that is actually the result of the DMN functioning properly while you rest? You have what's called executive functioning. There we go, everybody ready? Boom. Yes, there is another set of neurocognitive skills which are attacked. Executive functioning skills. Executive functioning, EF skills, are the neurocognitive skills that support the reflective, what's called the top-down coordination and control of other brain functions, working memory for planning and self-control. There is a neural and behavioral evidence for a continuum for more what's called the cool EF skills activated in emotionally neural context to more what's called hot EF skills needed for the reversal of the motivational significant tendencies. Executive functioning skills, the EFS skills, are processed in a part of the brain called the prefrontal cortex. Other parts of the brain are closely connected with the prefrontal cortex, are also involved in this executive functioning skill. Okay, so here's the executive functioning in the prefrontal cortex, but also there are all these other areas that are also involved, which deal again with memory, recognizing faces, generating emotion language, planning, organizing, emotional and behavioral control, personality problem solving, attention, social skills, flexibility thinking, conscious moving, and then the expressive area, the Broca's area, which expresses the language. Okay, so the prefrontal lobe, perception, spatial awareness, manipulating objects, spelling. The Wernicke's area, understanding language. All these are working with executive. With the executive functional, the EF skills. All right, welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. Everybody here, ready to go. Okay, boom. An underdeveloped frontal lobe causes deficiencies in executive functioning like working memory and the ability to plan and stay organized. Neural activity associated with executive function skills are neural circuits involving brain regions in the PFC and other areas, and they typically measured behavioral as 3 different skills. So here we go. One, inhibitory control. 2, working memory. 3, cognitive flexibility. Inhibitory control involves deliberately suppressing attention or the other responses. So you actually have inhibitory control where you can purposely suppress the attention or other responses, which you have to have attention and focus to do that. Okay, so let's say, for example, inhibitory control, you find yourself being distracted where your attention goes. You start daydreaming. You're working on something, all of a sudden you're like, whoa. Wait, where was I for the last 5 minutes? You were daydreaming, or you end up talking to somebody, so you've given your attention to that. Now, you have to have an inhibitory function that intentionally suppresses attention. So not only you have to have the working areas of the brain healthy to continue the attention, but you also need this area to stop having your attention go to what your goal is not. Because you can have attention on the wrong thing, which can also serve as an attention deficit, because even though you're focused on this other thing, like, wait a minute, that's not what... Have you ever been in an argument with somebody? And after about 20 minutes of arguing, you're like, wait, what was the topic again? What happened? What are we arguing? I come into rooms sometimes and people are arguing, and I'm like, hey, what's the how this argument start? What's the initial topic?
I don't even know, man. Yo, I don't remember how this started, man. Because your attention was clear on the wrong thing, so you ended up leaving the foundation of what you were trying to solve in the initial discussion. Never start off as an argument. No argument starts off as an argument. Have you ever noticed that? Because you have cognitive behavioral flexibility control. And when you start off, you have cognitive behavioral flexibility control, emotional flexibility control, so that you can move from emotional state to one emotional state and still be calm. No argument usually starts off in an argument state. It usually starts off with you're talking first, then there's a disagreement. As soon as the disagreement happens, you don't say, ah! It doesn't start off like that. There's a buildup, and then it turns into the argument. Because your attention, the inhibition to have your attention focus on, to stop that attention and focus on the original discussion. And that's why you hardly see scientists in an emotional argument. Hardly. You hardly go to a science lab or a quantum physics lab. You see Neil deGrasse Tyson and Michio Kaku talking, and they're talking back and forth. Some of the ideas may not match, and they're like, but presuppose this, but what about this? Well, I've discovered this. And they're having a disagreement, but you never see Neil deGrasse Tyson and Michio Kaku. You get some mother effer. What you say? Your mama. What you? Yeah, that's right, man. I'm gonna smack your daughter when I. What you say? Come. What? Look at me. Look at. I did. Swing. Why is Neil deGrasse Tyson and Michio Kaku not yelling swing? What do you say? N-word? What? Huh? I did. Look at me. Say it again. Say it again. Where's that? Where's that in the quantum physics lab? No, it doesn't happen. They have a disagreement. So why are you like that with other people? Why is it outside of that area? Huh? Because when you're seeking for knowledge, when your attention is focused in the amygdala and hippocampus, and everything in the synapses is working properly, you can be Neil deGrasse Tyson and Michio Kaku and have an attention to get to a goal of a subject matter. So thus you're unbiased in the subject matter. You just want to know what does the data say? My data said this. Well, I haven't done your experiment yet. My data disproves yours. Oh, that's because you haven't done the experiment yet. Try this one. And you never see what? Huh? Come on. Yo, what's your Addy? What's your Addy, man? What's your Addy? Where's Albert Einstein asking for people's Addy? Huh? What happened? Albert Einstein. What's your Addy? What? I'm gonna pull up, Albert Einstein. Here we go, everybody. Let's go, everybody. Here we go. Focus. There we go. Let's go. Boom, boom, boom. You never see two quantum physicists asking for each other's Addy. Here we go. Boom, boom, boom. Let's go, everybody. So inhibitory control involves deliberately suppressing attention or other responses to something, ignoring a distraction or stopping an impulsive utterance. Any issue in the executive function that affects the inability to follow directions, the exact manifestation of the actions now called ADHD. Thus, a mind of ADHD that results in ancient times not being able, let me get this second. In ancient times not being able to create or build a civilization. So, if ancient civilizations had ADHD, it would actually result in the inability to be able to create or build a civilization. Not being able to follow instructions of your superior. Not being able to follow through with curing and aiding surgery prescriptions. Not being able to follow through in the discipline, which would mean an ADHD and a civilization of spirituality discipline, MAAT, would be the ultimate manifestation of evil, incarnating, resulting in destructive mind and the cool light consciousness being destroyed, the inability of being accountable, that you follow through with a precise plan. And tell me,
What is the oldest spiritual word on the planet, everybody, for evil? That was developed along the Nile Valley in Tamaray. Let me come to the room. What's the ancient word that they taught you was the ancient word for evil? Ma'at was order. What was the opposite? Go ahead and type it in the room. Type it in the room. Bill Gates, what's your Addy? There we go. Boom. Angela Gates is laughing. That's right. Boom. ISFET, ISFET, ISFET. 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 Okay, good. ISFET. SABA. The ones of ISFET. ISFET. So everybody has the answer. ISFET is the word for the manifestation of ultimate evil. To have an ADHD mind state, it deals with not being able to follow instructions. All of the laws of Ma'at start off with the instructions of Ptah-Hotep, the instructions of Amenemopi, the instructions given to this, the instructions, because there was a succession of superiority, ranking system, and thus accountability. So what do they do in the new conscious community when giving you the new age version of Kemet consciousness? There's no ranking system. Ain't nobody above me. Nobody tell me what to do. I'm like, oh, you study Kemet? You're into Kemet? Yeah, man, I'm into Kemet. Word, man, I'm into Kemet. I'm into the knowledge, man. Okay, wonderful. Who's your superior? Who are you superior to? What's your ranking system? Can you please give me an era in Kemet where there was no ranking system? Who's your priest? What happened? You're into Kemet? You mean you're searching for the truth. You're not into Kemet. Kemet was a country that has treasurers, superiors, magistrates, scribes, priests, priestesses, students, teachers, ranking system, magistrates that would bring you to the courts when they found you not following Ma'at, so that you had to stand in front of the council and explain yourself. You had to be accountable to a group of people. If you're not doing that, you're not into Kemet. You're into the fashion of an Ankh on your chest. You're into having the name Ptah, Amun, Min, Ra, such and such, Hotep. You're into just the prettiness of it. But name for me any ancient Kemetic person that wasn't ranked. I read the Book of the Dead, and he was a treasurer, ranked as a scribe, with a scribe on top of him that he had to be accountable for if there was mistakes made. You're in front of a group of people. You're in front of there's a culture, a civilization. Not just you in the bedroom as an introvert typing, I'm into the red, black, and green. You're not into Kemet. Kemet is not a religion. Kemet is not a culture. Kemet is a country. The way is called Ma'at. If you're not a part of any ranking system, if there's nobody you have to hold it accountable to, and no one holds accountable to you, do not say anymore that you're into Kemet. Say, I would like to be into Kemet. So how do I structure this? How do I structure Kemet? There's a structure system. But the new conscious community, what they do, the ones that were the unks and pro-black and all this, don't listen to no man. Don't listen to me. Do your own thing. Free will. Do whatever you want to do, man. Don't listen to nobody. I'm like, that's awesome, man. Which axiom is that? Which scribe taught that? I missed that lesson. What was the name of the scribe again that taught, do what you want to do. Don't listen to nobody. Have nobody over you. What's the name of that Kemetic scribe again? I forgot his name. Could you remind me, please? I forgot his name. There's no name. He just made it up. Do what you like. So you're not Kemetic. If you're not a part of anything with a ranking system, not a part of any type of structure, you're not Kemetic. You just
like some knowledge. You like some knowledge, but knowledge doesn't come with guidance. You see, your Uncle Momo can know all the knowledge about basketball. Kobe struck this. Kobe did. LeBron James was born in 19 such and such. He got this award for this. He got this. This person got this trophy. They scored a bunch of goals, and you put him on the basketball court. You put Uncle Momo on the basketball court. I ain't say I could play. I ain't say I want to be on a team. I don't listen to no coach. Ain't no this. I ain't never practiced. I got the knowledge. I know when Kobe was born, LeBron. I know the size of his hands. Wilkins had a big 14-inch shoe. Shaq's wife did. I got the knowledge. I'm got the knowledge and the knowledge. You got the knowledge. And you get on the basketball court, and Uncle Momo can't dribble. Okay, so you just like it. Don't call yourself a basketball player. Just say you like to watch basketball. Don't call yourself comedic. Just say you like to watch the documentaries and you like it. Just say that. Okay, here we go. Let's get back into it. That is ADHD. That's the Psyops. That's what mainly the new conscious community, new agers want to put you in. No structure, no system, which is against every single ancient culture that they say you got to get back to your roots. Name who? Get back to what's our roots? What's the name of the culture that didn't have a structured system? I don't know, man. I do my own thing. I don't follow nobody. So you're not a Dogon. You're not in anything. Here we go, everybody. Boom. Ready? Boom, boom, boom. There it is. All right. So it's ISFET. You are ding, ding, ding. Everybody's right. There it is. ISFET. There's the word right there. ISFET. There's the ISF, and then there's a T, and then there's a U, which makes something expand. Plural. I've already explained why this makes something greater. And plural because of the swallow birds, what's called the mincy birds. This makes something bigger. You've already done that class. But here we go, everybody. So that's plural. ISFET, because ISFET doesn't just come as one thing. ISFET comes in pluralities, massiveness at times. Chaos, mental incoherency, the mind fluctuating one thing to the next, the inability to focus. This would be considered the ultimate evil because one who cannot focus could never be disciplined and thus could never be accountable for any action. Thus, in the mental state of chaos, reproducing more chaotic people because the coherency is cut off. Coherency is cut off as opposed to a continuum, you know. The continuum, like all those parts of the brain do. Episodic memory, a continuum. Opposed to a continuum line, focus, and this is the agenda. The mind state that the Matrix would love to have you in is an unfocused person is the easiest to hypnotize and control. Does ADHD on any level would be Thus, ADHD on any level would be the ultimate weapon of the success for the Matrix. To have a bunch of people in a chaotic mind state reproducing more people with incoherent thought because the coherency is cut off as opposed to a continuum thought how the brain is supposed to work because there's a structure, there's a culture, and when your mind is going in every which way, thus you don't focus, that your critical thinking goes down, and thus you're very easy to hypnotize and control. That would be the ultimate weapon of success for the Matrix to have you in, on any level of ADHD, which is the new agenda of the new conscious community. Do what you like, go anywhere, whatever you want. I ain't follow nobody. I do this, you do that, to each his own. Yes. Cutting off of mental coherency, the inability to stick to a plan, thus cutting the plan off before you reach the goal. The cutting off of your focus, that is ISFET. And thus now today, for the very first time in your life, you will hear the other definition, which will make more sense to you now, of the word ISFET on September 14th, 2024 in the Tehuti Podclass. What else does the ancient word ISFET mean that all of your teachers have never told you? They just told you that it was evil. What is the meaning of the word ISFET? Boom. What does it mean? Page 89 of the Egyptian Hieroglyphic Dictionary. To cut off. asif, and the T is added to words to make it mean it's reproducing something like a female does. The root word is asif, asifet, and it means to cut off. The very definition of ISFET is to cut off a continuum. You have a line of something flowing, like all those areas in the brain that I described. Planning, episodic memory, to get you from one episode connected to the next episode. You must remember the last episode so that they can connect. So there will be a coherent line for you to get to your goal for the basal ganglia to work properly for you to reach the reward system of the synaptic path of norepinephrine and dopamine. There has to be a focus. Thus, you're moving down a path. It's straight and narrow. You're moving. You have the goal in mind. If that's cut off, or you go this way, it's cut off. That is the definition of ISFET. It's chaos because the path is cut off of your mental focus. Did your comedic teacher ever teach you that? Yeah. Can't teach you that. Because they are cut off. They are all over the place. A little bit of this, let's break a little bit of that. There's no focus. And that's why people who are out there studying, saying they're the comedic this and comedic that, they're not acknowledged by there's no group of people that acknowledge them as that title. You see? Because you tomorrow could call yourself a priest. I'm a comedic priest. I'm a comedic this, I'm that. Only if the people acknowledge that you are. You see? You're only the ranking system that you are if the people acknowledge that. They have police outfits on Amazon. You can buy one, badge and all. You can call yourself a police tomorrow. Only when the structured ranking system, police department, acknowledges that you're a police, you can buy a lieutenant badge. They're on the website. Alibaba. You can buy the captain badge of the fire department. There's military suits sold. You can get a suit that says Navy SEAL until you run up on the actual Navy SEALs that have structure, a lieutenant, a chief, training, discipline, sleepover nights, outside training, indoor training, discipline, badge systems given out, ranking systems, paperwork filled out, ID cards filled out. Then you're a Navy SEAL. Then you're a lieutenant of the fire department. Not because you bought it from Amazon, you like the knowledge. If there's no set of people that you're accountable to that says, yes, that is our such and such. Yes, and I am this such and such. That's why for those who are just watching this for the very first time, the House of Aten, the ancient Tehuti teachings of the Neteru, we have people that are in position, people that have titles. We have the scribe, the techetu, we have a SABA, we have different positions, and each person respects that man or woman in that position, and they have responsibilities in that position because of the structured system. That's how you build a village. That's how you build a community, with a pathway. Cut off the pathway, and that's the definition of ISFET, to cut off something. The other definition, chaos, which means that the pathway of the amygdala, the pathway of the basal ganglia, the pathway of the hippocampus, the pathway of the focus, the pathway is cut. Now you're in HDAD, because in ancient times, it wasn't called ADHD, it was called ISFET. The very definition of being not focused. Welcome to Tehuti Podclass, everybody. Here we go. Let's go. Boom, 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 boom. Welcome to this beautiful phenomenon. Hope you all appreciate it. Send your questions, send your support if you're benefiting from this at all. If not, type in the room. I don't benefit at all from this. But if I see that typing come in the room and I saw your name there at the beginning of the class, I'd be like, hey, you're still here? Here we go, everybody. Boom. So there's a definition of ISFET. ISF is to cut off something. Cut off something. Boom, everybody. Boom, to cut off, discontinue, stop short. This focus on discipline focus to reach the end of a goal, the cutting off of your full potential of the amygdala and the basal ganglia to reach the dopamine satisfaction of achievement and the reward system, because your mind is too hyper, thus cannot maintain the attention to execute your goal, to execute your end goal. ISFET is to be unfocused, which is ADHD in any form. It is called ADHD today. Ancient times called ISFET, which is why prior to the Psyops agenda, thousands of years before the Matrix was developed, it was a part of the daily law to have a focused mind, examine, stay focused to reach an end goal, and do not even participate in anything unless it is fully examined and you have a straight away path of planning. When the path of planning is executed, the response will be forever right. As we see here in the laws of MAAT, of Ankh Shesh Ankh, and the writings of the Battle of Kadesh inscription, 1274 BC of Ramis, Usama et Ra Septepenra. Right here. Here's a papyrus instruction. That means somebody's following someone else. Instruction. And here it is. Serve any man that you may have profit. Serve your father, serve your mother. It starts off with you as a servant. I don't follow nobody. Serve any man that you may find a profit. Serve your mother and father that you may go prosper. Now here it is. Examine every matter. Examine every matter that you may understand it. Examine. Be gentle and patient. This is the opposite of ADHD. You're examining, seeking understanding, and now you have to be patient. Follow it through. Don't be hyper. Patience is the opposite of hyperactivity. Then your heart will be beautiful in its maturity. That instruction succeeds. Maturity can only be gained with experience, but there is no experience without memory. If you don't have a memory of something, you have not psychologically and mentally experienced it, and thus you're a baby. When you have proper functioning ganglia and amygdala, now you can mature, because remember, the part of the area of the brain and norepinephrine works with the learning aspect. In order to mature, you have to learn from your last episode, thus the success of episodic memory. And thus you receive instruction. Now you succeed. You've reached your end goal. Dopamine satisfied. Don't say I am learned. Set yourself to become wise. Do not do a thing that you have not examined first. Examining makes you good fortune. Fortune is what's at the end of the goal. Fortune, your destination, your fortune at the end. That's the end. Because your planning was not cut off, was not ISFET. You were disciplined. You had a structured life. Now we are in 1274 BC. Ramesses, Usama Ra Septepenra, Mariamun, Kadesh battle inscription, 1274 AD. Looking straight and free from boasting, firm in conduct, good in planning, whose first response is ever right. So when you're looking straight, you're not being distracted by emotion. You're not being distracted, free of boasting. You're free of all the distractions. Let me come to the screen a second. A lot of people ask you, Tehuti, they ask me this, they say,
how is it that you always are winning these debates? And I say, because in the debate, I'm not boasting. Watch any of these other YouTube channels with these brothers speaking, and as they're talking about the information, all of a sudden they're like, and you can't mess with me. You ain't half the man I am. You ain't touching my toes. I'm 10 toes down. Negro, you ain't nothing compared. In the middle of them giving the information, all of a sudden they start talking about that you can't compare to me. You ain't nothing. You ain't on my level. You can't see me on my level. They start getting to this Muhammad Ali, fly like a butterfly, sting like a bee. They start getting to this. I'm watching, and me and my interpreters are watching. They're like, and I said, let them talk like that. One of the secrets to how I win all the debates. Watch the one with me in Mighty Hebrew. What is the secret, Tehuti? I put a 2-minute time limit, a 3-minute time limit. And I stay humble with my head down. As they're bragging and boasting, they're taking up their time. Time is going. I'm compacting my 2 minutes with straight information. They're saying, Tehuti, you ain't on my level. I can't even believe you even challenged me. You ain't even, man. Go do your research, man. Go do your research. I ain't the one to play with. Don't play with me. You're playing with the wrong, Mighty. You're playing with the wrong one, man. You picked the wrong one. And I'm looking at the timer like, yes, I'm playing with the wrong one. Because they're distracted from the straight pathway by discussing how good they are, and they didn't put the information in. By the time they start with the answer, time and time. And I just smile like this. Is it my turn now? And every second of the time, I talk about who I am in the pod class, in the intro, just my experiences. You never hear me say, and ain't none of them messing with me, man. I actually open the door and say, and if you find something, if you've heard this, if your teacher have taught this before, I invite the timestamp in the room, put the book, the page number. If you put that in, we'll put it up on the screen. We'll invite the teacher here. If not, appreciate and respect the Tehuti Podclass. I'm actually looking for the others that have these kind of answers. Come join us. But if not, then appreciate what you have. But you never say, Tehuti, I'm stinging like a... Ain't nobody, man. Come mess with me, man. Who you talking to? You picked the right one, huh? You picked the right one now. You never hear me talking like that in my debates. Because the laws of MAAT say don't do that. But see, if you don't have any laws, if you don't have any structure or any accountability, you fall into the snake stuff. You fall into look straight and free from boasting, firm in conduct, good in planning, whose first response is ever right. So the response of being good in planning, reaching the end, is ever rightness. The word for right, ma'at, mit, ma'at. That's the response to have looking straight. Straight is not cut off. Coherent, straight. Firm, coherent, not cut off. Good in planning, not cut off. So that's none of it is ISFET. And once you have that structure, you're not distracted by the emotion. The response to that is that you will be right in the end. That is my secret to winning every one of my debates, every single one of them. If you watch the debate, I just did that in every debate. Just follow this. Follow this and have faith in the ancestors that if I follow that, you said I'll be right in response, so I'm going to follow that. And I did. We got the same response in every single debate discussion. Here we go, everybody. Boom. Okay, now, you remember in the beginning of the class when I showed you both scientific explanations for the acronym ADHD, and one said adult, and the other one was for children, but the acronym stayed the same. And I said this was a desensitizing psyops to have you think that it is normal for this to be in children. Let us get into the psyops. Pre-programming agenda-driven genetic programming throughout the foods, and even down to the magical numeric system There's a magical numeric system in ADHD, but you know, for that, to take this into that level, it is really warm in here. You know, for that, you know what we have to do? You know what we have to do for that? We have to go into the overdrive section. Here we go. You ready? Boom. Let's go. Ready? Font changes to mirror. Here we go. Now, I've thoroughly covered the scientific functioning of the brain, the synaptic terminal, the reward system of the basal ganglia, the amygdala area of the brain positioning, the systematic memory, and the hippocampus position of the episodic memory, and the executive function, control the cognitive flexible working memory, and the focus, and how, if any of these are affected accidentally or purposely, agenda-wise, it would result in what we call ADHD. And as you have seen in our past culture, that was a form of ISFET, and it was a part of the culture to stay healthy, mentally focused, and coherent. So was there an agenda? Because the switch and the change in the ADHD, it's such a common term today in society, has the focus of the age of the victim switch. Because remember, in the beginning, I showed you the definition of ADHD, and it said this. ADHD, adult attention deficit hyperactivity. I was talking to my intern earlier before the class. She said, I remember ADHD used to only have 3 syllables. I said, yeah, it has 4 syllables, and then when they want to, it has 5. Because it's adult attention. Adult attention. Here's where the Psyops comes in. Here we go. Adult attention deficit hyperactivity is a mental health disorder that includes a combination of persistent problems such as difficulty in paying attention, which is what children do too, hyperactivity, what children do too, impulsive behavior, what children do too. Adult ADHD can lead in unstable relationships, happens with children. Poor work or school performance, the main complaint of children. Low self-esteem, when you see the child in the corner holding his face crying, and other problems. Every one of these things is with children, but yet ADHD, adult attention deficit syndrome. Why the separation? The same symptoms. But why? But when you think of ADHD, everybody, what category usually comes to mind first? Let me come into the chat room and give you a moment. When you think of ADHD, what age categories come to mind first? What are the age categories that come to mind when you say there's an ADHD problem going on with Bob or whatever? What's the age category? I'm going to give you a quick moment. I'm going to come off the screen, give you a moment, then I'm going to check the chat. What's the age category usually is the highest complaints of ADHD? I'll be right back. I'm going to come off the screen for 1 minute, then I'm going to come read your answers. I'm back. Let me come to the chat. Let's run the age. Yeah, there we go. Okay, we got some. We got Tehuti overdrive. Okay. We got children 4 to 17. Says Nook Panuk. Okay. 8 to 12 years old. King Lemuel works with children. I remember that. First grade. Nkora works with children with the youth too. Let me see if he's in here. When we think of ADHD, right? Do we look at the answers we're getting? I say all children and young kids. Okay, good. Big Vape says, what's that? 6 to 13. Young teens too.
Bella works with children too, toddler teen. I am Unkanatin, Arba Unkanatin, 5 to 16. Everybody's around in the same same category, 4 to 17, 6 to 13, 5 to 16. Pretty much everybody has the same answer. Okay? Pretty much. 4 to 17, 8 to 12, 6 to 13, 5 to 16. Children. Okay, good. So when you think of ADHD, you automatically think of children. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Boom. Boom. There we go. So, but what age do you think of is the category usually that comes to mind first? Everybody said it's around 5 years old to about 17. I think the highest went to about 17, right? That was the highest we went to. Let me check the chat again. So then, yeah, so basically we'll say from 5 to 17 because the lowest was we have toddlers. Okay, good. Everybody's pretty much first grade. Yep, first grade. So everybody's pretty much in the same category. Okay, good. First grade, 6 to 13. Children, toddler, teen, 8 to 12. Okay, good. We got it. Boom. Here we go. Let's get to it. Ready? Good answer, everybody. Yes, children, youth. But notice when it comes to children or youth, the description is not in the title. It is not called child ADHD. It's just called ADHD. We'll have the numbers intentionally skyrocketed or advanced with children, which is the reason why it is so common for you to associate with children and use it. Let me take you to the December 8th, 2015 health section. One moment, everybody. Let me see them. One moment. Hold on. Oh, one moment. Okay, I'm back. Here we go. Boom, 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 boom. We're back. So here we go. So, again, yes, youth, children. But notice when it comes to children or youth, the description is not in the title. It's not child's ADHD. It's just called ADHD. Well, and the symptoms are the exact same thing. ADHD. The number. So was it intentionally? Have the numbers intentionally skyrocket or advance with children, which is the reason why it's so common for you to associate with children and use it. Let me take you to the December 8th, 2015. So in other words, for some reason in our subconscious, they have ADHD, but when you look it up, it says adult ADHD. All the symptoms are exactly the same. When you close your eyes and think of ADHD, you automatically think of children. Why would that be? If ADHD is just an attention deficit, there should be millions of adults, millions of children with it. When you think of it, everybody's like 5 to 16, 6 to 17, 6 to 12. Nobody's saying my 92-year-old great grandma. Nobody put that in the chat. Why is that? There we go, everybody. Watch the Psyops unfold, and then watch the magic. Watch how deep this gets. You ready? Boom, boom, and boom. Okay. So let me take you to December 8th, 2015 health section on CBS News. What does it say? Let me shrink this down. What does it say? CBS News, ADHD diagnosis skyrocket amongst U.S. kids. This is December 8th, Ashley Welch, December 8th, 2015, 12:46 p.m. Eastern Time. CBS News, ADHD rates have risen significantly in recent years, especially among certain American kids. New research suggests So it's skyrocketing amongst children. What would that be? Boom, the increased rise seems to target children, youth. Interesting. Let me ask the class this, and I want you to ponder on this. When do you find people at what age group starting to have their focus diminish, such as Alzheimer's, dementia? What age group is that? Is that 3 to 17? Or is that when you get older? I want everybody to think on that for a second. What age group is it when somebody now has memory loss? They can't remember who you are. They can't focus why they went into a room on a regular basis. They have Alzheimer's, dementia. It seems like their focus is gone. They can't remember they can't remember their own name. They don't remember how to mix a certain drink. What age group is that? Is that 5 to 16? Oh, 65 and up. 40 and up. Well, that's horrible. 40 and up. 65 and up. That's an interesting switch. What happened to 5 to 16, 6 to 13, 8 to 12, 4 to 17? Why is it now when it comes to the memory loss, which I just showed you scientifically, of the basal ganglia and the hippocampus area, episodic memory interference is what's causing the ADHD from working with the effective function. It's a part of memory loss because you can't focus on the plan. The dopamine in the norepinephrine is not working properly, so that you could tell a child something, and he'll literally, if a person forgets an instruction, sit in the corner, and then they're walking to the corner, and all of a sudden they turn around and start stomping. I thought I told you to sit in the corner. It seems like their attention went somewhere where the focused memory of the instructions in the corner is now erased, and now it's something else is in there. They don't have the same. But yet, when we think of people losing their memory and losing their mental focus, all of a sudden we're now into 65 and up. But that's not called ADHD, is it? Oh, so they do have good attention? They have good attention? They call the other one, they change it and call the other one and add hyperactivity. What about attention deficit without the hyperness? Let's go, everybody. Watch this unfold. Here we go. 1, 2, 3, boom, boom, and boom. Here we go. Ready? So everybody got it. Yes, around 65 or so and up. Ding, 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 ding. Here we go. All right, here we go. Ready? Yes, of course, as you get older up in age, in this society, that is when your memory starts to fail. Alzheimer's, dementia starts to kick in, and it is hard to focus because you cannot remember the last episodic event. Thus, that is the area that I described as affected, which is the hippocampus area of the brain and the amygdala. But guess what the ages of ADHD diagnosis are? Rising. And guess how many of this age group has it and how much it increased within a 7-year period. Let me take you to the NPR Your Health section, May 23rd. That's a couple months ago. What does it say here? NPR Your Health section, ADHD diagnosis are rising. In 1 to 9 U.S. kids have gotten one new study finds. 1 to 9 U.S. kids have ADHD now. What? 1 to 9. Attention deficit hyperactivity disorder is one of the most common neurodevelopment disorders among children. Since when, though? About 1 in 9 children in the U.S. between the ages 3 and 17 have been diagnosed with ADHD. That's according to a new report in the Center of Disease Control. A new report from the Center of Disease Control and Prevention that calls attention.
I want everybody just to focus on some real quick. I'm just gonna add this real quick. Has everybody in this room heard of the CDC? Everybody's heard of the CDC, right? Everybody's heard of the CDC. Everybody heard of the CDC? Yes, sir. Anybody heard of the CDCP? Is that a new company? Have you heard of the CDCP? Is that a new one? CDCP. Huh? Throughout all of COVID, well, where was the main foundation of the information coming from? The CDC, the CDC, the CDC is this, CDC, the CDC, CDC, the CDC. What's the CDCP? That's a new one? CDCP? Huh? Can anybody show me a video of them saying to anybody, talking about the CDCP? Because people started catching on to something. Started catching on to something. Started catching on to the word control. Wait a minute. Center of Disease Control. Controlling, what are you controlling? Wait a minute. Who's controlling it? Who's controlling it? Wait a minute. If I find out who's controlling it, that's the master of the puppeteer. You're the controller of it. People started catching on. Now it's Center of Disease Control and Prevention. Because it should always be the center of this. It should always have been CDP. The Center of Disease Prevention. Do you want to prevent it? Huh? If you have cancer, Angela Gates, Nook Ponuk, Kyla, anybody in the room, if you have AIDS, cancer, any sick kind of disease, you would have the doctor say, I want to control it. I want to control the cancer. I want to keep it. I'm going to keep it and control it. I want to control it. Or do you come and say, I want this out of me? Can we stop this disease, please? I don't want it in me anymore. Or do you go to the doctor and say, I want to control this, man. You'll keep it. Make sure you don't take this out. Don't take this out of me, man. Let's just control it. I'm going to shift it to the left, to the left, to the right. We're going to shift it up and down. Keep it in the body, moving around. We're just going to control it over here. Control it. I want it to inflame this day. You know, we're going to suppress it this day. We're just going to control it. The ping pong machine. We're just controlling it, man. Or do you want to stop? I want this disease. So all of a sudden now, we have a new popular title. I don't remember this title though. Anybody remember that? I don't remember this title, but here's the right title: Center for Disease Control and Prevention. Hey, wait, why is the control still there? I don't want to can't he just be prevention? I don't want to control. All right, the Center of Disease Control and Prevention calls attention deficit hyperactivity disorder and expanding public health concerns. So it's growing. CDC's giving us the truth, man. It's growing. Thank you, CDC. Researchers found that in 2022, 7.1 million kids and adolescents in the U.S. have received ADHD diagnosis. 1 million more children. 1 million more children in 2016. That jump in diagnosis was not surprising, given that the data was collected during and then it went to cut off there during the COVID pan. The COVID pan. All right. So it's 7.1 million, 1 million more. Oh my. Boom. Worse numbers than Alzheimer's. Did we have 1 million more Alzheimer's? 7.1 million Alzheimer's, 1 million more? Worse numbers than Alzheimer's. Worse numbers than dementia. And that is happening at a higher volume, increased percentage ratio in children. 3 years old. How come it's not 1 million more adults? 1 million more children. From what age it said? the age that you all gave. 3 years old to 17. Isn't that the ages you all gave in the chat? 3 years old to 17. Some said 5 to 17. How could this be? I thought your mind and brain was scientifically supposed to deteriorate as you got older. How was this happening at such a young age? At 3 years old? We have more people suffering 1 million jump in... We have a 1 million jump in 3-year-olds losing their mind than 65-year-olds? Well, what happened? Wait a minute, I thought my mind was supposed to deteriorate as I'm getting older. Wait, I'm only 3 years old, man. What's that 3-year-old gonna be when he's 65? So the dementia rate, the Alzheimer's rate, isn't making that jump, even though naturally your mind and brain starts to regress naturally. But the 3-year-olds are making a jump. The 3-year-olds are jumping 1 million in like a 10-year, 8-year process. 1 million. But great grandpa's not. What's happening to the 3-year-old, the 5-year-old? What's going on? What's going on with them that's not happening with grandpapa? Grandpapa. Here it is. 3-year-old youths. How could this be? I thought your mind and your brain was supposed to scientifically. How could 3-year-olds? How could this be? I thought your mind and brain was scientifically supposed to be deteriorating as you got older. How was this happening at such a young age? At 3 years old? And look at the increase in 7 years from 2016 to 2022. 7.1 million? It increased 1 million. It increases 1 million for every 7 years at this ratio. But wait, could this have always been happening? Let us go to the numbers. How does this? Let's go to the numbers. First, I want to know something. This young boy here is 13. Here he is. Anybody ever seen him? Let me introduce you to another Here's a 13-year-old. He's in the numbers, man. He's in the ADHD numbers. King Tut Ankh Amun, 13 years old, with a family and 2 wives. You had ADHD? Huh? Amenhotep before him. Amenhotep and Nefertiti were Tut and suffered ADHD. This man had 13 years old with a family, children, and 2 wives. At the start of his reign at 12 years old, from 1391 to 1354, 1351 BC. Predecessor, Thutmose IV. Successor, Akhenaten. He's in the age, man. Isn't he in the age? Here he is. ADHD? Does he look like he has ADHD? 9 years old, 13 years old, 9 to 13 years old, having 2 ladies, children, a family, and governing over 1,000 miles of land. Any ADHD? Is there even one mention of ADHD in over 4,000 years of Kemet Tamaray Ma'at text of the entire history? Today, just the count of children with ADHD is how many? How many is the count of children? 7.1 million. 7.1 million. Wait, that is over the entire population of Diodorus Silicus Historical Library 131.8 first century. In density, the population of Egypt far surpasses of all known regions. Let me shrink this down. In density, the population of Egypt far surpasses of all known regions of the inhabited world, and even our own day is thought to be second to none other. For the ancient times, it had over 18,000 important villages and cities, as can be seen entered in the sacred records, while under Ptolemy, these were recorded at over 30,000. This great number continuing down to our time. The total population, they say, of old was about 7 million. And the number has remained no less down to our day. The entire population of Kemet of the first century, 7 million. Boom, 7.1 million children today with ADHD. That is more than the entire population of ancient Kemet. There are more of just children with ADHD than the entire population of ancient Kemet itself. And not one mention or writing in 4,000 years of ancient history with any child of you suffering from this. The amount of children suffering ADHD outpopulates the entire country of Kemet. And it's supposed to be rising at 1 million every 7 years. I want you to ponder on that. I'm going to keep that on the screen, and I'm going to be right back. Ponder on that. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back, everybody. Here we go. So there's there's
more children with ADHD than the entire population of Kemet. And not one record in Kemet of anyone with anything similar to ADHD, but it's supposed to be rising at 1 million every 7 years. Here we go. Boom. So, boom, 7.1 million children today with ADHD. That is more than the entire population of Kemet. There are more of just children with ADHD than the entire population of ancient Kemet itself. And not one mention or writing in 4,000 years of ancient history with any child or youth suffering from this. No description of any child suffering from any of these kind of symptoms. My child's out of control. He can't focus. He's all over the place. There's not one. Yeah, there's more children today than the entire population of ancient Kemet, which is over 4,000 kilometers. Is this a natural occurrence in nature? We speak about this so regularly today that it seems like something natural with human development. Oh wait, let's crunch the numbers. Let's crunch the numbers. The Center of Disease Control said that it increases 1 million diagnoses in ADHD in a 7-year period. Is this an agenda? Is this an interference with the original development of mankind? Well, let me crunch the numbers for you. Being that it jumps 1 million in 7 years, let me just take the time division from the time of King Tut, not even from the beginning of civilization, but just from King Tut's time, which would be 1391 BC until today, 2024 AD. How many 7 years are within that time period? Let me calculate. Let me break the matrix for you. Here we go. So, what's the difference in time period? 3,355 years, 1 month. So the year 1332 was 3,355 years from now. How long ago was 332 BC? From today. 3,355 years. Okay. So 3,355 years divided by 7 is 479 times 1 million. 1 million growth, 479 million children. So right now, 479 million children should have ADHD at that rate and continuing to grow in the next 7 years, another 1 million. From the time of King Tut's time, the rate of growth, if this was a natural progression, lets you know this is not any type of natural progression, but rather an interference. There's 7.1 million children with it. But if it's supposed to grow, if it's 1 million every 7 years, then from the time period of King Tut, it wouldn't just be 7.1 million children, it would be 479 million children if it was naturally growing at that rate. Or is it a psyops which is enforced in such a subtle way that the sheeple do not even know that it's being enforced on them, because it is affecting the exact part of the brain of the dopamine pathway reward system that pertains to the pleasure, is the exact same basal ganglia pathway that they attack to create the ADHD. Let me read it again. Thus, you know this is not any type of natural progression, but an interference psyops agenda, which is enforced in such a subtle way that the sheeple do not even know that it's being enforced on them, because it is affecting the exact part of the brain of the dopamine pathway reward system that pertains to the pleasure, is the exact same basal ganglia pathway that they attack to create the ADHD. And how is that? By using your dopamine and norepinephrine synaptic receptor pathways to infuse chemical E-129 and chemical E-102 into your genetic makeup and DNA. They utilize the dopamine and norepinephrine synaptic receptor pathways to infuse chemical E-129 and chemical E-102 into your genetic makeup, infusion. Here they are. What are the most dangerous E numbers? Name: Alora, red AC, tartrazine, E102. The most dangerous, E129, E102. The most dangerous E number chemicals. How in the world, Tehuti, can a matrix labs infuse these chemicals into people and they are labeled the most dangerous? Well, remember, the numbers went up to 7.1 million children from the ages of 3 to 17. Let me ask the question. Where are children mainly between the ages 3 to 17 for most of the day? Where ages 3 to 17, where are children for most of the day? Type it in the room. Tiny foot fire. Tell me, everybody, where are children from the ages 3 to 17? 17 years old not a child, but in this matrix it is. But where are, we'll call them children for this class. Where are children between the ages 3 to 17 for most of the day that grandpapa is not? Grandpapa, who should be suffering dementia because the brain is deteriorating and the mind and the basal ganglia and the synaptic system of the pathway of dopamine and norepinephrine into the postsynaptic and presynaptic pathways is deteriorating as somebody gets older into their 70s and 80s, right? But yet, there's 7.1 children, not adults, 7.1 children with ADHD. And only the children have risen 1 million in 7 years. But if it was a natural effect, there should be 479 million children just from the time of King Tut. But there's only 7.1. But grandpapa, Alzheimer's, doesn't seem to be jumping in that same ratio. Grandmama, dementia is not jumping at that speed. Well, where's grandpapa and grandmama during the day? And where are children 3 to 17 during the day? Let me check the chat. School. I know I missed a lot, but what I hear now is fire. School. Soze says being indoctrinated, which I'm gonna interpret as school, right? Eric G, that's it. This must be Spanish. Escuela. El Sculo. I told one of my interpreters who speaks Spanish. I speak Spanish too. I'm just gonna add L in front of every word. School. El Sculio. Escuela. All right. El Sculo. All right, here we go. School and home. I'm gonna call it El School. El Kindergarteno. El Kindergartenia. All right. So Mark's school. Bella put school. Right. So TV, school, and media. Nook put all three. But where they are is in school. The other two come after that. Nook, you got it. Everybody's right. School. What do they got on their way to school? What do they come home to? But where are they? The location coordinates is school. The social media and TV, you have to ask for a part 2 ADHD on that one. That's part 2. For now, school. And your grandmother and grandfather is supposed to be suffering dementia is not there with them. The numbers are only changing for the people that are mainly located across America in a certain place. El Sculo. There we go, everybody. Ready? Let's find out more about El Sculo. Ready? Here we go. El Sculo, that's not cool, yo. Oh, her message is gone. Oh no, El El Esculo. That's not cool, yo. I don't even know what these words are. Here we go, everybody. Boom. So everybody got it right? Yes, you're in there in school. Ready? How in the world, Tehuti, can the matrix psyops infuse chemicals into people and they are labeled the most dangerous E numbers? Well, remember, the numbers went up to 7.1 million children from the ages of 3 to 17. Were the children mainly between ages 3 to 17 for most of the day? El Sculo. If Gabriel Lopez is listening, I'm putting in some of your question that we were trying to reword into the last couple pod classes, which is the bringing down to the IQ of the children. Here's some of your answer. There it is. Boom. There they are. Look at them, man. Look at the look at it. Huh? Look at them. Huh? Look at everybody. There's Gabriel Lopez. There's Bella, and there's Anu. There's everybody. Everybody's there. Remember this, everybody? Huh? There's Eric G. That's it. Everybody's here, man. Everybody's here. Look at them. Where are they? They're in school. What's going on here, though? This doesn't look like a classroom. And here we're going to jump up in the age. Now we're into like the 16, 17-year-olds over here. You see, there's all your age brackets, right? There's the age brackets you mentioned. The 6-year-olds. Huh? There's the 6-year-olds, 7-year-olds. There's the 12-year-olds over here. Jumping into the 18-year-olds, 17-year-olds. Here they are, over here. What do all these pictures have in common? What's going on here, man? You're in school. You all are doing some ritual in common. Boom. Yes, in school. Eating the cafeteria food, the pre-packed Lunchables, the sodas. And before they go to school, you give them your morning cereal. Let me take you to political news. August 29th, 2024, and then to citydata.com the very next day. So we're going to go to political news, August 29th, 2024, then to citydata.com the very next day. That'll be what, August 30th? Here we go. Ready? Boom. Politico, California is cracking down. Everything's happening here in California, man. That's crazy. California is cracking down on Flamin' Hot Cheetos and Twinkies. What's wrong with Flamin' Hot Cheetos, man? We gave hundreds and thousands of dollars of reciprocity. Remember Cheetos? That's a little tiger thing, right? A little cat guy. Cheetos? The cheetah. Cheetos the cheetah. There he is. Remember Cheetos? He's nice. Hey, Cheetos. California is cracking down on Flamin' Hot Cheetos and Twinkies. State lawmakers have voted to ban chemicals used in both snacks from school lunchrooms. Uh-oh. What did it say there? Banning the snacks found in school lunchrooms. Where are the children from ages 3 to 17? School. Why is there a ban on the snacks in the school lunchrooms? Huh? There's no ban on the snacks in the old age homes? There we go, man. Ready? Boom, there's Cheetos, man. State lawmakers on Thursday voted to prohibit California schools from serving food additives used in Flamin' Hot Cheetos, Twinkies, and other fluorescent snacks. Blake Jones, August 29th, 2024, 9:54 p.m. Everybody, is there anybody in this room who has not eaten any of these? Nachos, Cheetos, Lay's? Raise your hand if you're sure. Huh? Is there anybody watching the Podclass that has not given reciprocity?
Is there anybody watching the podcast who has not given reciprocity to Flamin' Cheetos, Lay's, Nachos, and Twinkies? Any one of those 4 to 5. Has not every single one of us given those companies your reciprocity? Flamin' Cheetos never came and knocking on your door, did they? Support our company. Give us reciprocity because we're giving you ADHD. Give us your reciprocity. Nacho, Flamin' Cheetos, Lunchables. Did any of them come to your door? But every single of the 46 to 50 people watching this podcast has all supported and given your hard-earned reciprocity to Flamin' Cheetos, Lay's, Nachos, and Twinkies. Does anybody never have? You all have. Is there anybody watching this right now who has not sent reciprocity to the Podclass? I guess I gotta sell that. Here we go, everybody. Welcome to Tehuti Podclass. The suicide mission is in effect, and that's why you gave it reciprocity to your own suicide. But someone watched the podcast for 3 years and not giving you reciprocity. Oh, it's a beautiful day in the neighborhood. Here we go, everybody. Boom. Ready? There it is, everybody. Flamin' hot Cheetos, Twinkies, other fluorescent snacks. I see nachos, Lay's potato chips here. Everything that all of us have. Yum, 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 yum. Yum, 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 yum. Sacramento, California. Move over, Michelle Obama. The California legislature. Move over, Michelle Obama. The California legislator just passed a school meal rule that could really leave a mark. State lawmakers on Thursday voted to prohibit California schools from serving food additives with flamin' hot used. State lawmakers on Thursday voted to prohibit California schools from serving food additives used in flamin' hot Cheetos, Twinkies, and other fluorescent snacks. The move, backers argue, is necessary to limit the intake of dyes. Everybody go look up Cheetos, Lay's potato chips on your own time, and Twinkies, and go look at the year that these came out. Just go do that. Go look up the year that these came out, and go look at how many hundreds of years, how many years children have been going to school, and then ask yourself, why is this law being passed? This is being passed this year. What happened to the last 60 years? All right, Twinkies, other fluorescent snacks, move backers argue, is necessary to limit the intake of dyes that have been linked to worsened behavioral issues in kids who have attention deficiency behavior issues. Wait, what? What did it say? Let me read this again. The move backers argue is necessary to limit intake of dyes that have been linked to worsened behavioral issues in kids who have attention deficit hyperactivity disorder or ADHD. Uh-oh. Now we're in the next one. That one was political. Political. Is that Spanish for politics? Political? I don't know. All right, here we go. Political. So here we go. Now we're in data, citydata.com. California to ban hot Cheetos and Twinkies in school. State lawmakers on Thursday voted to prohibit California schools from serving food additives used in flamin' hot Cheetos, Twinkies. This is the next day. The last article was on the 29th. This is on the next day. And someone who struggled with ADHD, now this is one of the lawmakers speaking, this is one of the people speaking, they suffered from it. And someone who struggled with ADHD, I find it unacceptable that we allow schools to serve food with additives that are linked to hyperactivity and neurobehavioral harms. California has a responsibility to protect our students. We didn't last year or the last 40 years, but today we have a responsibility to protect our students from chemicals that harm children and interfere with their ability to learn. Democratic Assembly member Jesse Gabrielle, the author of the bill, said in a statement, as a lawmaker, a parent, and someone who struggled with ADHD, I find it unacceptable
that we allow schools to serve foods with additives, and then continues that are causing this, basically causing the ADHD, which I read above. Twinkies, Cheetos, Twinkies, and other fluorescent snacks. The move backers argue is necessary to limit the intake of dyes that have been linked to worsen behavioral issues in kids who have attention deficit hyperactivity disorder or ADHD. Served in the place where you're supposed to be learning and enhancing your mind. Boom! But they will not ban the actual food from being sold, even though it is contributing to over 7 million children with mental disorder. It is still right there in your local market, everybody. They just want to ban it from schools. You can still go buy it after school. And more likely in your fridge. So, boom. They will not ban the actual food from being sold, even though it is contributing to over 7 million children with mental disorder. It still is right there in your school. Sorry, it still is right there, even though 7 million children with mental disorder, it is still right there in your local market, and more likely, right in your fridge right now, or cabinet. Right now. Right now. While they and you tell your children, say no to drugs. Say no to drugs. Yes to Cheetos. So what exactly is E129 and E-102? E-129. So what exactly is E-129 and E-102? Let me take you directly to the most dangerous E number chart. Here we go. Boom, I have the arrows pointing to it. What are the most dangerous E numbers? E129. Widely used in food coloring and snacks, sauces, preservatives, soups, wine, cider. Oh man. E129, a lower red. E129 is a red or orange-like synthetic dye, which is used as food coloring in drinks and sweets, as well as being linked to hyper behavior in children. Huh? Not in adults? Let me read it again, man. E129, a lower red. E129 red is a red or orange-like synthetic dye, which is used as food coloring in drinks and sweets, as well as being linked to hyper behavior in children. What happened? In children? What age is that? So the E109 stops affecting you at a certain age? I'm 30. E109 ain't doing nothing to me. I is 30. I'm not a child no more. Give me that Frito. So it's only if it's only affecting children. If that's the case, who designed that? What was that? What's the age? What age do you stop being a child? What age is that? How could something be genetically created and it only affects children? So you can eat it at 20. I ain't a child no. I'm 18, sweet 60. I'm 18. I'm fine. It says it affects children. How could it not affect all ages of the human spectrum? Is that a target? Is that a creation? What is that? That's where most of the children spend their time in school. And even if you're not in school, it says it's affecting children. That means if you buy it from the grocery store after school and give it as a snack while you're out at Six Flags, giving the reciprocity to all the snacks, eating it up, hanging out with the friends, and the children get it, they get ADHD. So that's in your mind because of the agenda. When you think of ADHD, most people said, oh, children. Because the E129 is designed for children. Even though all ages eat Fritos, don't they? Did you stop eating Fritos when you were a child? Most children can't even afford it. The adults, oh my goodness. Here we go. Hyperactivity behavior in children. It may also cause allergic skin reaction in adults, especially anyone sensitive to aspirin. It's worth noting that E129 has already been banned in many countries, including France, Germany, Belgium, Austria, Norway. So why isn't it banned here? Is it because you're trying to be the center of the control of it, or? Oh, here we go. Boom! What are the most dangerous E numbers? E102. Numbers to avoid. E102. Tartrazine. This yellow food coloring has already been banned. Whoa, everybody's banning it? How come it's not banned here? It's only banned in the school, but I can buy it at Food for Less. Yeah. E102. Tartrazine is a yellow food coloring E102 tartrazine, this yellow food coloring has already been banned from use in Norway and Australia. Nicholas Noatic, you're safe. Yet it's continued being used in food and drinks in the UK and in the US, of course, in recent years since a study found it was linked to hyperactivity in children. The UK government has suggested it should be avoided by children. What is this thing that seems to be genetically made? It doesn't grow from trees. Genetically made, spliced, some of them coming from them altering ladybugs. That's another thing. Avoid it in children, but adults may want to avoid it too. E102 is commonly found in products such as mustard, marmalade, jelly, marzipan, ice lollies, fizzies, drinks, squash, custard powder, and soups. You know, all the things that children love. Yeah. So how common are these foods that the E numbers, are in? Are they in your fridge right now, everybody watching? Are they in your cabinets? Are these popular foods that are in cafeterias, the snack concession stands, etc.? Do you eat them? You may be saying, no, I stay away from this type of thing. Well, let me actually give you the list of E129 and tell me if you recognize anything that you may have eaten or fed your children to this day, or you yourself may be eating. So what we're going to do is we're going to go through this list, and as we go through this list, you're going to scratch yourself off of the list if you or your children don't or have not eaten these things. Here we go. Ready to see the list, everybody? Here's the list. And then type in the room when we're done this list, and type, I have never given reciprocity to any of these things. I have never, at the end of this list, I want you to type, if it's true, I have never given reciprocity to any of these things that have been killing me. But if you have, you can type that too. Yes, I have been giving reciprocity to these things that kill me. There we go. Let's find out, everybody. What's on this list, man? Maybe it's just some Fritos and Cheetos. You know, not everybody eats Fritos and Cheetos. So, not everybody eats the place that takes fruit. Wait, what? I remember this, man. I used to eat popcorn without the milk. What's this? Kellogg's Fruit Loops. Anybody here in the chat? Anybody watching? You don't have any Kellogg's Fruit Loops? No. Welch's Snack Fruits? Nope. Nope. Anybody? Scratch yourself off the list as we go through this. And I want the person at the end of this to say, I don't partake in none of that. Doritos, nacho cheese Doritos, M&M's, chocolate. Huh? Scratch yourself off the list. Huh? The mango drink, Cheetos, Fritos. What else on here? Hey, Beef Franks. Remember beef eaters, nerds, rainbows. Nobody eats this. Pop Tarts. You never eaten Pop Tarts? You never gave your reciprocity to the Pop Tarts? No. Type in the room. I never have given reciprocity to Pop Tarts. Not me. No, I never done such a despicable thing. Tehuti, I'm not in there. How about Gatorade? I never. No, I don't. Never gave my reciprocity to Gatorade. Me and my children only eat broccoli and we switch it up. Nutrigain bars, Cinnamon Toast Crunch, Lucky Charms, Kellogg's Nutrigain bars, huh? Huh? I want to see who's at the end of the podcast when this list is done. I never gave reciprocity to those things. Boom. That's just the E129 list. How about the E102 list? We're not done. We're not done, man. We're not done. Let's go E102. Man up, E102. Here, Sour Patch Candies, Mountain Dew. Tehuti, I never went to the park and drank Mountain Dew with my children. Never had Fruity Pebbles. Not me. I don't do those kind of things. Tostitos cheese. I've never spread this. Salsa con cuesta. Salsa con cuesta. I never use it. How dare you? Tehuti, I'm not in. No, I don't do cheese balls. I've never eaten cheese balls. You think I chewed on Trident gum? Huh? What kind of man and woman you think I am? I don't give my reciprocity to Trident gum. What kind of man do you take me for, Tehuti? Skittles? Never even heard of it. What's a Skittle? I never heard of that thing, man. Is that crack? Is that some type of drug? I don't do, I don't support that Tehuti. I never give my reciprocity to Trident gum, cheese balls, Fruity Pebbles. Never had what's a Mountain Dew? I don't drink dew from the mountain. Not me, man. I don't do it. I only chew on broccoli. Yes, all the foods that every single person viewing this right now has given your hard-earned reciprocity to and had no idea why you inserted these things into your children and into your body. It wasn't for nutrients. You have no idea. You can't say you were chewing on Trident and chewing on Skittles and Tostitos and Mountain Dew for nutrients. I want my children to live. That's right. I'm a good parent. I feed my children. I eat, because you gotta eat them Skittles. You gotta eat them nutrients, man. Nutrients, the Skittles, Fruity Pebbles. We got the Tostitos, cheese. We got, huh? What kind of man do you take me for? Who do you think I am? I am is. Huh? Anybody not giving reciprocity to these? Have they ever knocked on your door and ever asked you to support the Fruity Pebbles Podclass? We're giving your brain all that it needs. Yes, all the food that every single person viewing this right now has given your hard-earned reciprocity to and had no idea why you inserted these things into your children's body. It was not for nutrients. It simply followed the reward system satisfaction of the dopamine pathway. In other words, you were driven to do so without knowing why, tricked by your own anatomy to the mental urge delusion offered to you by the Matrix. None of these companies asked you for reciprocity. None of these companies knocked on your door and asked you to support them. Yes, every single person watching this has indulged. This is called hypnosis, the ADHD Psyops. You have no logical reason why you inserted this into your body. Say no to drugs. Say no to drugs and yes to ADHD. Let me show you how deep this gets. Even as far as embedded, the number numerical magic needed to control the frequency. The number numerical, because you know I'm going to get into the magical side of why how this works. You have to work on this from all sides. One is the magical side, the numeric frequency side. Are you ready? So let me show you how deep this gets, even as far as embedded as a number numerical magic needed to control the frequency. Are you ready? What if I were to tell you that ADHD warnings are more than likely directly in your house right now? The ADHD warnings, where are they located? At your address. They're in your house. The warnings are in your house.
Here they are right here. Boom. Warning, warning, warning. Here they are right here, everybody. Did you know that? Let me stop the screen. Did you all know that? The warning is in your house. Huh? E129 and E102 have an adverse effect on activity and attention in children. Adverse effect on activity and attention in children derives from genetically modified source. Huh? That's in your house. Boom. There are both the E129 and E102 saying openly that it was genetically modified and causes ADHD. Guess where these warnings are located? Right here, man. I got the matrix green arrows pointing to them. Here they are. They're on the back of the foods. This one is just a Twinkie. I just grabbed the Twinkies one. This one is a Twinkie. There it is. E129, E102. Read it. For allergy warning, E129, E102 may have an adverse effect on activity and attention in children, derived from genetically modified source. Boom! Right there on the back of the food I had just mentioned, this particular one being Twinkies, which serves as a double synopsis affecting the biological imperative again, compounding. How is that, Tehuti? Oh, not only does E102 and E129 affect the dopamine, in the memory aspect, dopamine is also the driving force for sexuality, the urge to feel that you have to or you gotta get some. When that is affected, sexuality is also altered. So this one here, this particular one, is double compounded with the chemical and the 2 to 3 subliminal messages and the magic frequency. You ready, man? Only the Tehuti Podclass, everybody. I hope you all are appreciating this. I hope you all are really appreciating this. ADHD, Matrix Psyops. Support the Tehuti Podclass with reciprocity only if you feel you have benefited at all. Are you ready, everybody? Here we go. This is triple, quadruple. What did the lady Sophia say? The triple, quadruple, the triple, the quadruple, triple, quadruple, the triple, the quadruple. Triple compounding matrix with the chemicals, double 2 chemicals, subliminal focus, subliminal messages, which are 2 of them, again, and then there's an actual magic frequency code. Ready, everybody? This is Tehuti Overdrive. There we go. This is Kyla's first class. Boom. Here we go. So boom, right there on the back of the food that I just mentioned, this particular one being Twinkies, which serves as a double synopsis affecting the biological imperative. Again, compounding to the double psyops. Sorry, typo. There's a double psyops affecting the biological imperative. Again, compounding. How is that, Tehuti? Oh, not only does the E102 and E129 affect dopamine and the memory aspect. Dopamine is also the driving force for you sexually. The urge that you feel that you have to, or I gotta get some. When that is affected sexually, it's also it's altered. Let me show you something and break the matrix. So it's altered when that is affected, when that sexuality is also altered. Here it is, man. Gotta get some, man. There's your Twinkies. This is interesting. So there's your Twinkies. I'm not even going to say anything, but there's your Twinkies right there. There's your Twinkies. They're not racist. Don't worry, man. You got your pale one. You got your pale bar with the cream in it. You got the chocolate bar with the cream in it. We don't discriminate. Twinkie. What the heck is a Twinkie? Is that even a word? You're going to find out. Yes, they made sure there was no racism in the subconscious subliminal programming. The lighter complexion bar with the white cream filling, the dark complexion one. No way, Tehuti, there's no homosexual overtones with Twinkies. Well, let me ask you, do you even know what the word Twinkie is? Is that even a word in the regular vocabulary? Yo, what are you and your friends gonna do, man? Yo, me and my boys, we're gonna Twinkie. Imagine that. Nook Panook. Imagine that, Nook Panook. Imagine your boys came over. Yo, what you want to do tonight, man? I don't want to go and talk to the girl tonight. Why don't you all you brothers come over? We're gonna Twinkie, man. Is that a word? Is that a word in your vocabulary? Yo, we're gonna Twinkie up the room, man. Let's Twinkie it up, man. Is that a word in English? Have you ever used that word in a sentence to describe something? Huh? I'm gonna Twinkie my computer. What is this word? Is that even a word? What if I told you it is? Yes, it is. Is it a word? Yes, it is. And then at the end, no, it's not. Ready? Here we go. Boom. What the heck is that? Let's go, everybody. Ready? Is this even a word, Twinkie? They got the light one. They got the chocolate one. You know, everybody has their preference of what kind of bar they like. You like the light one, or you like the chocolate one? You got your preference with Twinkie. Here we go, everybody. Boom. Ready? What the heck is even a Twinkie? Twink. Uh-oh, what's this? Twink. The phrase twink of an eye suddenly, almost instantaneously, twink. Probably from twinkle, mean twinkle, meaning sexually attractive person. Huh? What? Twinkle, meaning a young sexually attractive person. Twinkie, but compare British homosexual slang. Huh? You didn't know that? You knew. I knew all knew that. You all knew that. Twink is a sexually attractive person. You all use that in your. Yo, that girl's twink, man. We're gonna add a new vocabulary. Yo, that girl, she's a dime piece. Word? Yeah, she was twinking. She was twink. It says sexually active person used for homosexuality. Twink. Sexually attractive person used for homosexuality. Twink. Yep. All right. So hopefully you're not eating that anymore. What do they say in the new day and time? I guess if you eat it and don't bite it. Pause. Here we go. Ready? Twink, right? Here it is. Sexual slang, twank. Homosexual slang. Sexuality. So twink is a sexual word. Young, sexually attractive person. Homosexual slang. Twink. In the year 1920s. In the 1920s. You ready? Ready? Twink.
And all of this summarized in the Orwellian diametric opposite, meaning the true sign of hypnosis is to tell them or to tell you something is completely opposite to the action and you still accept it. So while all this is going on, what is Hostess's response? On the back of every one of your package, while they give you the E129 and the E102, most dangerous chemical causing hyperactivity ADHD, naming it twink, sexually attractive homosexual person, giving you the ADHD to the point where it has to be banned in school. But the Orwellian opposite is they tell you this. What do you got to say to us, Hostess? Talk to me, Hostess. At Hostess, we care deeply about our customers and are committed to providing you with quality bakery products. We welcome your comments and questions. Warning, warning, warning. E129. Talk to us, Twink. I want to hear Twink talk, man. Talk to us. Let me read that again, everybody. Maybe we didn't get that right. Let me read it again. You ready? Let's read it again. Here we go. I want to see what Twink has to say to me. Talk to me, Twink. You better write back. Write back, Twink. At Hostess, we care deeply about our customers. We're committed to provide, focus. We're committed to providing you with quality bakery products. We welcome your comments and questions. Warning, 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 warning. What's the warning? Why is there a warning? You said you care about me. I thought you cared about me. E129, E102, they have adverse effects on activity attention in children. Adverse effect activity and attention in children derived from genetically modified source. We care deeply about you. Imagine you had a girlfriend or a boyfriend or a husband or a wife. I care about you, baby. I care deeply about you. Come take a sip of this poison. Come take this. I care. I'm giving you the highest. Don't worry about what I'm doing in the kitchen. I'm doing the highest quality food for you. I love you. I care deeply about you. Feel free to ask me any question while they're stirring up poison. That's called Orwellian diametric matrix. When the exact opposite is being said to what is being done, and you still you never flip the back of the box over? I don't want to read it. Just lie to me. I don't want to read the back. Don't look at the back of the box. In case my children were out, we're having family day. We're out at the park. We're out Six Flagging it up, chewing on the Frito nacho. Come on, man. I don't read the back of nothing. You can't tell me nothing. Here we go, everybody. Boom. Let's go. Huh? Twink. Twinking it up. Twinking it up, man. Letting you know that they care very deeply. They don't just say we care about you. They say we care very deeply about you and your children. Well, we care about you and your children. This is for the kids, man. Cartoon characters looking like a banana with an apron with hearts on it and cowboy boots. Yes, I have a question. Remember you said Twinkie? We welcome your comments and questions. Yes, I have a question. Why would you serve food that utilizes the dopamine pathways, alters them, genetically modified them, and insert E129 and E102 to assist in maintaining the 7.1 million child count of ADHD, which is plaguing our society? When you could just remove those two ingredients that murder us. Huh? Why can't they just remove that? Then it won't be yellow. The answer? Because you don't want to.
I've elaborated many times that the magic that they use to execute the matrix is based on frequency and numbers, precise numbers. If they show you right through the movies, right? Such as Murder by Numbers. I've shown this many times. Murder by Numbers with the 3 and the 8 encoded, because 3 and 8 code is the actual gematria for murder. So they made a movie called Murder by Numbers, and they turned the E into the number 3 and B into the number 8. Do you see it? Murder by Numbers. I've shown this many times, but there's new people watching. Why would they turn the B? Why would they turn the E into a 3 and the B into an 8? Because 3/8 is the murder by numbers. It is a literally gematria. MURDER 569548 38. Murder 38. Death DEATE death DEATH 45128 38. Murder and death is a code. When they were putting together this matrix language, all magically encoded, murder and death both equal 38. They know that. They give it to you in a movie, murder by numbers, 3/8. Murder, 3/8. Death, 3/8. You thought and accepted Twinkies as a word, even though you have never heard that word in your life, you have never used it to describe anything in your vocabulary, you looked at the box and it was unquestioned, you think Twinkies is a word? Twinkies, TWINKIES, 38, 259 52951, 38, Twinkies, 38, murder, death, 569 549 38, death by numbers, 45128, death, murder, 38, Twinkies, 38. You think this is a word? Boom! Welcome to the Matrix. We care about you deeply. That's where your reciprocity went. Uh-oh. Let me show you how deep the magical aspect of this programming frequency works. That you would know, and you will only learn that you would know, and you will only learn here. So let me show you how deep this magical aspect of this programming and frequency works. That you would know, and you will only learn here. Revealed for the first time September 14, 2024 at the Tehuti Podclass. Let me ask the class, what is the diagnosis for someone? What is the diagnosis for someone who changes their personality? They cannot hold attention. The frequency and the personality is disorganized. That they're in a state of mental chaos other than ADHD. When their personality switches, it's an even more extreme version. The actual personality of the person switches into chaos, back and forth. What's that called, everybody? Whoa. What's that called? Roblo says, teach. What's it called, everybody? What do you call somebody? It was the oldest word. What was that word we called somebody? Yo, man, that man is schizophrenia. There it is. When a person is Larry one day, my name is Ralph, you totally can't hold focus. You can't even hold focus to your own identity. It's the extreme version. Schizophrenia. That's right, Anu and Antu. Schizophrenia. The extreme version of ADHD. Extreme. You can't even hold your own identity. Can't even focus enough. That's right, schizo. Bamboo. Shout out to the new person who came in the room. Bamboo. Schizoaffective. Notice that the other diseases, you say the whole thing. Do you notice that? Alzheimer's, dementia, bipolar. You don't say bi. Bipolar, Alzheimer's, dementia. But for schizophrenia, you could just say, and that dude is schizo. And everybody knows what you're talking about. Why is that the only one you can do that with? What I'm, huh? You don't say for Tourette. You say Tourette's, bipolar, Alzheimer's, dementia. But for schizophrenia, you just say schizo. Ready, everybody? What's the definition of schizophrenia? Ready? Uh-oh. Let's break the matrix. Let me show you how to do this magic. Isn't this matrix is? Whoa! For the first time, September 14th, 2024, here at the Tehuti Podclass, because they cannot hold attention in one frequency of personality, causing disorganized thinking or mental chaos. What is that called? Schizophrenia. Huh? Mayo Clinic, schizophrenia. Overview. Schizophrenia is a serious mental condition that affects how people think, feel, and behave. It may result in a mix of hallucinations, delusions, disorganized thinking, and behavior. Hallucinations involve seeing things, hearing voices that are unobserved by others. Delusions involve beliefs about things that are not true. People with schizophrenia can seem to lose touch with reality, which can make daily living hard. Schizo, person having schizophrenia, slang, schizophrenic. Schizo is a person whose mind is delusional and their mind goes everywhere. In other words, there's no attention, they can't focus, the basal ganglia, their hippocampus, the amygdala, all the frontal lobe, all the things that are affected to cause ADHD, because their ADHD is so bad they can't even hold their own identity. They have disorganized thinking, ADHD, they have behavioral problems, ADHD, and they have hallucinations. Why? Because they can't focus in a coherent reality. So their mind starts moving away and cutting off coherency. It starts creating hallucinations. Let me show you the code. Are you ready? Schizo. What's this? This is the beginning of the beginning of Hush Nation 6-6 class. Schizo. 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 9389 Schizo. Oh, you thought Twinkies was a word, not a frequency? This is in Hebrew gematria. The other gematria I showed you above, English gematria. We go to Hebrew gematria, 9389 That's 66660. You thought Twinkies was a word? No, it's a frequency. Twinkie. English gematria now. Twinkies. TWINKIES. 120, 138, 54, 84, 66, 54, 30, 114, 660. Twinkies, schizophrenia, Twinkies, murder, same number. Schizo, 660. Twinkies, causing mental delusion, 660. Hotep, I am done. Hotep, I am done. Boom. Matrix broken. For those who appreciated this more than the waiter that you have tipped, or the past reciprocity that you have given in your life to Twinkies, Cheetos, Fruit Loops, or that you have spent over the past years on July 4th ritual, or if you have learned anything, or if this has had any type of impact, or if this class has advanced your recent current understanding of the subject matter, send your tip of reciprocity appreciation called ADHD Broken, My Memory. I want to keep it. ADHD Broken, My Memory, or Focus, or any creative title that you can come up with the PayPal at RockySV, Cash App, TTM Moon. I hope you all appreciated this. We'll tap. I am done. There's the beginning of your 6-6 class coming up. Hotep, I am done. That class, the HDHD Matrix Psyops, please support the Tehuti Podclass with reciprocity only if you feel you have benefited at all. Hope I did okay. That's Kayla's first class. Imagine that. I'll put the link in the room for the team, the supporters to jump in. And then we're going to go right to the Gmails and check the support. Let's see. Let me see if I can compare the Twinkies. Tostitos. There's a link in the room. Jump in the room, family. Boots. Let me check the chat to see what people thought of the answer. Almost cried on this one. Had to laugh it off. Almost cried on this one. Had to laugh it off. To a great SABA. Boots put a screaming person, happy face, and what's that? A flex. Put a flex. Angela Gates put 100, 100, 100. Excellent SABA. Hush Nation put aye. Jump in the room, supporters. Angela Gates. Anybody who's supporting. These are always the first beings that jump in. Always. Anu, Antu, Bella, Hotep. I am done. I hope you appreciated that. Oh, I'm sorry. Hold on a second. Let me angle big screen. I forgot something. I got ADHD. I forgot. Hold on. What did you forget, Tehuti? I forgot something, man. What'd you forget? No, it's not showing? Oh, there. Two hours and 31 minutes. 2 hours and 31 minutes. Let me call off the big screen. I hope you all appreciated that more than Fritos and Twinkies. We're gonna Primordial Thought 9 is the only one who knows where I get all those answers from. He has the books and the Muta Ashby. You stole it. 2 hours and 31 minutes. We're gonna go straight to. I know you all have a lot to say of appreciation. I have to step at 8 o'clock. I have to step off from, but I'm gonna read the donations. I'm gonna read off several tips and donations. Hopefully that were given to this. Let me see if the audience likes me as much as Cheetos, as much as Frito Lays or whatever that. What is that? Fruit Loops and Gatorade. I'm gonna see if the support is if it's 1/100th of that. And then I'm going to take a break. You all can build on what you thought of the answer. In a moment, let's go right to the donations, and then you all can build on that. Let me refresh the page and see if I can compare the Twinkies. I don't think I can. I can't compare the Twinkies. Let's see. Here we go. We're going to reload and go to the donations, and then you all can give your comments, and I'm going to take a break. We're going to go to the support system, and I see all those who sent support before the class started. I think Owen Hyphy, I see all of you down at the bottom of the Gmail. Shout out to you all. We're going to get to all of that. And I see Hush Nation sent in for a question. I see all of that. We're going from most recent down. So, oh man. Where am I? Oh, I'm in Nefertatan. I'm in Nefertatan's Ren file. Let me get tip. I'm gonna call this focus.
And then, remember I used to say that in the gym? That was the main thing I used to say in the gym. People always used to come up to me and say, "How you doing, dude? How you doing?" I said, "I'm focused." I used to scream that. I had the whole gym screaming, "I'm focused." It was like an anthem. How you doing, everybody? I'm focused. We had the whole class. And then all of a sudden, somebody sent me a video, and The Rock was doing it. The Rock said it. I'm focused in the gym working out. I'm focused. Shout out to The Rock. I used to work out beside him. He's a monster. Shout out to The Rock. He used to come in. He used to come in the gym with the Red Riding Hood. He used to come in with the Red Riding Hood hoodie down to here with his head down and work out. Hopefully nobody could ever see him. And somebody grabbed him and lifted the hoodie off and started taking selfie. That Rock grabbed the man and tossed him. I don't know how strong The Rock is, but Rock grabbed the dude and tossed the dude. Shout out to The Rock. It was awesome working out beside him. All right, we're gonna go We're going to go to the support and see what people thought and felt about this answer based on the support system. So shout out to Robert E. Williams. Give him some big noise. $20.72. I'm going to get the friend and little sister of the Naturts. Bella, can you read that for us, please? Read that for us, please.
Yes, Tua for letting me read it. That's 2072 for, I wasn't here for this one, but Twinkies, question mark, boom, exclamation point.
All right, give Robert some big noise, please. Give him some big noise. I'm going to come off the screen for just a moment. Come on, give him some noise.
Let's go.
But I want to join the House of ATTON, man, so I'm just here to learn.
So it's been here. So how long the pyramid's been here? 1 million years? Oh, the pyramid's been here before the Big Bang, brother?
And yes, the Hekau really works.
Oh my goodness! You know, JJ. You know, JJ is going into the intro, right? Shout out to JJ right after the debate. Part of the intro. The next clip is next week is going to be JJ. JJ showing the impact of the House of the 10. Shout out to JJ. We'll see how real that is, but shout out to Robert E. Williams and who said that the pyramids were here before the Big Bang? Where's that from?
That's from Rasul. When you had the pre-debate.
Yes. Shout out to that. And he has all the. Hold on a second. Let me save this here. Oh, this is from Nook. I see a few supports coming in for this class, everybody. 2 are for loving yourself. More than Fritos. 2 are for actually loving information and guidance that's actually revealing the matrix as opposed to just putting it in you and your children's system and not telling you about what's happening. Focus. Yep. Okay. Who's this person? This is Nook. Where are we? Let's see. I want to see where the see where the females donation is for this. I want to see where the mothers at. Did I help any mothers out? Any mothers like what I told? Mothers. Let me see. Okay, this is Nook. $9, and we're gonna get the Secretary Assistant of 90 Cent Mer and 2. Could you go ahead and read that for us, please? I knew his smiling crowd already. Didn't even started reading yet. I knew he was already smiling. All right, go ahead and read that and 2.
$9.99. for Hotep, Saba, Netter, Tehuti. LAFF, I think he says laugh now, laugh later, laugh forever.
All right. Thank you, Antu. Give him a hand clap, please. What time is it? Oh. Shout out, Gabrielle Lopez says, "Oh, wow, Saba." I can't do her voice, but wow, Saba, this was definitely matrix breaking. Nefertatan comes in and says, "Hotep Saba, I'll be the first member at the HOA gym." Nefertatan already has like 18% body fat, which is, what do you got? 20% body fat, which is lower than my clients. You're like, I'm trying to get the clients down to 20, 24. Okay. Got a 2-hour ETA. 2-hour ETA for the package. All right, let's shout out to that was, look, oh, they're coming. Owen Heisty. Shout out to Owen Heisty. Now Owen Heisty, I know, has already given somewhere below, he's already given his regular donation support, but this one here, Owen Heisty usually doesn't give a tip. He just is a consistent supporter. This must have hit him nicely because I know his support is there, and on top of that, Owen Heisty is giving a tip. So this is 3. Okay, good. You all like this. Is it focus? I don't like English. Okay. Focus. Okay, good. All right. Hey, Nanny? Why does focus have one S, but like plus has 2 S's? Then did I read that right? Focus has 1 S? I don't know. Focus has 1 S, yes. Plus has 2 S's, like I'm fussing at somebody that has 2 S's, right? A bus has 1 S? I hate this language. Okay, here we go. So we're gonna go to I left school. I hate it. Here we go. Okay. Shout out to Owen Heisty, who gave an extra $10 tip support donation. Who says we're gonna get let me see. Who's Angela Gates? Angela Gates. Need some female energy tonight. I broke this down for the mothers. Could you read that for me, Angela Gates? What does that say?
Sure. Owen Heisty, $10 for a fantastic breakdown. Tip to you.
Give him a hand clap, please. All right. Thank you, Owen Heisty. That's a rarity. Shout out to the good brother. He's super consistent every week. If he doesn't donate, support the week, it's usually $27 when he sends. If he doesn't support that week, he'll send double the next. He'll send the next week with the date from the last week. He doesn't give an extra tip, so this must have hit him nicely. Thank you for your appreciation of me, Owen Heisty. Appreciate you. And the next up is Focus. Who's this next up? Oh, the duad. Duad, not the ocduad, the duad. The two-ad. So they can read Anu and Antu back again. I'm going to get whichever one of you want to read this. This is from you all. The two-ad. Go ahead. Anyone?
$20 for Sekem, essential to fight ISFET, Tua, Mach, Sekem, Tehuti. And I chose Sekem because it means memory and it also means power because memory is power. And then saying Tua, thank you for being the protector of yours to Kim, your memory, and ours to Kim, and the memory of yourself, Judy.
Wow, and I knew he gave his donation and his closing. He gave the closing for the end of the class. He just needs to perm Haru in there now. Shout out to give them some big noise, please. Big noise. Wonderful, 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 excelente. I'm going to read about 4 more. There's more, but I'm going to read 4 more tips, and I have to take a break and go replenish myself. La 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 la. We got who's this? Eric. Oh yes, the man who is no longer anonymous. Shout out to Hush Nation. All the way from the island adjacent to Saba Island. Let's put him on this. Let's put his support on the screen. All right. Hush Nation, I'm going to get you to read that for us, Bella, please. I think you're on mute, Bella.
Sure for letting me read it. It says $15 for support from fixed ADHD breakdown to a SABA.
Thank you. Fix, give him some hand clap, please. Whoa. Just as I thought, there's one IQ. One IQ right there. I'm gonna take this. There's Harass Dead. I see you, Harass Dead. I see you. There's a lot at the bottom. Who's this? Oh, there's Oh, that's Daniel LaRoche. How's Daniel LaRoche? I see you. Let me scroll back up. It's a couple more tips. And Ox Effect, breaking it down, building it up. Ox Effect with the palindrome. I'm going to read one more, and then I'm going to take a break, come back, read a couple more, and get into the next question. Support the Tehuti Podclass. All those who are watching, if you've ever supported any of those brands that were shown, that were killing you, support the truth. The brother is up here in front of you. That was 2 hours and 31 minutes and several hours to put it together in that pretty form for you. I hope that helps. You can use that to teach your family. You can use that to actually in a conversation. Now you can literally be with your friends and just look at a Fritos and do a class. You can look at a Fritos and start a conversation, flip it around and say, hey, what's E1, what's E129, and do a class on that. I'm creating the Tehuti Podclass. The reason why I designed it to be all of your questions is so that the diversity would be so expansive that when all this accumulates, the Podclass can be used to raise up anybody. It doesn't matter what level they are, 5-year-old, college graduate, anybody, your Christian grandmother, astrophysicist, it doesn't matter. In the Design the Tehuti Podclass, you can literally go to any topic of any situation you are and turn it into an opportunity to break somebody out of the matrix, because they're all your questions. They're all your questions. I didn't create any of these questions at all. My questions are not even in English. All right, here we go. So boom, we got Ox Effect 2772, and we're gonna get Primordial Thought Smile. Read that for me, Primordial Thought.
The things you say so always gets me. Okay, it says 2772 for ADHD Psyops matrix broken.
In a palindrome, make some noise, please, for him. Ox Effect, give him some noise.
Yo, let's go.
Shout out to you. Hey, Nana. Nana, you there? Let's step away. Okay. I'm gonna do shout out to you, Ox Effect. You're a great supporter. Okay. Oh, that primordial thought. Okay, shout out to Ox Effect for that one. And shout out to the next being here, Primordial Thought. You can go ahead and read that for us, please, since this is from you.
Yes, it's $20 tip for War on the Mind, two of SABA Tehuti, Hindu Fist, Black Eve, and the Great Rock.
Give him some big noise, please.
And yes, the Hekau really works.
Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, send in your support. I'm going to step away for just a moment. When I come back, I'm going to read a couple more of the donations, because there should be more when I take a break. I know there should be more coming in for all those who are watching. Welcome to the Tuti Podclass. Welcome to the House of the Ten, the ancient Tutian teachings of the Netzeru. Welcome home. Welcome to this phenomenon that is not happening everywhere else. Please support the Tuti Podclass. Whatever you feel the answer was, the guidance, the answer was worth, whatever you feel that my time was worth, even if I was mowing your lawn, but I was cleaning your house for 2 hours. But you please support what it is that you find is valuable, that can change your life, because this is what actually keeps me here. So I'm going to step away right now. I'll be back. You all can build on what you thought of the answer. I'll be listening in the background and let you all build on the answer. And thank you all for enjoying that. When I come back and I read the more donations, the next question that came in was about Medu and Cuneiform. I call this Medu and Cuneiform Part 2, and we'll get to that. Man, you there? He's probably making my Fritos free nutrients. So I'm going to be back, everybody. I'm going to go give myself some reciprocity and try to renew myself, and I'll be back. And you all build. I'll be right back. Peace and love.
Peace and love. To our great SABA.
Okay, I'll be back, everybody. Peace and love.
Okay, to our Hotep, peace. For everyone new who has come in, hit the like button. The support links are pinned to the top. Support what you see. It's a beautiful thing. So Hotep Hinu to everyone who does so and allows the reciprocity to work in your own personal lives by understanding what makes this up. You know, what's the importance of why is my art based on, you know. So for everyone who sees and utilizes the natural way of existence to further your own advancements. So Tua, I want to go to peace to you, Angela Gates, Hotep, great sister. How are you? What you think of that answer there? Peace.
Hotep, honey, it was awesome. I'm really shocked. Well, no, I don't know why I'm saying shocked. I'm not surprised. It's sad that majority of things that we used to consume as children, I think back on the things we used to eat, the Frosted Flakes, the Cheerios, all that type of stuff, the Ding Dongs, the Ho-Hos, all that stuff we used to eat, and we had no recollection of what kind of damage it was possibly doing to us. We had no clue. Even though we don't think it necessarily affected us, in the 80s, but apparently it does, because I'm pretty sure I have some ADHD now at this point.
Okay, yes, these type of classes are very eye-awakening, because yes, as children growing up, and just the further, because we have access to certain type of information today, it was just we were oblivious to it, so there's no knowledge of it, and then we take all of what the great Saba just brought forth and then compound it with social media with no discipline. It's like speeds it up. So it's I've seen children who quote unquote were diagnosed with this, which today I think every child that I've come across now seems to be diagnosed with this, and the reaction from the medications that they receive is disheartening.
Yeah, to try to counteract it.
Yeah, to see a child live, right, full of life, and then to see him the opposite of that. Nothing there. Hey, how you doing? Just gone from this medication that they give for these things, and a lot of it really, comes to the parentage as well, and attention deficit, because the children are deficient from attention from those around them. And a lot of times that's just what the children want. It's just some of your attention,
right?
So it's very sad. And then with the great Saba breaking down how the brain works, and how these foods that all of us have taken in at some point in time, it's and how much damage it does, especially over the long term. It's a lot to take in and realize, but it's important, because most people don't want to hear that type of talk. When you start getting into foods, hey, this is, I ain't trying to hear that.
Yep.
Go somewhere else with that. Do what you do. What's up? Say do what you like. So yeah, it's very interesting. So on to Hotep, what are your thoughts on this class?
Hotep, this class was very interesting, and it was packed with a lot of information. I think it was very important for House of Essence to have a class just here for the record, for all to take in and be able to receive and give back to the great Saba whenever they reach to this class. I think that it is scary and sad that all these children are just taking in these things, and they're not taught correctly on how to look on the back and see what's in the food and how important that is. And personally, me, I never did that when I was little. I never looked in the back. I was never taught that. And recently I've seen things, seen a bagel thing that says that it's dangerous to the reproductive system, which really, when I saw that was, I did not like that. It hurts me a certain way to see that, because I am very protective over that. So just, I'm thankful to be able to understand that these things that are in these foods are very destructive. These certain things that they're putting in are very destructive, and I'm thankful to be in this knowledge to protect myself and my family, my children, to stay away from these types of things, and for the great Sabatuti to teach all of us these specific things that he taught us today with the, I'm not sure what the exact things were, but the exact thing that he taught us today in the food that they put in. I'm definitely going to keep track of that and look into that a little bit more, but I'm very thankful for Sabatuti, and I'm thankful that all families are able to be within the house of ATTON and be protected and sustained with real knowledge and life, and just to sustain themselves in a protected way and not be hypnotized into eating something that is killing them.
Yeah, wonderful points. Great, Antu. Anu, we'll give it to you, great brother.
This breakdown is fantastic, scary at the same time, and breakdowns and build-ups like these really put into perspective how dedicated the people that control the matrix are, especially when all the different layers are shown and how it all connects together and causes what we see now today, like the ADHD and homosexuality in people, even children now. And to see the GEMATRIA really puts into perspective how serious it is. Somebody out there really took the time to first figure out the GEMATRIA for the word Twinkie, make it equal what it equals, and then also equal schizo as well. Like, figure that out to put that together, and then for someone to make the company Twinkie and know that, and then also the word Twinkie also has to do with homosexuality. That takes super dedication, and it's evil that they do that, but we should use it as an inspiration within MAAT, because if we aren't as serious as they are, then we won't get out of this matrix that we're in. So we have to look at their dedication and use it through our own lens, which is MAAT, in order to counter them, because that is very mind-blowing to think about how somebody put that much time and detail and precision into one company out of thousands and millions that are harming people. It's scary, but at the same time it's motivating when you want to protect yourself, because you have to adapt. You have to learn to be better than what is trying to kill you, or else it will kill you. So it's very motivating as well as it is scary. That fear helps create a momentum within myself personally, and I would think within other people, to keep striving to be better and better and better and better and more dedicated to purifying yourself and purifying people around you. Because if we don't, they'll just keep getting more and more dedicated, more and more consistent. They will just keep doing what they're doing to people. And it's progressing really fast. Like the evil stuff that's happening. I remember when I was young, younger, I'm already pretty young. When I was younger, a lot of this stuff wasn't as common. Like when I was younger, there wasn't that many people with ADHD. There wasn't like kids in schools couldn't just say whatever they want to be, and then like the parents have no choice over and stuff like that. Nowadays, it's wild. Like Ani said, like basically every kid has ADHD now. So we really have to follow in Saba's footsteps and be that force that pushes back, because who knows what it'll be like in 20 years if we don't continue to push back and continue to teach the people around us. There's something really interesting to think about. We should really be trying to teach as many people as possible about this information that we learn here, because it really is a life or death for our way of thinking and for the people that we're teaching as well. So it's like if you're just one person in your vicinity that knows this knowledge, it's really only up to you to teach these people about this. It's not up to anybody else. They're only going to learn it from you. They only will have the chance to be saved by you. So it's very important that you think to yourself, like, this information really is up to you to pass out to the people around you. Because without you, they're going to be lost, and they're just going to go deeper and deeper into this crazy, interconnected matrix that's manipulating us on multiple levels, from the biological level of our body to our ka, to our ba. So it's really up to the people listening that are retaining this knowledge to pass this on to other people. Don't even think whether they would like that or not, or et cetera, just give it to them. And if they want it, they want it. If they don't, they don't. But at least you tried. I think that's very important, because these people around us, the matrix people that are controlling the matrix, they pass this stuff out, and they convince people to like it. They convince people to want this stuff, to want stuff that's going to kill them. So if they can convince people to want stuff that's going to kill them, then we can convince people to want stuff that's going to heal them. There has to be that balance, and it is possible. We just have to put our minds to it. So breakdowns and build-ups like these and other ones as well, all of them are very impactful, very influential, because it, for me personally, instills in me that for me, Antu and I, our vicinity, we're the only hope for people around us to have a chance to leave this evil matrix and actually show them the evil that they're living in. And when they're living in it, they don't really see that it's evil. And they don't really have the emotions to comprehend what they're inside of, because they're so desensitized. So it's really up to us to help the people around us, if they accept the help. If they don't, then that's on them. So I really enjoyed this breakdown.
Hotep, yes, wonderful add-on. Great brother, very intuitive with your summarization. Yeah, I agree 100%. The matrix is always at play, you know. So one moment of forgetting that can make a huge difference. So Hinu to you, great brother, for that. Primordial Thought 9. What's up, great brother? How are you?
Peace. Doing you know, in the mind right now, man, because that answer was it shows how easily you know, we just go with the flow. How things are given to us, and we just go with it. Even like N2 said, like, you know, we don't read the back of the box, right? And it kind of reminds me of, like SABA says, about like how when we were introduced to certain religions, we only take the religion based off of those. Usually we got it from the ones we trust, and it was easily accepted, right? So without knowing the things that are put inside of the food we ingest, you know, these things were given from some of our most loved ones when we were kids, right? So and they taste very pleasant, especially when you're a child. Like you know, you have no idea, like, you know, you're not aware of what you're consuming because it's given by someone who you trust. So you develop that habit, right? You develop that I don't want to call it a culture, but you know, just those habits, right? So you find yourself doing that even for your children, and it's almost like it's a reward system, like Saba said, right? So a lot of those things we don't feed to our children to this day, but we used to. So, and man, I remember when I was younger, man, I was eating a bag of hot fries almost every other day, man, with a mucho mango Arizona. You couldn't tell me nothing. Like, you couldn't, man, that was, as soon as I got me a couple of dollars from my mutts, I was right at the stove. And so, and these things are destroying the mind, man. I love when Saba speaks on the mind. Anything that got something to do with the mind, I just lock in. I'm all ears. Like, I'm all ears. I'm focused. I can't because Saba's he's showing things that the details, the things that are in the cracks that we don't even pay attention to, and to touch on those E numbers and things, and they put it on the box and they're giving you the warning. But you know, I look at those warning labels as they think that we're so dumb that they can warn you and you're still gonna go buy it. Like, Hostess ain't go out of business. They still selling that. You can go get that right now if you wanted to leave the house right now and just go pick up a pack with the warning label on there. And they know that the masses has this, you know, I don't care attitude. And I think you just said it on me. Like, you know, most people, like you said, they don't want to hear it. They don't want to talk about that. They don't want to. They'll tell you just everything's bad now. So it's no matter where I go, everything's bad. So I might as well just consume that regardless, right? So, and that sucks, man, because it's one thing. It's challenging to unplug your children to that when they already been introduced to those type of things. And if you don't get it for them, somebody else will. There's always that best friend at school that's like, yeah, here, you can have some of my hot fries. Like, you can have some of my Cheetos. You can have some of, and, you know, your child gonna just be like, oh yeah, thank you. and it's like this big old war, man. And I just to SABA for this answer. I appreciate you. To it for that. That's on the mind right now, man. So Hotep, Medu.
Yeah, to our great brother. Yeah, I used to hit up those mucho mangoes too. If you get $1, take your $1, go get your nice large. That's another, they make it's the cheap stuff, it's the stuff that everybody ain't got, get what you can get. You want to transition to more healthier things. One, you have to be creative and switching the mindset, because again, convenience as well. They have this thing called marketing to the children called meals that make you happy. Happy meals. And they throw a little toy in there too. We'll get you, play with this and yeah, when the great SABA was speaking about, from the ages, starting at 3, and when I look back at when I was in school, and the lunches in school was terrible, and then I realized when you go into the hospitals, it's the same food. I was like, that's really when I started to reckon. I'm like, oh, we in the hospital because we sick, but they bringing you a plate of trash. So yeah, it's a wonderful thing whenever we learn to take accountability for self and start to just be the example. And by default, it starts to reflect around you, and it forces you to be more attentive, to everything around, and to look at what it is that you're consuming. Right now in MAAT fundamental class that I'm giving to the Karu, we're still just on the first line of Amina Mope, first line of the first chapter, Sejemu Arkui, or Ama Arkui Sejemu, to give your ears to receive. And that word Sejem, to receive or to listen, is all about what you are taking in. And so Sejem, which means to receive, also means to be an internal disposition. So, and we also see in the Purim Haru that what is inside of you is who you are. And of course, that becomes later in, you are what you eat. And then we learn from the Medu that the word unu or unim, to consume or to eat, doesn't just mean physical foods, because of course it starts in the mind first, in the mental, and what it is that you're consuming, and why it's so important. And you speak about how much you love when SABA teaches on the mind, and it's imperative, because they play hand in hand, because what we take in affects the mind. So and what you brought up, Anu, with the gematria, and so if we're looking at like a blueprint of the layout, they have every section. They've put time and attention and effort into every section that makes up this matrix, to make sure that when you recognize one thing, you still have 17,000 other things that can throw you right back into the ISFET. And so why this is, this is so important, and why supporting this is so important, because the reciprocity is more than just the actual act of giving something. It's an energetic cleansing that your Eve subconsciously is receiving, to know that you're giving to something that is helping to remove some of the ISFET that's taking place in the mind. Because I'm sure that most people who are watching and have or do still consume a lot of these products, to be able to listen to this and then receive a thought for a split second to switch that, to change that, is enough to appreciate, enough to give a reciprocity for that. So it's a beautiful thing to have the information once you're able to channel the emotions that come along with learning some of this stuff, including anger, and channel it into something within MAAT. Tua Henu, to all who show reciprocity to these classes, to the Podclass, to the House of ATTON, so we can one by one cleanse individually and come together within this setting here and do some real work, as a group, as a collective. So Tua, Hotep, welcome back, Great Saba Tehuti, Hotep.
Hey, Hotep, greetings, peace, welcome to be back. Thank you for welcoming back. Okay, let me snap back. Yes. To everybody for listening, those who supported, everybody was incredible. Some of the support was, I see it's still coming in, so I do appreciate that. And let's continue on with this. And I heard some beautiful words of appreciation after I stepped off. So thank you everybody for those great words of appreciation for what it is that I do. It is a lot. What I do, it takes a lot. Somebody just popped in, Annie. Who is that?
Nook Poo.
Nook. Peace, brother. All right. Yes, it is a lot, and I do appreciate those who appreciate the time of what I do to put these together, because I have the answers. I have a lot of answers for these questions, but to systematically put it together is what actually takes a lot of the time. It's put together in a very systematic way. So to everybody that does appreciate the time it takes to put it together. I may have an answer the second I see the question asked. I have an answer for it, but to put it together in a pretty way, in a systematic way, with suspense, with highs and lows and drops and more suspense and answers, and the way that it's put together may take about 11 hours to just have it presentable, even though I have the answer that would take no time if I just answered it from what is in my brain. But I'm making it, I'm creating a gift. I'm making it a book. It takes about maybe 11 hours plus the hour or two to teach it. So I hope everybody does appreciate it as much as they can, if it changes your life. And we're going to continue with this beautiful thing until I can't do this anymore. Until I can't do it anymore, and maybe I could just relax for a little bit. But until then, I don't. The answers that come, I try to take it down to 40 minutes, and now they're longer. I said, okay, I'm going to make them 40 minutes,
Now 2 hours and 30 minutes. So I realize that I don't have control of the time of the answer. And thank you all for your great appreciation of what I do. I don't know if there's anybody answering questions on YouTube for 2.5 hours. I'm not sure if that exists, and if they do, I don't know if it's on the level of this. So thank you, everybody, and we're going to continue because the next one is going to be it's part 2. So I'm gonna read a couple supports, and then I'm gonna get right into the next question. And you all are very beautiful for motivating me. You all are real motivation for me because as I said many podclasses, I didn't think this was wanted. So Tua for letting me know that this is actually wanted and received. And as long as this is wanted, I'm gonna keep doing this. All of those things that happen to people as they get older will all of those things will stay there. I speak in a certain way because the way the English language is, even when you're saying something that you're trying to get away, you end up saying this in the sentence for it to take place. So I have to be very careful of how I speak because I have to control the frequency that keeps me alive. So if I say, I don't want to get hit by a car, you're still in a sentence, you're still saying hit by a car. So the brain hears hit by a car. So it's very strange. I have to be very particular with how I speak because the way that I speak helps keep me alive and also controls the speed in which I age. So I'm going to go ahead and get into the next couple donations and support. And then we're going to get right into. Let me refresh the page to see if any support came in while I took a break. And we're going to get right into the next question, which is sent in by Dr. LaRoche. Okay, 2 came in. Okay, let's go, everybody. Let's get it on. Who is this? Wait, 3? Who's this? Terry Patty, my good brother. Good brother Terry Patty is sending a tip for that answer. So here we go. Shout out to Terry Patty. And I'm going to read this, and I have a question before I go. I had stepped away. I heard a couple of you, but Angela Gates, did you get a chance to say anything since I left?
Yes, actually, I was the first person.
When I took my break.
Can you hear me? Can I be heard?
Oh, okay. Maybe I thought you were answering. Yes, I hear you, Angela. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good. Antu, did you speak after Angela?
Yes.
Okay, maybe I missed Angela. By the time I listened in, I heard you, Antu. Okay, wonderful, Angela. I do want to hear from you really quick. Just give a short little summary on what you thought of the answer. I really get to see you on the panel a lot, so just give a short little what you thought, how it hit you.
Oh yeah, actually, I was talking about the fact of how much we used to eat those things growing up as kids in the 80s. And had no knowledge of the effects of those things, the red color 40, all those other chemicals we never thought about. And I don't know, it's just thinking about, what we've consumed, just completely being oblivious of what it really was. It's shocking, but it's kind of not shocking because I would think, I think we all understand what the Matrix is for. It's for, death. But at that time, we just didn't know at that time. But we thought it was the coolest things to have all the, the Twinkies, the Ding Dongs, the Doritos, all that stuff. We thought it was cool,
Yes, exactly. And it's interesting that all the names for everything, all the names for every snack, none of them are words in our vocabulary.
Yep.
I mean, unless you're calling some a ding dong, but other than that, all the words are not. We don't know what those words are. They're only for the snacks. So We don't know what is a Cheeto. Is that something? That is a what's a Cheeto? Is it,
Right.
it's a tiger. It's a cat. All these different strange. What's a Skittle? Is that a word? Let's go Skittle. What is that? These are not even words in our vocabulary. So, when you don't have a word in your vocabulary, what the mind does is it does exactly what it did when you were developing as a child. So when you're developing as a child, you were a scientist. Everything was an experiment to you. And everything that you based your life on was based on links and associations because it was your first time doing something. So you touch the fire, it's hot. You learn a word, it's the first time you learn that word, and it gets associated with anything emotional that happens as you learn that word. So one of the aspects of this is just extra now. One of the aspects of the psyop is to purposely create words that you have no link or association with other than the dopamine of the satisfaction of you eating it. So thus it has no link to anything else that you've ever done. So thus you're not sharing the frequency with anything else. When you eat a Skittle, it is only, all your neurons are only for the Skittle because you've never skittled. You've never gone to the club and skittled up. You never skittled with your man. So Skittles is only for that. So the only link in association is that. Whereas things like, say, a car, there's multiple cars. There's multiple beds, multiple houses. There's multiple walks, multiple parks. The Skittles is only one. All of these words that you're using, there is no other Twinkie. So it's complete frequency focus to just your dopamine and that item, and there's no confusion. And when there's no sharing of frequency, it creates a more intensified focus when you're not sharing it with anything else. This is a little extra I'm throwing in. That's supposed to be for part 2, but a little extra stuff. Primordial said he liked the extra stuff.
To a SABA. I think Hush Nation was the only person I don't think we heard from.
Okay. Thank you, Angela. He was Hush.
Yes.
Okay, Hush. Let's unhush you a little bit. Give a couple good words. Man, you and Nook Punuk look like brothers. But go ahead.
Yeah, that one brother from another. But that breakdown was deep. That breakdown was real deep. I myself had some crazy experience with a whole ADHD situation where these man them was trying to force my son to take it. You see, and now I in a situation where if I don't leave my son take the Ritalin, however the pills was, he wasn't allowed to go to school. So now everything going on, and now I'm in a situation where I trying to get custody of my son because I can't do no paperwork or nothing to take care of him. So it messed me up like totally, you know. So then to the point where it reached to a point he had to act like he taking the pills and he put them in his pocket and then he bring them home to show me that he ain't taking the pills. And then slowly but surely we get through the situation, you know. But before that, I had meetings with a psychiatrist and she's showing me why he have to take the pill and if I really want him to go to school or if I really want to get custody and other children take the pill and the school, everybody was against me, you know, and then I check in but what they didn't understand was that he's not taking the pill. They didn't understand that, so I was just against everybody until I figured out the situation. We need to act like he's taking the pill and then put it in his pocket and then bring the pill home to show me that he's taking the pill. You know? So I myself will have to send this breakdown for you to see, like, look, even SABA break it down for you to see that is a really a matrix against us.
Yep. And yes, absolutely. And I didn't even part 2. I knew this was going to be long, so I actually left all that out. I have another class on the actual pills and the other things that are. But yes, that's a part of the Psyops too. So as you see, he stopped taking the pill and he got better, didn't he?
No, he never took the pill.
Right.
It come to a situation where I figure out to like for him to act like he's taking the pill. And then
That's what I mean. He stopped taking the pill. He didn't take.
No, he didn't take it at all. No, he
right.
all. I was just going through a lot of meetings with the psychiatrist where her convincing me that if he don't take the pill, he can't come to the school.
And how is his mind? How is his mind now since he stopped taking the pill?
No, he never took the pill, Saba. He was just like me. When I was small, they used to always tell my mother something wrong with me. But I guess they didn't have the whole ADHD and the whole pill thing. But
he never even took one pill ever. He never took one pill ever.
No,
okay,
he never took the pill because I was busy trying to put this whole Dr. Stevie thing in the head where he's just a little boy, you know? And now, you got the school here telling me if he don't take the pill, he can't come to school. So it was just the school and the psychiatrist and the court of guardianship was against me.
Thank you for telling me that, brother. And I've been through something similar, and this is all a part of the matrix. And I'm so to the netter for you being here and for him having you, and to the netter again. I'm always praising the netter frequency. To the netter frequency for removing me from all of that type of world. And I'm very, very thankful, and I'm glad you had your son never take it. And that's great. And every time I hear these stories, I'm thankful that I wasn't I will live under a bridge and be homeless before I go into any type of regular life that people say they live, and going to work and all of these interesting things that school and all these things. I'll actually be homeless. I'll raise a community of homeless people under the bridge before I ever go under any dominance of any type of thing like that. But Tua, for you to telling me that, and let's continue, everybody, because that I've been through something like that, and it's a sick system because the school is providing that which is causing the ADHD and then forcing a pill which actually causes let's get into these donations, everybody, because this is a crazy world you live in. Here we go. All right, so shout out to Terry Patty. Where'd he go? Shout out to Terry. Did Terry Patty ever pop up on the screen?
No.
That's strange. Let me do this again. Shout out to Terry Patty, the good brother who's watching somewhere in the background, and he is showing his reciprocity. I'm going to do a few of these, and then we're going to get into the next question of the Twisted Power class. So where's Terry Patty's here? It's not showing on the screen. Let me see if I can fix this little technical difficulty situation. There it is. Let's give some noise to Terry Patty. Who is here? Angela, could you read that for me, please?
Sure. Can that be heard?
Yeah, nice and clear.
Okay. So Terry Patty sent you $20. ADHD matrix broken, powerful breakdown, SABA.
Thank you. Give that man some big noise, please. Some big noise. Thank you, Terry Patty. Appreciate your support. Let's do a couple more and get right into the next one. Okay, we got some more support coming in. Shout out to hey, this is
Kiko. I know him as Hefe, also known as Kiko. Did somebody just say something? I can't see the screen. Did somebody say Kiko?
Oh, Hush Nation put his hands up.
Okay. Hush Nation, did you say something? Do you know Kiko? Or you just said his name?
No, Kiko is like Wagwan in Papiamento. Papiamento is our local language. Kiko is like Wagwan, Kiko.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting. All right. So here's the name of somebody that is a phrase by you. So here we go. Shout out to Kiko Wagwan. Shout out to Kiko Jones. And Anu, could you read that one for me, please?
Yes, I can, Saba. $14.91 for support for the Tehuti podcast.
Give Kiko some big noise, please. Okay, thank you, Kiko. Appreciate you. And let's go on to the next. Who's here? Let me scroll down. Hey, Link Perry. This is a new brother here. This isn't for a tip. This actually came. This came a little earlier. Shout out to Lincoln Hotep Perry. When I first saw this email, I thought it was a spam from LinkedIn. I clicked on it, and it was a Podclass supporter. I'm glad I clicked on it. All right, LinkedIn. What does it say? LinkedIn Hotep Perry, and just says for Podclass. Okay, thank you, LinkedIn Hotep Perry. Appreciate you. He's the. Is that Myro's son? Okay. What's going on? Okay. Shout out to Lincoln. I don't see that right. Okay, next is we got a couple down here. Who is this? This is Dr. LaRoche, but this is actually in the next question, so shout out to Dr. LaRoche. And okay, let me put this in the proper file. Dr. LaRoche. Actually, I'm going to be addressing this question. Okay. All right. So I'll read it in the answer. Okay. Shout out to Dr. LaRoche. Next up is Bada Bum Boom. Who's this? That's Dr. LaRoche again. Dr. LaRoche. So who's this? Trenton Donaldson. Appreciate you. Oh, there's a tip for the color purple. Nice. I can see this one nice and big. Okay, I'll do two more, then we're going to get to the next Podclass answer. Shout out to tip purple. Trenton Donaldson is also known as ATTON. From what I remember, ATTON. So there's a tip for the purple one, and I can read this one. It's nice and big on my screen. Trenton Donaldson. Hotep SABA. Hotep SABA for all your teaching, for the reciprocity and purple teaching. Thank you for all you do and your time and energy. Henu. Give him some big noise for the 1818. Big noise. 1818. Boom. Hush Nation, I see your big one. I'm gonna read that a little later. I see this one though. Here's one. Shout out to Hush Nation for this one. Appreciate you, good brother. I think this is your second one that I'm reading tonight. So I'll let you read this one, the second one that I'm seeing tonight, and I'm gonna let you read this one. Shout out to Hush Nation. Appreciate you, good brother. Did we lose Bella? And Antu? Who's on the screen? Memorial. Okay. Hush Nation, go ahead and read this one, please, my good brother.
So, SABA. Fixed order for how to study class. Do SABA.
Okay, give him some big noise, please. Thank you. And Fix, just for clarity, is this a question? What is this about here? If you can elaborate for me, please.
It is an order for a class on how to study, because I remember you was talking about something about how to study, and up to now my dictionaries were order. They can't reach yet, but I see it have the dictionary on the HOA website, the hieroglyph dictionary, you know, but then it complicated, you know, so I need like some basics to start from. So if I order the how to study class, then I could start from the basics, so I can have an idea where to go, left and right, in the middle.
Okay, so when you say how to study class order, what are you talking about? A meta class, or you want me to do a pod class teaching how to study? Or
no, a meta class that close to having an idea how to understand how to go about studying the Meduneta.
Oh, do you have any Meduneta classes? Have you ordered any Meduneta classes?
I just ordered Meduneta class 1. I just ordered it, so I have that now. I have Meduneta class 1.
Okay, maybe we need to talk a little bit more, because I don't have a Meduneta class on. All the classes are on how to study the topics on Meduneta that I'm teaching for the particular class. So if you're talking about like nouns and verbs, like that type of thing, nouns, verbs, pronouns, or how to read. Email me for more clarity. I don't want to take up too much time on the podcast, but email me for more clarity so I can see if I understand what you're talking about. For all those who are wondering, we have 65 of these. You can email this and make your order. We have 65 classes, and starting from class 45 are all magic classes, how to actually perform ritual and practice to the other side, immortality, out of body, contacting ancestors, altar work, all type of things. And these are the Meduneta Monday class. We used to have them at 1:30 p.m. until I ran out of time. And I look back now and I'm amazed that I was able to do this. I don't know where I had the time to do this. They're 4 hours long. I asked my editor, how? This is when I was able to do the class, the Meduneta class at the time. And they're all recorded. So even though I don't do them anymore, you can actually order the classes, email that, and you can actually order the classes, and they're only $20 each, and you can get 3 hours with no. It's not like the Podclass. There's no announcement of donations. There's no announcements of anything. It's literally me teaching straight for about 3 hours on actual practice using the MedNetter for magic, all type of things. So go ahead and email that and order, everybody, and your life will be changed. These are life-changing classes. It's not MedNetter teaching you the letter A, the letter B. It's not that. It's using the MedNetter language and the history and culture to actually perform and tap in to higher realms of your consciousness and what to actually perform while you're at home. So shout out to all those who supported and ordered this, and that is available to the public. And when they first came out, it was not available to the public until I made them so they were recordable and orderable. But it was there were private classes that in order to enter you had to prepay, and then you got a private link. It wasn't a public YouTube thing. So okay, all right. So Hush Nation, we'll talk on that later. Okay. Okay, wonderful. All right, everybody. I'll read 2 more because I see something else came in, and then we're gonna get into the next answer of the Tehuti Podclass. Appreciate everybody that has supported so far. Keep it up. Where are the heavy hitters? We need some big heavy hitters in here. The big heavy hitters in here. Stranger. I actually think I see Stranger's name. Stranger, Rigo. Some of the big heavy hitters used to come in and just blow the class up. Shout out to everybody who supported so far. I'm going to go ahead and read. Okay, this one's anonymous. That one's anonymous. Annie Patai, I see you. Okay, I'm seeing. Okay, here they are. Here's not the monsters, but I see some. I read 2 women. I was like, where are the females? Where are the females? This is a class on the children. Let me see. Tanya Experience, definitely. Big Croc. Tanya Experience with the support. Now to you, Tanya. Scribe, can you hear me, good brother?
Yes, I can hear you.
Did Tanya have some type of issue with the PayPal?
It seemed that way. I'm not sure if she sent it to a wrong PayPal or she said it was a different name, so I sent her the correct link.
Okay, I want to tell everybody that the Cash App and the PayPal worked perfectly. There was a little bit of sabotage problems last week. Little bit of issues last week, but the Cash App has been repaired. Everything is fine with that. So the Cash App works, the PayPal works fine. Everything is fine, up and running, absolutely perfectly and smooth now. Okay, so shout out to Tanya 23 Experience. She did send in Cash App. So even though there may have been an issue with the PayPal on her end, boom, here's the Cash App, and that is $15. And no, Puno, could you read that for Tanya 23, please?
To SABA. It says Tonya 23, $15. Thank you. 2 hands of praise. The hands of praising from me and Sir Ketz with the eyes of stars. Oh, I mean eyes of heart. Excuse me. Cool.
Oh, what's the last thing you said? You corrected something?
Yes, it was the eyes of hearts. Eyes of the hearts, not stars.
Okay. Thank you. Give her some big noise. A monster came through. I see one. A monster came through. If you get leisure, I see you. I see you coming through. I'm not going to read that one right now, but I'm going to read one more, and that's another female, which is Gabriela Lopez. Gabriela Lopez, Purple Lady, Purple Heart. tip focus. Shout out to Gabriel Lopez and is Primordial on the screen?
I'm here, so.
Okay, good. I'm going to get you to read that for your wonderful purple loving lady. Shout out to Gabriel Lopez. Go ahead and read that for us with the donation amount and all of it, please. And your wonderful commit.
Yes, it's $22.22 for ADHD breakdown and build up. Purple Heart.
Give her some big noise, please. Thank you, Gabriel Lopez 222. All right, everybody, I'm going to stop the donations for right now. We're going to get into the next question of the Tutsi Podclass. I see the supporters who have donated. I will read you out. I see Eric G. That's it. Daryl. I see Nook again. I see you, Sarah Jean. I see and then the PayPals. I can't see their names. I don't know if I'm not. I don't see your name. If it's PayPal, I have to click on it to see it. But shout out to all the supporters. We're gonna get to the next question, everybody. The next question, everybody. Are you ready for the next question? Then hold on. Yes, it is a one of a kind that is available. I've never seen anything this large available. Okay, shout out to all the great supporters. We're going to get into the next question. And the next question coming in from the good brother who donates every podcast. I think he sends a question in almost every podcast. And that is this brother right here who is, let me go to, where is he? Where is he? Shout out to the doctor. His name is also Tehuti. I'm trying to find his support. Where is he? Oh, here it is. Okay, boom. Oh, no. I don't want to replace it. I want to expand it. Shout out to the doctor here. For some reason, it's not expanding. Let me see. Oh, there it is. It's on the screen. Perfect. Shout out to the good brother, Dr. LaRoche. I'm going to see if I can put this on the screen the way that it's showing on mine. If I can tap into this. Let me see. It did. Perfect. Shout out to Dr. LaRoche. We're going to give him some big noise, monster noise, transformer noise. He sent in a monster support question. $50. And if he was here, I'd get him to read it, but he's not, so I will get Antu to read that for us, please. Antu came back right in time. Go ahead and read that for us. Thank you. The assistant of Nanya Stepmura. That's your new name.
It says Podclass on Cuneiform versus Medu Netzer. Which came first?
Okay, give him some monster noise. All kind of noise. Scribe, if you're there, give him some big noise.
Humans have asked us to play by their rules.
And yes, the Hekau really
Get that
works.
back on the screen. Where'd it go? Hold on. Shout out to Dr. LaRoche. Let me get him back on the screen. I don't know where the donation went. Hold on. The donation dipped off of the screen. Where are you, Daniel LaRoche? Daniel LaRoche. Well, where did you go? Where did you go? September 14th. September 14th, where are you? Oh, September 14th, he's on the actual. Let me put it back on the screen. Shout out to Daniel LaRoche. I did not see his donation has
There it is. Okay, thank you. Okay, here we go. Shout out to you, Daniel LaRoche. Appreciate you. Let me make sure you don't have any idea why I disappeared, but shout out to computer's doing some interesting things. Here we go. All right, Daniel LaRoche, appreciate you for your big support. And this question, I have addressed. I have not just addressed it. I have answered this question before, maybe a year and a half ago. Daniel LaRoche was not with us at that time. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to incorporate some of the last answer and add some updates. I'm going to conglomerate the information that I put up into one answer for the good brother, Dr. LaRoche, because this donation is so this donation is large. I'm not going to take this donation and say, oh, just go watch this past podcast. I am going to give him an answer with that Podclass information and more. So shout out to you, Dr. LaRoche. We're going to really find out right now which one was first. It's a good question. People always ask that question. And I'll go ahead and ask everybody on the panel. Angela Gates, are you familiar with which one is older, Medu or Cuneiform?
To be honest with you, I have no idea what the first one is, to be honest with you.
What's the first one? What do you mean the first one?
Cuneiform.
Oh, have you heard of Cuneiform? Have you
No,
heard of that?
never heard of it.
Oh, that's what the Sumerian tablets, you know, the ancient. Okay, yeah, okay, good. You haven't heard of it, so you definitely don't know which one's older if you never.
Nope.
Okay, cool. Well, you're gonna learn something again new for the first time. Beautiful, wonderful, awesome. Okay, Annie Patah at Tehuti, you there, good brother?
Hotep, yes, I'm here.
Okay, which one is older to your knowledge? That's awesome. With that I gotta learn that one and bring that to the streets. That appearing thing, I gotta bring that to the beach. All right, which one is older, brother? That's an interesting question. Have you done thorough research into that topic of which one is older? Medu or Cuneiform, man?
Yes.
What do you say?
That's a great question. Just from my depending on what the context of the question is, but being that the Medu and what they call the Cuneiform started off as images as well, but all around is Medu. Everything is in nature is a language, and that's why I love the Medu, because now you have a language from just looking around you. So however far back that goes.
Okay, interesting poetic answer there. Very nice, very nice, very nice. The pseudo haters would definitely love to ravish into that answer. What are you talking about, brother?
It's okay, I got sources on sources on sources for whatever angle. I got museum numbers too.
Okay, good. Okay, good. How about you? Let's go to we're gonna go to one of the Anunnaki here. One of the brothers, the only brother in the entire house of Aten with an Anunnaki name, Anu. What's older, man, the Medu or your father Anu's language? What would you say? You're named after Anu, so I know you're biased.
Like Ani said, depends what context. But if we're just gonna go with archaeological finds, if I remember correctly, from their last class, it was Medu. I remember the old Medu on the bone.
Okay, interesting. Okay, and Sue, have you done any look into this topic of
comparative study of the ages of cuneiform. You also have a cuneiform name, right? Okay,
Yes.
represent your people. Stand up.
I haven't done much research myself, but I did learn from you, as Ani said, so it is metadata for my knowledge.
Okay. Primordial thought. 9. What did Muta Ashby tell you, man? Which one's older? I honestly, Muta Ashby debates Zacharias Fitcher.
I'll love to see y'all two have a conversation as well. That'll be phenomenal. I think Ani and Anu said it best already. But of course, yeah, from your previous class, you did show that it was the Medu Netter, which of course, so, to up to you. But they did it, you start bringing in Astarte, you start bringing in, they definitely was both alive. So it's not more of warring against each other. It's more so of they both spoke about each other. So
yeah, okay.
Do it to you. So
okay, Hush Nation, did any research on? Do you know what cuneiform is, and have you done research on what you'd say is older?
Negative, Saba. Earlier this evening, I was talking to a little 9-year-old girl, and I tell her she's God, and I tell her, I say the Bible come from Septuagint, and Septuagint it come from the 999 people, and then the Sumerian thought come in my head, and I just stop, and I just stick, and I just went to something else.
Okay. Got you. Because you're not too well studied on that topic, right? The Sumerian and all the Cuneiform. You're not really.
Well, you already broke it down for me, but then you didn't do this. So now tonight gonna be really
one moment, everybody. Hold on. One moment. Hold on.
Yeah, I didn't know that the Cune, I didn't know that was Sumerian. You see, so now I'm like, whoa, so I'm actually going deeper with this now. So this is going to be really interesting.
You said you was talking to a 9-year-old about the Septuagint?
Yeah, because I like she's 9. This is an opportunity to get in her head while the school attacking her, you know what I mean? So okay, I can be at the other end. Then at least she know from now, if anything, come back and ask me, If anything, she will come back and ask me. Then from there, I could get a little battery in her back.
That's wonderful. Love to hear that.
Yeah, when I tell her if she know 9 is the highest number, she was like, she say yeah, and then she making 10. I say yeah, then you go back to 1 and a 0. And whatever she had replied had made sense. I was like, whoa. You know what I mean? I was like, she didn't even argue, give me no friction. I was like, hey. That's when I just started to see how far I could go.
Yeah, it's wonderful. I know the children of the House of Atten are going to be giving classes at 10 years old, 11 years old.
I was just thinking 2 days ago. I was just thinking but imagine if at the House of Aton we have little Netorus, because I was thinking on Primordial and Gabriella Youth, and then I checking wait, what's going on here? And like just now we have little 10-year-olds up here giving lessons. I say, hey, I don't know if my mind going too far with the thoughts, but it's what I'm seeing.
No, yes, it's wonderful. You know, you have if you can see it and hear, it most definitely can be brought forward. Facts, absolutely.
Right.
So keep that. And I love you the end of the Sunday class. You know, you also gave some more vision. I love to hear what people see for the House of ATTON, because it just shows that what's taking place is creating enough actions for it to become a reality in someone's thoughts. And if that exists, then it's real, it exists. So it's a beautiful thing. So yeah, Tuak, keep doing that.
Yeah, it was fun, you know, because I doesn't know how to do it. So when she came with the funny little school, you know, they give you the little school songs, the little Jesus songs to sing. So when she come with that, I was like, use God. They put that in your head so you don't tap in, so you could find out about, so you don't find out about the 999 beings, and they don't want you to know that use God, you know. And I just tried to see how far I could go with it, you know.
Yes, wonderful. Peace to you, great brother, for that. Hotep Nook Poo. Peace, great brother. See you back in the purr. Let's hear your curves, hear your tones.
Hotep, MAAT, Medu. I got Ampu out here, ready to tear somebody's heart out. But yeah, I'm honored to be here on the panel. Tour for SABA with this Nefer answer that he just gave. It was very occur. I was definitely Jed, and it was real powerful and real glad that he brought it up. But I also was really mad. I'm still real mad because it's like this information is so poisonous, like what they do to us, and you go to war with people trying to explain this to them, they're ready to kill you. Like they're part of the ISFET so deeply that you can't even tell them how corrupted and ISFET is all around us and what it's doing to us. It's like they work for the Matrix. Like the Matrix doesn't even have to attack you. Like the people themselves would just swallow you up, you know. So it definitely gets me mad, really mad. Like it really triggers me because it's like, to me, it's like a daily routine, you know, every day, you know, going to work, they feeding these grown men child these snacks and they're all excited about this. And I'm like, yo, you eating poison, man. What's wrong with you? And I'm looking at the job like, give me more money, man. I don't want more poison. What's wrong with you, man? That's not how you reward me. I'm not a child, not a man child. So it's crazy. And then to know about the jabby jab, that it has to do with this as well too. Further pushing this agenda, making it increase the attention span, even the technology, the clothing, the music, the entertainment. So many things contribute to this ISFET, to this memory loss, focus. Like how you were saying earlier, oh, this should motivate people to send reciprocity and to join more. But they're so deep into this ISFET, this matrix, that they're gonna forget about it. They're not even gonna put two and two together because they're in that ADHD, you know, whatever mind control spell. So it doesn't even reach their heart, their Eve. It's just whatever. onto what's next? What's the sports entertainment or whatever? You know, like the other so-called consciousness channels that be talking deep, talking about all this knowledge, and yet they're like, oh, what's on for the next sports entertainment? Hey, how much you got for this team? And I'm like, man, this is. And then the sports is promoting this Gatorade and all this other ISFET. It's just don't stop, man. So that's why we gotta keep fighting, man. We gotta keep chopping their heads off, man. So towards everybody that acknowledges it and, you know, wants to fight against it, opposed to those that are just like Dorothy from Finding Nemo, quick to forget, you know, what just happened. So Hotep and Tua, I need for allowing me to speak my cur.
Yes, Hotep, great brother. You know, you're always gonna bring that fire. So yeah, it's wonderful to know, you know, great brothers like this on the panel and great sisters are walking with this frequency, because yeah, as you stated, you know, the matrix is so elusive that most people do not know that they are, one, promoting it, two, that, you know, it even exists as a thing. So people will make life decisions based on an illusion, and be 100% convinced that it's an actual thing. So yeah, the distractions that keep everyone from staying focused in your studies, and that's you know, that's what is funneled through a lot of the currencies, and those are the ones that are worshipped today. You know, it's the athletes that are worshipped at the highest levels, and the artists, not because of, you know, their artistry and being able to bring forth and raise consciousness, but for teaching people how to, giving people the frequencies and the motivation to go produce ISFET. So yeah, yeah, you're absolutely correct. The attention span is non-existent, and that's why a lot of you know something like this in the Podclass, and where and that's one thing I learned early from SABA, is when he was conversing with different people, he always stayed directly on whatever point he was bringing. When someone tries to take it somewhere else, it's right back here, and it just shows the confusion and the ISFET, where people want to go every which way. So we get to see and begin to implement and practice that. So welcome back, Great Saba. Your package make it there?
Yeah. There's a little correction that has to be made, but everything is here safely. So I'm ready to get into the next answer. Here we go. Okay, everybody. A little bit of confusion, but all confusion is always fixed. So everybody, we're gonna get into the next question of the Tehuti Podclass. The next answer. Shout out to Dr. LaRoche for this question. What is first, the metanetter or the cuneiform? And let's get into it, everybody, right now. I was actually supposed to start this about 20 minutes ago, but time is of essence, so let's get started right now. I have to definitely take care of something very important. So here we go, everybody. So peace, Annie. Peace and love to you. Peace, Anu, Antu. Peace, Nook, Nook, Nook. Peace, Angela Gate. Hush Nation. Peace and love. Jump into the chat and let's get into the next question here. The Tehuti Podclass. Let's go, everybody. Are you ready? Let me get the timer on and get into it. Here we go. Boom, boom, boom. The last answer was over 2 hours. Let's see what this one is right here. Cuneiform or Medu? What an interesting question. You already know that once the question is asked here at the Tehuti Podclass, the answer is more than just what the question. The answer is more than what the question actually was, and that's exactly what's going to be demonstrated here at the Tehuti Podclass with the phenomenon that we are doing, and you are a part of this history, and you're a part of this phenomenon. So let's get right to it, everybody. And let me go here. Boom, boom, boom. Press the 9 if you can see and hear me clearly. Press the 9 if you can see and hear me clearly. Now I'm going to go to test the screen share. Press the 9 if you can see the screen sharing right now. 1, 2, 3. It should go into this mirror type effect. Let me check the chat. Press the 9 if you can see the screen share clearly. Boom, boom, boom. Beautiful, beautiful. Gabriel said, the color that can't be seen. Still my favorite color. All right, wonderful. Peace, Hefe. Peace, 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 peace. Wonderful. Hotep to you. Everybody can. I'm here. I'm getting the 9s in. Wonderful, wonderful. Art by is here. Ox Effect. Ox Effect with a 9. Art by with a 9. Maharu. I see the monster you dropped. I'll be announcing that at the end. Sorry. And 2, Anu, Hush Nation, Nook, Angela Gates. Let's get into it, everybody. Ready? Here we go. Boom. Let's get right into it and see what we can do with this next answer here, the Tehuti Podclass. Are you ready, everybody? Let's go. Boom. Clear my throat. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass, the question and answer class of the House of Attend. Due to the kidnapping of history and your spiritual identity stolen, millions of people have questions about who they are, where they came from, if immortality exists, what is the original religion, how about original languages, spirituality, who are the Nitir, what about my physical health, what about my mental health and purity, how do I detoxify that, what about out-of-body experiences? I've been having those. Is there any ancient sources to out-of-body experiences? Is it a new phenomenon? Government psyops, is the government creating control programs? Is there actually an observatory system watching and controlling society? Is this just a conspiracy theory, or are there actual released declassified documents to verify these things? Who are the Nitiru, which we went over before? What about telepathy? Is there such thing as telepathy, quantum entangled consciousness? Unfortunately, in the agenda of atheism, now disguised as a new black community, conscious community, woke, whatever these people are saying they are. They're really atheistic, Kemetic teachers in disguise, unfortunately, who will not actually have classes on the ancient teachings and disciplines of the ancient writings of the indigenous people themselves and their spiritual beliefs, but rather they teach from memes, or they only do debate, debunk, expose, or do challenge videos to others' spiritual beliefs. Everything is the Hebrews are wrong, the Bible is stolen, the Egyptians are not white, the Egyptians are black, the pyramids in America are older than the ones in Egypt. We are the Abos, we are the American Indians, not African, attacking everyone but never giving you any indigenous written spiritual discipline in its place of what they actually adhere to on a daily basis with their family when the computer shuts down. Never showing you what they actually believe in, because in truth, those conscious teachers actually don't believe in anything. They just have the urge to argue and have discussions based on contentions and strife. Thus, the high that they cannot actually answer anything because they don't actually follow any way of life. They've made you feel uncomfortable to ask any of these questions, and then you're laughed off of the stage. You're called a pseudo. You're insulted for the above inquiries. Thus, the only platform, class, movement that exists on the planet Earth where you can send these questions in with reciprocity and 1, get an ebook, personalized document type answer customized for you. 2, taught live with each answer. 3, which each answer get a subconscious matrix, multiple matrices broken and looked at it from the magical side. The researchable side, every side possible is here at the Tehuti Podclass. What are the questions for this section? The Tehuti will answer this evening. And the next question coming in from Dr. Daniel LaRoche, the great student, is Podclass on Cuneiform versus Metanetter. Which came first? Little typo there, but he meant to say which came first. And again, another beautiful question of which many years of teaching I have gone over before, but as always, there was always someone new. There's always someone new that is watching that was not there for the past years. And there's always new information and guidance to add on to any question. That is what I will do for the good brother Dr. LaRoche and the hundreds of people and thousands who watch this in the future. I will give a conglomeration of the aspects I have taught on this topic before, with new aspects I have never taught on, all together for the first time in one class. Before we begin, let me ask the class, what is a popular name for the old language of that ancient Middle Eastern tablets that were written in that look like this? And what is the name of the culture? So here are the tablets. Go ahead and type in the room, everybody who's watching, the people that are viewing, the people that are in the chat, in the audience. What is the common name for this language, and what's the common name of the people that's associated with this language? I'm going to come into the screen and see what you type. What is the name of that language, the common name that people call it, and what is the name of the people that is associated with that language? Go ahead and type it in the room. The title for that type of script and the name of the people that are associated with that type of script. Type it in the room. I'm sure everybody's familiar with, most people are familiar with that script, and it's actually in the title of the podcast. So go ahead and type that in the room, please. What is the common name for that script that people refer to it as, and what is the name of the people? Hieroglyphics Egyptian. Okay, let me go ahead and put that on the screen one last time so you can get a good look at that. Let's get a good look at this one more time. And let's take a look. Here it is right there. Let me blow it up. Maybe it was not big enough. There, get a good look at that right there. So art by Umkanaten said hieroglyphic Egyptian, and Anu said Cuneiform and Sumerian. Wonderful, wonderful. Okay, I'm gonna wait for a couple more people to give an answer. So what is that language this script commonly called, and what are the people that are associated with it? I'll come back to the screen again. And okay, Arbal says, oh yes, Cuneiform, that is correct. Angela Gates is familiar with the Sumerians. Anu, Cuneiform, Sumerians. Yep, there it is. Everybody pretty much familiar with this. Cuneiform, Sumerian, right. Anytime you see that language and you hear about the people associated with it, you don't hear Sanskrit, Indian, you don't hear Aztec, Mayan, you don't hear Navajo, Native American, you hear Cuneiform, Sumerian. That is the common language for that. Okay, the common name for that. Okay, I know there's some more answers being given, but I'm going to get right to it just for time purposes. Let's go right to the right back to it. So basically, everybody was right. That is the common name. That is the question I asked: is what is the common name? The popular name. What's the popular name for that old language of the Middle Eastern tablets? What is the name of the culture? The popular name. If you just look it up in the encyclopedia. Okay, so everybody was pretty much right. Yes, Sumerian Cuneiform. That's the common popular title. So first, let's start with quote-unquote Sumerian Cuneiform, an extremely popular term for an ancient language, and you will see right off the bat the Psyops will begin. Well, first, when you type in the oldest Sumerian tablet, it will take you to the Ashmolean Museum. Let's take a look. So when you type in the oldest Sumerian tablet, oldest Cuneiform Sumerian tablet, you'll actually get this. Let me shrink this down a little bit. They call it the Kish tablet. Let me see this. Okay, the Kish tablet. Okay, let me see if I can put this all on the screen. Let me shrink it down a little bit more. There it is. Boom. Okay, so they call it the Kish tablet in the Ashmolean Museum. And they say this has been dated to the Uruk period. 3500 to 3200 BC. Okay. And the Kish tablet, limestone tablet found in ancient Sumerian city of Kish in modern day Tel Al Ayamir. And then this Babel governorate, Iraq. Kish tablet, which has not yet been deciphered. That's going to be very important. Kish tablet, which has not yet been deciphered. An inscription with proto-cuneiform signs. It has been dated to the early period 3500 to 3200 BC. Okay, and there's a good look at it. So, limestone tablet engraved with pictographic writing. It comes from the Mesopotamic city of Kish, Iraq, dated 3500 BC. Drawn in real size. Probably it is the earliest known evidence of writing, and contains pictograph of heads, feet, hands, numbers, threshing boards, Department of Antiquities. Okay, so this is what they're calling Sumerian cuneiform, the oldest version of it. Okay. So, wow, 3350. So some have 3350, some have 3350 here, 3500. So wow, 3350 to 3500 BC. Okay, we have the oldest date. Then we will go to the Met Museum. Now let's go to the Met Museum. The Met Museum. Now we're in the Met Museum, and here proto-cuneiform tablets with seal impressions, administrative account, barley distribution with cylinder seal impression of male figure, hunting dogs and boars. Now this one is 3100 BC, and there, get a good look at it. 3100 BC. There we go. It's in the Met Museum. These are real tablets. These are real archaeological finds. Okay, so what have we seen with archaeology? Let me see if I can shrink it down a little bit. There we go. So what have we seen with archaeology? Let me see how good everyone's memory is. I'm going to take this off the screen. Let me see how good everyone's memory is. I'm now going to, I'm not going to show it again until after you answer. I'm going to take this off the screen. Boom, let me come off. See how good your memory is. Boom. Okay, so how old is cuneiform? Let me see how good your memory is. Type it in the room. How old is it? I'm not going to put it back on the screen for you to refer to it. Don't go to YouTube and rewind it just off of memory. How old is the cuneiform? What were the numbers that were given? Everybody participate. Type it in the room. How old is the cuneiform? Let's see how good. Let's see how the memories are here. Memories. We just did a class on ADHD. Let's see how your memory is. How old is the cuneiform? Type it in the room. There's 41 people watching. Let's see of the 41 people watching, how many people remembered what they just saw. I'm gonna go ahead and wait a little bit. 41 people watching. How old, everybody? Oh, we are 3580. Look how the numbers are different, huh? This is it was the oral tradition. You see, the oral tradition. I had a debate with the Mighty Hebrew, and he was talking about the oral tradition. I said, five people can't even remember what's on a piece of I'm going to write 3 sentences on a piece of paper, something like 3 sentences, and say it in somebody's ear, and you pass it on. But let me see if it even stays the same as the 5th person. So I just showed something on the screen, and now I took it off the screen, and the numbers of the answers are different. Well, let's see. Did everybody see the same screen share? Let's see this. Let's get those Fritos out of there. Let's see what the answers are. 3350. Okay, boom, boom, boom. 3350. Hush Nation just saw 3300. Israel Holy 3200. Nook for Nook 3580. 3200. 5,350 years old. Kish Tablet 3350. Nook for Nook says I didn't see it. At 10, there we go. At 10. Where's my team at? Where's everybody? Where's Menkura? Where's Atep? Where's everybody here? Master K 3100 BC. We got different answers. Now I did show 2 different things. I did show two different things. So let me see what there could be 2 different answers because I did to to be fair, I did show two different things. So let me see if the answers match. How old is the cuneiform? Let me come back to the screen. I may have missed it. Moving between cell phone back to my laptop. Okay, no problem. But you actually think, Angela, you were the first to get it right. Actually, you were the first to get a number right. 3350. That's actually one of the numbers that I read off. Okay. And for those who are watching that may have their volume down, I'm going to type it in the room. I want everybody to participate. 41 people watching. I know we have what did the AI create? What did they create? When people stick to themselves, they don't want to be seen. And they just are seen by memes and avatars instead of humanly interacting with people like we used to do for over 100,000 years. How old is the cuneiform that I just showed on the screen share? Okay. How old is the cuneiform that I just showed on the screen share? For those who are maybe watching and have their volume down low, I've typed it in the room and I'm going to put it on the screen. How old was the cuneiform that I just showed on the screen share? 43 people watching. Oh, introverts. That's what it's called. That's what AI is creating. AI is creating a community of introverts where we don't know how to interact with each other anymore. Everything is behind the screen with an avatar. You don't show your face. You have a different type of name, and we've lost touch with actually interacting with flesh. Now, a Facebook friend is a friend. When friends used to be something that took years or months to earn, now it's just a click of a button. I got 8,000 friends. That's the new AI transhumanism. So there's the question on the screen, everybody. Okay. How old was the cuneiform that I showed on the screen share? Wonderful. Okay. Is that all the answers that are coming in? Okay, boom. That is a beautiful tarantula. Is that a salmon bird eater? Yes, yes. Her name is Saket, the oldest word for memory, and she's in the class today. I never actually said it, but one of the reasons she's in the class today, Anu said it, but didn't refer to the spider. But one of the reasons she's in the class today and her relevance to the class is that the last topic was ADHD, which dealt with memory, focus, coherency, and the spider in the metanetter is the oldest word for focused memory, immortal memory. Okay, good. Ready, everybody? Are you ready? Ready, everyone? And this is how I actually, you're going to witness live. This is how I actually have won all of my debates. You ready, everybody? Arba Ankana said, wow, I didn't know that. That is why we were here at the Tehuti Podclass. Here we go, everybody. Boom. Ready? Here we go. That was a nice little mental experiment. And now we're going to go into what I do to everybody in the debates that I have, which has just been done by everybody here. Welcome to the podcast, everybody. Let's learn in this beautiful, magical way, this interactive way. Are you ready? Boom. All right. So, what we have seen with, so what have we seen with archaeology? Let me see how good everyone's memory is. I am not going to show it again until after you answer. How old is cuneiform? Ready, everybody? And everybody put their answers. And I put the answers, I'll put them on the screen again. How old is the cuneiform? 3550, 5,000 years old, 3100 BC, at 10 to 3500 to 2900 BC, 3200 BC, 3580 BC, 3200 BC, 3350 BC, 3300 BC. Did anybody get it right? Let's see. Ready? Boom. And again, so what have we seen with archaeology? Let me see how good everyone's memory is. I am not going to show it again until after you answer. How old is cuneiform? Ready, everybody? There we go, everybody. This is a fun aspect of the Tehuti Podclass. I'm trying to train your memory by showing you how I win debates. You may be saying to yourself, wait, did I just get snake styled? Wait, the Tehuti just snake styled me? Wait a minute, hold on. Did I just get snake styled? And the answer is yes. Nowhere did it say anything about the date of cuneiform. You just thought you saw it. Because it was planted into your subconscious. What? What do you what? What do you mean? What do you If you watch the Tehuti debate, this is actually how all of my debates are done. You didn't see anything about the date of cuneiform. You just thought you did. Because you thought you did, I used your subconscious of you thinking that you saw something, and by asking you another question, which was not, did you see the date of cuneiform? But the snake style question was, what do you remember? That caused your mind now to shift into the defense mechanism of, I gotta remember, as opposed to, did I see it? Did I see it? And by shifting your attention somewhere else, it caused you to flutter, to go into that aspect of the brain, and you created in your mind that you saw something that you didn't. By the time my opponent realizes that that was done, the debate is reaching its end, and they can't take it back. Because snake style is to make somebody answer a question without them thinking that you asked it. So I just showed, and I just did a snake style, Tehuti style, which is a method that I debate with, making you think you answered a question of something you think you saw, thought you saw, and really answered another question that I was actually asking. And the question that I asked in my mind to you, that I didn't tell you I was asking, was, do you see the date of cuneiform? That would have caused the critical thinking to look closely, and then you would have saw something and said, no, I don't. That is how the human mind works. All of your answers came from your imagination. All of your answers came from your links and association of creativity. None of those answers came from anything that was written there directly. They came from you seeing numbers, and you filled in the blanks. Here we go, everybody. Let's get to it. Welcome to Tehuti Podclass. I love doing this in the classes just to show you how the mind works and how you think you see something. And most of the arguments that you've ever had in your life are arguments based on things you thought you knew what you were talking about. But welcome to the Podclass. Boom. Here we go, everybody. Nowhere in there did it say anything about the date of cuneiform. You just thought you saw it because it was planted into your subconscious. And look again. Tablet with Proto-Cuneiform inscriptions, about 3100 BC. Tablet with Proto-Cuneiform inscriptions, 3100 BC. Proto-Cuneiform. Hold on. Oh. You guys are going crazy in the back. Tablet, Proto-Cuneiform. Is that you, Nana? Okay. Proto-Cuneiform tablet with seal impressions, 3100 BC. And that is why I am here. You look at things again, even though you swore you knew what you thought you saw. Again, Proto-Cuneiform tablet seal, 3100 BC. And that is why I am here, to make you look at things again, even though you swore you knew what you were saying and swore you knew what you were looking at, causing you to answer a question where the answer was never ever provided, but the subconsciousness worked. The Psyops is to have the word cuneiform in your mind. You see, proto means before. You know, like Spanish and Latin, they're before English. And English did develop from those two languages and other prior languages. Yet Spanish is never called Proto-English, is it? It gets its own identity. And by the very definition of cuneiform, you will soon see that these scripts could never be proto-cuneiform. The trick in dating cuneiform is that cuneiform isn't even a language. Let me get back to the screen and walk you through what actually happened. If I said that Spanish existed in 700 AD, which, yes, Spain, let's say Spanish existed in 700 AD. Let's say Latin existed in 100 BC. We have sourced through etymology that aspects of Latin, aspects of Spanish, which were before the language of English, were actually conglomerated into making English. Thus, when you look at the etymology of words, it will say going back to the Latin, going back to the Greek, going back to the Spanish. You'll see that in etymology. But yet, Greek is its own language, even though it's before English. Spanish is its own language, even though it's Proto-English. Latin is its own language, but it is Proto-English. So the trick is, if I remove the if they remove the identity of the actual language, you can call Latin Proto-English. It is Proto-English. It is before English, and they help make it up. Spanish is Proto-English. Greek is Proto-English. Greek is its own language. But if I scratch out the word Greek, scratch out the word Spanish, scratch out the word language, scratch out the word Greek, scratch out the word Spanish, scratch out the word Latin, and I just put English, 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 English in your mind, what happens after a period of time is you become desensitized, and through links and associations, all you hear is the word English. That's a part of the matrix. So then if I said Greek language goes back, let's say 900 BC. And then I give you a Greek tablet on the screen in a museum, a Greek set of writings, and I say, this Proto-English is 900 BC. And then I cut off the screen and I say, how old is English? And my opponent types in 900 BC. Can't get me, Tehuti. And I said, there is no English 900 BC. No, it said it. It said it. No, they didn't say that. It said Proto-English. Greek is Proto-English, like PIE, Proto-Indo-European. is not Indian or European. It's Proto. It's before that. And you all got tricked by the Psyops, not that I did, but by the Psyops of what the museums do by erasing the indigenous names of the language and inserting this word called cuneiform, where your mind actually scratches out that it saw the word proto there. In every reference, the word proto was there, and your brain scratched it out, erased it from existence, and just saw cuneiform. It just saw cuneiform. Proto doesn't exist anymore. That's actually what you base your entire life on. Your life is actually based on honestly erasing things that are right in front of you, and that the Psyops is very easy to work on you. Be thankful that you have a magician as a teacher. Let's go, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. Here we go. Ready? Boom, boom, and boom. Woo! We're still in the beginning. This may have to be a part 2. Here we go. Boom. There it is. So the Psyops is to have the word cuneiform in your mind. You see proto means before, like Spanish, Latin, or before English. And English did develop from those 2 other prior languages, yet Spanish is never called Proto-English. It gets its own identity. And by the very definition of cuneiform, you will soon see that the scripts could never be Proto-Cuneiform. The trick in dating cuneiform is that cuneiform isn't even a language that can be dated. There is no one language called cuneiform. Let us look at the definition of the word. What is cuneiform to begin with? Wedged writing, from French. Wedged writing, shape thing, unknown origin, German physician. You see what they do to you? But wait a minute. This is the very first language to them. This is the oldest language. So this is 5,000 years ago. There was a set of people that were so intelligent that they created a language with nouns, pronouns, sentence structure, grammatical codes, while you, Greek man, couldn't write one sentence for another 4,000 years, another 3,000 years, 3,000 years. So 3,000 years later, you're developing a language, Greek man. You have a language in around 1000 BC. And you're intelligent enough, 3,000 years younger, to say, we're going to call this Greek. We're going to call this Latin. We're going to call this Spanish. We're going to call this English. We're going to call this French. You're advanced enough, 3,000 years behind them, and they were too dumb to name their own language. So it took you to come with a French word, German cuneiform. We are the ones that are naming it cuneiform. We'll name it for you because you people that could speak and have a complete society and civilization before us Greeks could even mumble, where we were saying, where we couldn't even write a sentence yet, you're the advanced civilization. We're smart enough to give our language a name, but you people are not smart enough, so we're going to come from France and name your language. And the Psyops begins. But it means wedge writing. Anything wedged inside of a block stone is cuneiform. So that's how could there be a proto-cuneiform? It better not be wedged. You see how the matrix works? It better not be wedged. Don't show me that old language and it's wedged writing and you're saying it's proto-cuneiform, which means it's before cuneiform, but by the very definition of cuneiform, that is cuneiform, which actually looks like another language. And the Psyops begins. So they don't even give the people the right to name their own language, even though the people name their own language. We're not going to call it that. We're going to call it what the Frenchman called it. even though we as French call our language French. You people that existed that are more advanced than us, you don't get the right to call your name, your culture, and your language a name. Nope. Here we go, everybody. So wedge writing. So boom, wedge writing. Boom. All the different people and languages in that area were all the different people and languages in that area were wedge shaped. All the people were using wedges, digging into something, into clay and into stone to write. That's one wedge shape cannot be proto-wedge shape. They are all wedged, yet all different languages, with the modern agenda of lumping all of them under one language to stretch the dating so that the racist agenda can call them all Sumerian cuneiform. Now they're all called one language, so every time they find an older date, they can actually insert the word cuneiform into it and say this is the language of cuneiform. When all of it is wedged writing, they'll say this is proto-cuneiform. Cuneiform is not a language, it's anything that is wedged into any piece of stone or clay. Let's look at the inscription of the Adhd Shuma. This is also what they call cuneiform language. Tell me if it looks anything like the other two examples of cuneiform. This is the inscribed brick dedication inscription of Adhd Shuma Usser. This is 1216 BC. Here it is. This is your most popular script that is called cuneiform today. Whenever you hear Zachariah Stitchin or ancient aliens or Sumerian Anunnaki, this is what you're seeing. You're actually seeing this. Does this look anything like this? Does this look anything like this? Do these two look like the same language? What? Give me one similarity. Just because they're wedged into clay, yes. They're wedged into stone, yes they are. This looks absolutely nothing like this. These two are not the same language because this is translated and this up here at the top in the beginning, what they call the Kush, this is not translated. So if you know cuneiform, if it's one language, why can't you translate this? Because it's not the same language. This is not a language called Sumerian cuneiform. Proto-cuneiform. That is the Psyops. Here we go, everybody. So these look nothing alike. This doesn't look anything like this. Okay? So it's not one language, but they lump them all together and throw them all under one title as if it's one language so that somebody can even ask the question, what is older, cuneiform or Medu netter? As if cuneiform is describing any one thing. These are different languages. Some can be translated, some cannot, which show that they're not under one thing called cuneiform. As a matter of fact, tell me if any of these look the same at all. The reality is that there is an agenda to make the Middle East Semitic languages predate everything so they can move the overstanding that civilization started in quote-unquote Africa to it started in the land of Abraham. Thus, any script that they find in that area, they label it as one thing cuneiform so that they can date it all under one umbrella term, and even when it doesn't match, to keep the word cuneiform in your mind, they call the unmatched thing, that's another language, proto before cuneiform. Why even have the word cuneiform in there? To keep that word in your mind, and that's why you all thought cuneiform was actually dated. The actual language script that is being translated, that people are calling quote-unquote Sumerian cuneiform tablets language, looks like this. This. See this right here? This is what all your Sumerian stories of Enki, Enlil, Erishkigal, stories of Uruk, stories of Ashur, stories of Ninki, Assure, benefit. Oh, this is the language. Does this look anything at all like this? No, not even one similarity. We're going to get back to that at the end. Here we go. Boom. So the actual language that people are calling cuneiform is this one right here, which looks nothing like the one up top or the other ones that look like pictographs. And this is not Sumerian. This was popular amongst Akkad, Ashur, Arek people. The Akkadian people did not call themselves Sumerian. The people of Ashur did not call themselves Sumerian. The Uruk people did not call themselves Sumerian. This is popular amongst the Akkad, Ashur, Uruk people, and is dated around 2600 BC, and was actually called Imigi, from the people of Kiingi. This is what the people call their own script. This is what the people call themselves. Imigi, Emigi, Emi, read, write. Emigi, En, Lord of the Gi, Ki Inki, Ki Inki, Ki Ng. This is what they call themselves. They had a name for their script and a name for themselves. This does not translate to the word Sumerian. Where's the S in here? Where's the M? Sumerian. It says Ki Ingi. It doesn't say cuneiform. So when the archaeologists and the so-called academic people saw this, why didn't they just call it what the people called it? Why? Because they have to have white supremacy and agenda associated with giving things titles. That's what your father does. Your father names you. When you think that something is beneath you, you give it a title. You give it a name. You named your dog. Your dog never told you what his name was. You named your dog, you named your daughter, you named your son, but you didn't name yourself. In most cases, your parents did, unless you came into a state of consciousness. So the European, who felt he was superior to every other people and that they were primitive people underneath him, even though they spoke 3,000 years before him, he said, I'm going to name the language, even though he came across this word before you did. Everybody watching this in the podcast, you're just coming across this word now, or in the last year or so, a couple of years. The archaeologists and the translators, they came across this back in the 1600s, in the 1700s. They came across this. So they knew the name, they knew the people named themselves, and they still refused to say that the name of the language is Imigi. Why? What's so hard about that? Why do you have to keep saying cuneiform when the people themselves say, no, Imigi. It's right here, Imigi. We are Ki Ingi. Why do you have to call them Sumerian? Sumerian. The misdirection in looking for what is an older language is the lack of understanding that ancient languages as an image pictograph form, and every image and picture was a word, and that the theme echoed thus a form of communication. Thus, any image that communicates any message that society agrees to is a language. You okay? Is a language. No, don't go there. Come on, man. Oh, there you go. There you go. Where are you going? You're climbing. Okay, here we go. I'll get you later. Okay. Now we will look at the Medu Neter or Metut Nefer, a title that the indigenous writers used themselves. We'll go back to the pyramid text. And here's the pyramid text right here. Now this is very blurry, so I can't read this, but this is saying Medu Neter. Medu Neter, the words of the gods. Metu Neter. So very, very blurry. I'm not sure why the pixels came out like that. But this is from the pyramid text, and this you can see it very vaguely. Metut Neter. One moment, everybody. Hold on. One moment, please. Hold on. One moment.
Okay, I am back. Oh my goodness, where are you going? You're going crazy. Let me go. Ooh, I am. One moment. Oh my goodness. She came climbing down and she's so furry that even as she walks, her stingy fur, spiky fur just flies. And I am full of nice, fresh, bird-eating spider hair. And I'm bare skinned, so I am gonna tolerate this. But she didn't do it on purpose. She just was walking, and hair flew everywhere. So I'll be teaching the rest of this class in sting mode. I'm stinging right now, but I'm gonna ignore that and continue on. Here we go, everybody. Boom. Are you ready? Boom, boom, boom. So that says Metu Neter. Okay, now I will take you to the oldest book of wisdom on the planet, where Ptah mentions Metut and Metut Nefer. This is coming from the people themselves. So here's Ptah. This is going back 2375 BC. Where are you going, man? Stay still. Come over here. Hold on a second. Come over here. Hang out by the keyboard. There you go. Stay still. Hang out by the keyboard. Okay. So there's the beginning of the collection of fine words, and that says Metut Nefer. Metut Nefer is very blurry, but Metut Nefer. All right, which is right over here where my mouse is. Metut Nefer, right over here in the red. Okay, so it said Divine Majesty instruct them concerning words from the past, and that word for words is again Metut. That's what they call their own language. Now let me take you to the Met Museum and look at this interesting pottery symbol, which I've taught them before. This goes back to 3900 BC. It's a pot with feet. And it literally says in the museum that this is the Egyptian hieroglyphic word to bring. The beautiful thing about the language was that the language was not just drawn and etched on paper. The language was also formed in shapes that were around you. Like the same as you wearing an unk. If you're wearing an unk, even though it's a visible object you can hold, somebody says, what does that word mean? What does that mean? You'll say it's right. Even though it is a piece of jewelry that you can hold, it's an item, it is still an aspect of word and a language. Okay, boom, here we go. All right, interesting, it says meaning. If something has a meaning, which can translate, then it is not. Then is it not from a language? With this existing culture, yes. We take you back to the pyramid text, antechamber, Gable, utterance 273, 276, and there's the line right there. And I've shown this before in the class. There's the line right there, and there are the bowls of the feet. It's a little blurry, but there are the bowls of the feet, and it is to bring. That is the word right there, to bring. This is 3900. BC right here, and there's the word that they even say in the Met Museum. This is a word that means to bring. The beautiful thing about the Mennonite language is that you can have a pot, and it literally is acting out the word of what the definition is, because it is a pot tilted towards somebody, and it has feet under it. So it symbolizes that whatever is in this pot is being brought to you. That is how the ancient Medu works. All right, so we go down here, we see the bowl with the human feet, 3900 BC. Okay, go to the translation, we go over here, and we see offering, tying the knot, making the meals for himself and man, oath of men, liveth the Netiru, Lord of the offering, to bring an offering. You see the pot with the feet, there it is right there. Anu, the offering to bring, because that is what you're bringing. You're bringing what you're offering. So the bowl with the feet is actually the word for offering. It's the word to bring something. And it goes back 3900 BC with this understanding, because that is how the language was communicated. Either drawn on papyrus, or in stone, or in the pottery that was around you, or in any object that you could wear, or in a form of jewelry. It was the language. Everything that was around was a form of communication, no matter how it was
written or carved or drawn or made. So this is 3900 BC, word for offering. Okay, so boom, it's an actual word, inu, to bring an offering existing 3900 BC. If it was already a cultural word in 3900 BC, this means the people were already established communicating a language before 4000 BC. Okay, and you will see that the language communicated theme of the afterlife, immortal conscious journey, is already flourishing in a communicative Medu form by 4000 BC. Thus, the actual language and stories and teachings, rituals had to have existed long before that. The language does not just start day one with cultural themes, afterlife symbolisms, which is way before 3400 BC. This is what the confused people call the Nakata period, and they show you the pottery and the animal images that they just say were fancy artwork. We will see that all of which was language, communicative, utility, and afterlife consciousness travel after death. Let me take you to 3400 BC, Scorpion Tomb, and Absi. Here we are, 3400 BC. To the mundane, they'll look at it and they'll say, yeah, those are just pretty pictures of birds and animals. This is 3400 BC, Scorpion Tomb of Absi. What are these images here, which I've taught on and shown before? You will clearly see that these were established sounds. Look at this. All of these in 3400 BC. See the stork, sign, phonetic value, ba, set, reference to the town of Bapustis. The sign, phonetic value, ab, elephant, jow, mountain. These are words. These are sounds with words and understanding. When people are looking up languages, they're looking for etches and script that kind of look like what people are considering the Sumerian or the English, which lost its pictograph form. This was the language going back before 4000 BC, by 3400 BC and 3900 BC. There's already an established culture with the same words. Yes, what appears to the mundane as just pretty artwork from nature are found words found in sentence structures such as the true bird of Tehuti, which is a placenta sentence, consciousness, and birth to a light being. Into 1200 BC, the same true image over here, and I'm not sure why it's blurry like this, is the word for light. The same true bird over here with what appears to be the black circle, because it's so old right here with the black circle. Here's the bird over here with the black circle, and it's the same word for light. It's the same word for there it is, light. There it is with the black circle. It's the same word for spirit, glorified soul, and it's the same word for intelligence, consciousness. I'm not sure why it's so blurry, but it's the same word for intelligence, consciousness. Okay, so that is the language going back over 4000 BC. And now to get into the feminine symbols of immortal communication, the ancient vase pottery language of what the mundane called Nakata, all the way to the communicative symbol of the serpent shrine, all the way to the echoed skirt of 10,000 BC. See how all these symbols and images actually go to that communicate the language. But of course, you understand, to get into that level of information, to get into that period, we're going to have to go into the next phase. And of course, the next phase is and I'm going to do the rest of this class as if I feel absolutely nothing. And right now, I feel like I'm being hugged by about 10 porcupines. So let's go. Let's go, everybody. 1, 2, 3, boom. Here we go. Boom. You know, it's time to get into what? Tehuti Overdrive. Here we go. Boom. Ready? Let's go. Now to the mirror form. Now, I taught in the prior class, the female was associated with the Sakti star called Sirius today. due to its association with the flooding and the feminine aspect of the women secreting fluids to prepare and get ready for the phallus to enter. Whether the phallus enters smoothly is that the female is associated with Marie, with water, fluids, to lubricate her vagina so that the phallus can enter, so that she can become pregnant through the child. So the woman's always been associated with water. Also associated with the star that brought water, which was they called the dog star, which is really called Sabti, and it marked the beginning of the Egyptian New Year. This was Sabti, a word for preparation. It was the form of Het Heru. Het Heru means a woman who's pregnant with a child. And of course, there has to be preparation in order for her to become pregnant. And so the word Sabti means prepared and ready. As the woman becomes prepared and ready to have sexual intercourse, get impregnated is the exact same echoed function that the farmers would have to prepare and ready the farming and the seed for the Sabti star to show up. And when the Sabti stars show up, it caused the rain, which now caused the seeds to grow, all inside of the word Sabti. After which the Nile River and ground yields seed, just as the female, who is the ground, yields the seed child. And let me ask the class, what is it called when a woman is having a baby? She's doing what? What is it called when a woman is having a baby? She's doing what? She's blanking birth. When we come to the room, what is she doing? She's blanking birth. What's the blank there? What is that? We'll give you a moment. I'll come off the screen for a moment. What is it called when a woman is in the process of having baby? She's what birth? What's that word before birth? I'll be right back. I am back. Let me come to the room and see. She's doing what? She's giving birth. There it is, everybody. And look, it says overdrive. Overdrive. Yes, 100%, Angela. She's giving birth. That's right. Giving birth. Giving. Isn't that interesting? What an interesting term. What an interesting term. Birth is the child, the process by itself. The child coming out is the birth, right? Yet the word giving is before that. The birth is already the action. But subconsciously in this language today, when we describe the process, we're describing the action, which is birth, and the female participation as giving something. So everybody, ready? Boom, boom, boom. She's giving. Ready? Boom. Yes, you got it right, everybody. Giving birth. Yes. Have you ever noticed the wording of that? She is giving. Guess what the language? What in the language giving is? That right there. That's the word for giving. Giving something. That symbol right there, which I elaborated on last week, the isosceles triangle. That is the word for giving. Boom. This is prepared and to give. The aspects of fertility and reproduction in both realms, the isosceles triangle, the same image language for the Psyops star. There it is right there, the isosceles triangle, and it's the same word for giving. The same word that is applied to a woman when a baby is coming through. That baby is not just coming here, it's being given by the female. The Sapti is the prepared, the form of Hathor, Het Heru, which means to be pregnant, and it means to give, to provide with food, provisions, daily food store, bread. which I elaborated on. Watch last class for deeper elaboration on the bread and why the bread is the aspect of the female. Now back to the area with the oldest imagery that I have established tonight was the oldest language. And being I am teaching on the theme of fertility language, let me take you to 3400 BC to the wide-hipped, heavy-legged, in other words, she's thick, the wide-hipped, heavy-legged, large buttocks, fertility female, now in the Met Museum. What does she look like? Boom. Figurine of a seated woman, 3450 BC. Limestone figurine is the finest preserved of unusual group of what they call pre-dynastic statuettes. These seated women display beak-like noses, missing schematized arms, the hair a narrow waist, wide hips. This is why we're attracted to narrow waist and wide hips, so they're easier for child labor. It represents fertility to us when we get aroused by big butts, shaped legs, and wide hips. The wide hips is a symbol for fertility. Clearly shown to emphasize, they even say it, female sexuality. So narrow waist and wide hips, the big butt, narrow waist, wide hips, which we're going to turn her around and see what she looks like from behind, represents sexuality. Okay? So there we go. We know that she is associated with the look at the thick. Look how large her legs and butt is compared to the rest of her body, and look how thin her waist is. And we're gonna see her from behind to see what her buttocks looks like. So there she is, right there. Okay. Now what happens when you turn her around and look at her upper buttocks and hips, the areas that attract fertility and easy child labor? What do we see on this ancient image? Boom. What is that, ladies and gentlemen? What do we see? Boom. The same communicative word for the feminine fertility of Sopti in the form of the isosceles triangles right there on the upper part of her butt and hips. The fertility aspects of what a man looks for when he's getting aroused and when he's looking for fertility. We see this large buttocks here, the thin waist, and right here on the hips and the top of the buttocks. There is the symbol right there, the communicative for being prepared and to give, because the wide hips and the large buttocks was anatomically proper for a woman to have easier childbirth and give birth. So she's the giver, she's giving, and right there's the symbol for give, the isosceles triangle right on the back of her butt. That is a language right on the back of her. With thick legs, thin waist, large hips, large buttocks, and right on the back of the large buttocks, boom, the isosceles triangle, the same word for the Sopti. Right here, which was the word forgive. Forgiving. That's the word forgive. Is the same word for the isosceles triangle, the Sopti triangle. When it came, the water came. The moistness came in order for life to bear. Just as the woman, when she gets aroused, the moistness comes so the penis can enter. So we have the isosceles triangle, the Sopti, to give as a language right on the back of the woman. People may look at this and say, oh, look at that's a pretty tattoo, pretty design. No, it's a language, communicative language going back 3500 BC. This is the triangle numbering system. This is the language numbering system. Math is the actual first universal language. Math is the first language on the planet. This is called Met, which is 10, which is also multiply or reproduce. Thus you see it also in the word for phallus. This is the word for multiply or reproduce, which is why you see a phallus with sperm coming out. It is the number 10. Taken and influenced it onto other language, which is why the symbol you use in mathematics for multiply is also the Roman numeral for 10. It's an X, and they say it's multiply. And they copied it concept into the Bible when they mentioned the first woman who's going to have children, and they actually used that word, be fruitful and multiply. Instead of saying add more children, they said multiply. That multiply was the 10, which was the phallus erected, shooting out sperm, because only an erect sperm can enter a woman who is moist, and only an erect penis can enter a woman who is moist, and only sperm can cause the multiplication or the echoing effect. This was the number 10. It was a numbering system. Right there. You see it right here. Right there. Looks like an arc. Okay, boom. I'm reloaded. Here we go. Boom. As you have only learned here at the Tutti Podclass, and you understand the multiplication or the expansion of reproduction symbolism also ties into the immortal conscious expansion using the same symbol of 10, which is also the shape of the shrine over the boat of consciousness. And boom, there it is. Don't go down. Come on. Run back now. Just stay still. Hang out. There it is right there. Boom. You see that right there? Let me shrink it down. Boom. See that? That's the serpent forming that shape right there. That shape right there is this shape right here. It is shrine. The shrine, that is the image where the conscious body goes into and rides the boat of consciousness into the afterlife. That becomes the number 10 right there. It is also the shrine. Boom. So now you know the simple arc-looking aspect. Then you were just taught that you were taught by the mundane is just the number 10. Where are you going? What in the world's happening? Come on, hang on by the computer. There we go. So now you know the simple arc-looking aspect that you were just taught was a simple by the mundane is just a number 10. It's also the shape of the shrine of the serpent that goes over the consciousness for the immortality. And as I have taught you before, when you see the line through it, it is because it is another serpent going through the other serpent as seen here in the list of hieroglyphics in CXIX. So people may say, man, well, that's the dome right there. That's the serpent crossing that dome over the man. But here it looks like there's a line through it, the number 10. What is that? Because when we look at the full image, that's the other serpent going through the other serpent. It's the word mech 10, which is the word for eternity. Eternity is the eternity, the multiplication of your soul, or the pure energetic projectable double traveling in the afterlife, which is the number 10 forming that arc, which is really a serpent engulfed by consciousness, because the serpent was a symbol of consciousness in Ma'at. And then there's another serpent going right through it. Oh, you need to stay still, man. I don't know where you're going. There you go, stay there. And there's the other serpent going right through it, which when you put that serpent through this one, it causes this image right here, which is the shrine. That's the shrine. The serpent going through the other serpent, which forms the word eternity, which was the goal of everyone in Ma'at, to live forever in the afterlife. And what do we find in the NEB-T area? NEB-T is the real name that they're Psyops calling Nakata. The Nakata 1, Nakata 2, Nakata 3, Nakata. There's no ancient place called Nakata. It is just a Psyops that they refuse to call these things by their ancient names because they want the authority. So they give them these Arabic names, like as if the pharaohs in those times spoke Arabic. Abu Simbel, Nakata. So it's really called NEB-T. And now look what you find right here. Boom. What is this? One of those other pottery vases going back over 4,000 years ago. And what do we see here right on the front? Let me blow it up a little bit. What do you see there? A numbering system. There is the 10 arc right there. You see it? That's a language. You see the clear image of 10, the phallus, and the... Where are you going? Oh my goodness, you're on the move, huh? You see the clear image of 10, the immortality shrine, directly in the center of the vase. Guess how old this is? How old are these vases? Boom, Nakata 1. 3,750 BC. There's a language right there going back 3,750 BC. No unified language called Cuneiform is existing in 3,750 BC. They're just taking all the scripts they're finding and labeling it as if it's one team language called Team Cuneiform. No. This is Medu Neter, called that by the ancient people, matching the same theme in the same area and a continuum of culture. The things that they're calling cuneiform is not one continuum, and they don't even look anything alike, and they can't even translate all of them, so they can't be one language. Boom. 3750 BC, predating everything mentioned thus far. We see the Medu language of immortality theme of communication is preceding what we thought was to be compared to the matrix concept of language. So if you're just looking for the matrix understanding of language, you won't even see these things and understand what they are. See that it's a communicative language and a theme of immortality that's continuing for over 5,000 years. The phallus met and the fertility waters of noon. There's the met, there's the phallus, there's the noon. There it is right there. And when we go to the vase, what do we see? The same communicative language with the multiple waves of noon. They just want you to believe, oh, this is just pretty pictures of artwork. This is the same word noon that has existed in the Nile Valley ever since this time. Nothing has ever changed. We always communicated with animal form. Using animal form, the Medu Neter is 90% live animals. The noon symbol, guess how old this is? How old is this? 5,000. 5,500 BC. Bing, 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 bing. We just almost doubled the last one. In 5,500 BC, there is no unified language called cuneiform. There are no people called Sumerians. These are just racist archaeologists and academics labeling anything they find as Sumerian cuneiform. What's this one? Sumerian cuneiform. How about this one? Doesn't look anything like that other language. Sumerian cuneiform. They're just labeling it all so that it can get the oldest date when the ancient people didn't ever agree that that was the same language, nor that's what it was called. But here we are, 5,500 BC with the same symbolism. Boom. 5,500 BC. Same symbolism, same letters. The shrine, the 10, the phallus symbol on the almost 4,000 BC vase was also communicated as the immortal ark. And I want you to note the slope at the top of the ark, just to show you the continuum. Look at the slope at the top of the ark. Take a good look. So we're going to here look at this. Do you see this slope right here? How it slopes? Do you see it right here? The slope? It's rounded. And then it goes slopes right here and here, rounded. And then it slopes down. Do you see that? This is a perfect square 90 degree. But at the top, do you see the slope? Do you see it in the image? Boom. Sloping right there. That's a continuous theme. Where do we see that again? Make note and remember that slope, because we're going to see it again. Now let me take you back to the ancient vases with what I've been calling a language on it. Some even predate 5,000 BC. Take a good look to see if the language communication existed at that time. What do we see here? What's this? On those ancient vases. What's all this? What's this? What are these people in this box-like shape? What is this boat? What's happening right here? The exact same thing that has always been depicted and happening. Boom. There are the Akkuds. What are these things right here? What are these? What's this? It's just pretty artwork. No, what are these? What does this mean? What do these shapes mean to the people in that area? They've always meant the same thing. And according to academics, this existed before the first pyramids were ever created, according to academics. According to academics, the first pyramid is the Saqqara pyramid. And the other pyramid, they call the Pyramid of Giza, that one didn't exist till 2500 BC. These go back 4000 BC and beyond, and there is the Aku shapes. There is the boat, the ark. There are the people inside of this, and there's the sloped covering that we see with the loops and everything. Boom. There are the Akus, the symbols of immortal house of Asar that people call the pyramids. There's the boat. There's the shrine, even down to the slope, with the people inside of it, on the immortal journey of consciousness. Let me shrink it down. You see that? There's the round. There's the slope right there. See how it's rounded here and it's 90 degree right here? Let me see if I can blow it up for you. Oh, no. Why is it doing that? Hold on. Okay, boom. Where are we? Where are we? There it is right there. Boom. Let me put them both in the same image. You see how it slopes, how it's rounded, then it goes 90 degree right here. The same as the other image. See how this is rounded right here? And then it goes into a more square shape right there. You see the people inside of this triangular type shape on the boat. You see the people inside of the triangular type shape on the boat. See it rounded. See it going square. You see the same imagery. Nothing has changed. It's the same thing. Boom. There are your Aku, symbol of immortality. The house of Asar that people are calling the pyramid. There's the boat. There's the shrine, even down to the slope. With the people inside of it, the immortal journey of consciousness. Wow, Tehuti. The Medu language all the way back to 4000, 5000 BC. The theme of immortality stayed continuous. In the communicative language, all of these symbols and vases were actually a language. But let me take you back to the archaeological website, the commentary of the vase, the same vase commentary, to see what they acknowledge themselves from the museum. What did the academics say? And then I'm going to take a little break after this. Here we go. The ancient Egyptian archaeology website focusing on information via images, supporting reports and articles. The decorated rare, but those of this type of decorated similar. Talking about the vase. Boats with people. It's describing this. How does it describe this? Boats with people, with women, larger than men, possibly identified as goddesses. People could be taking their part in a ritual. Other motifs are standards with recognizable hieroglyphics, representations. Scenes are not fully understood, but it's likely to represent funeral ritual with recognizable hieroglyphics. What recognizable hieroglyphics? Everything that I just pointed out. This is a continuum language. Boom. Even your academics, PhDs acknowledge that, quote unquote, this is recognizable hieroglyphics. These represent funerary rituals. We don't need them to verify that, but that is just for the skeptics who ask, what do the PhD academics say about what's on these vases? The professionals at the House of ATTON, our ancestors are the professionals. But that was just for the skeptics. I'm going to take a break right here for a moment, everybody. I'm going to let the team come in the room. I just got to take a break, refresh, and come back in a couple of minutes. Boom, let me put this right back, put this in here. Boom, boom. Jump in the team room, and I'm going to take a quick little break, go do something I have to do, and then I'm going to come back and continue with this. And then we're going to go back even further into the unbelievable. Shout out to the new people in the room, such as Erica King. Shout out to all the new people in the room, the other people watching. Jump in the room, team, and I'm going to take a pause right here. And I'm going to take care of something, and I will be right back to finish the answer of this question. There's Anu and Antu. I need Scribe to jump in so you can let the people in. There's Nook Panook. All right, you all build. I'm going to take a break, and I'll be back in just a moment. Peace and love. Talk to the people. Boom! Support the Podclass.
Yes, support the Podclass. To our SABA. We're going in depth with this answer. More in depth than last time. Definitely showing a lot, learning Medu while we're going in depth on the artifacts. loved how you said that ancestors are the experts. I don't know if you said experts exactly, but they're the ones that we listen to. We don't need the archaeologists to verify what's going on because our ancestors lived it. It is Nefer. Everybody support our SABA Tehuti Amenhotep Ra. He is the only one bringing forth this information. We have to learn this information, walk in the path of SABA Tehuti, of our ancestors. Gotta live up to our ancestors' culture, which is our culture now, thanks to them. Gotta live up to their rens, their names. Keep growing. Hope we give SABA Tehuti a break one day. I know he needs a break. I'm happy that I can be here. I'm happy that you're all here. I'm happy that people are supporting him. Hope that people continue to support him continuously over and over. All the people watching the playback now, hope that they continue to support him. Nobody else is bringing this stuff forth. I personally do not watch other people trying to bring forth Now Valley stuff. Sometimes I come across random little things and none of it is like this. None of it's even close. This is all factual information. This is all hard to find information. It's information that can only be put together with experience, with skills. Not something that you can just look up on Wikipedia or like Google online. You have to have experience to know how to put this stuff together. And you have to have experience to know how to teach it to the people. So for that, definitely deserves support. Definitely deserves note-taking, remembering. Because by remembering this, you help it carry on and live on. You show that this is not all for nothing. It's actually something that means something to you that you will be able to teach to other people one day. So you should be giving your full attention to these classes. You should be giving your attention to these classes in many ways. Taking notes, quizzing yourself, sending in questions, sending in reciprocity, supporting the people you see on the panel, supporting the other people you don't see on the panel, like the other brothers, sisters that gave classes. There's many different things that we need to be doing to support what we care about. SABA Tehuti just had a class right before this about ADHD and people destroy themselves willingly. We need to support ourselves willingly, and then once we support ourselves willingly, we continue to stay in that healing frequency, continue to wash our E. We will eventually become the Neters and Neters that we're supposed to be. Hotep, Uncle Seneb, everybody. Hotep, Uncle Seneb, Hush Nation. Let's hear what you have to say about this Nefer class, if you have anything you'd like to say.
Uncle Justin, my bro. Good to see you. Just here, upgrading, soaking up. Just feeling the Nefer vibes. Just grateful to be in the presence of RU, SABA. Yeah. Just soaking in. Yeah, good vibes, Could be indulging ISFET, that would be eating my soul alive, which might sound crazy, but rich majority people doing right now that ain't here, Big up to the ones who are in the Hopesh what how they are getting themselves involved and all the ISFET and stuff, you know. But yeah, just enjoying the breakdown, even though it have the SABA going so deep in this one. Is one of those that you have to pause, rewind, you know. And that's how I used to watch the Podclass before. I never used to be on the live. So now that on the live, I like, okay, this is where I would rewind and just watch the same piece over and over and over. But this class on the next level, that's a reason why SABA to say grab your pad, your pen, even if your phone, so you could make the little notes, you know, because it can be so important. Make it a lot more easier when you go back to the video and you have your notes. You could kick off somewhere, you know. Yeah, they say one of those. The second half of the class, now you have to make a lot of notes, pause, rewind. And that's how it is with SABA, you know. Even in the intro, you have so much gems. So it's like, so you have to pause and rewind on the intro, and he ain't even screen sharing, giving you no Medu net or nothing, but in there got so much gems, you know. So yeah, everything SABA do, like one sentence have so much meaning in that one sentence, you know. Just like how he always break down the murder with a 38 with a murder, and you know, just breaking it down. And then just now when I was seeing it like murder in numbers, I like, yo, SABA, break this down so much times. I get what I had to get out of it, but only now I really seeing it, even though I see it so much times previously, but still only now I really catching it. Is like yo, no matter how much I see it already, it's now with more mind blowing than the previous times I watch it, you know. So yeah, man, I'm definitely grateful for the upgrades, you know. I know where else I'm going to get them.
There's something that I do love about the classes. I love everything. However, what sticks out to me, one of the things is the repetition. Like how you said, you 38, you've seen it before, but you've seen it again, and it's more mind-blowing. The repetition, seeing it over and over and over, for me, it helps me remember better. And it is more mind-blowing every single time you hear it, because it's like you understand more and more. And it's like the links and associations start to connect every single class. So it's like in this one, he went over Softy. He's going over Softy in like, I don't even know, like that's like 3 classes. So when he goes over again in this class, it solidifies the way to explain it within my mind. And then it makes it even more mind-blowing, because now it can be connected to not just what I learned previously, but what I learned in this class. And that's all. That goes for just about everything he teaches. And that's part of the culture as well, just everything interconnecting, tangling to each other, tangling within, and creating a beautiful web So I'm very appreciative of that, the repetition, the discipline, the consistency.
Yeah, that's when you realize you're a rookie, which is to me, being a rookie is a big step, because when I see certain repetition and I could put certain things together, I'll be like, now I'm feeling like a rookie, you know, because before SABA would have certain classes and certain things, and then, you know, find a piece. This is how I used to be, and then you see the piece with a meta, and then I used to be like, okay, now it's time for me to get lost. I think now it's time for me to just be like, hear some super science stuff. But now, whenever I hear Medanetta, it's like, okay, what else? What else? You know, so I like that. Welcome back, SABA.
Peace, peace, peace. We are back. We're going to get right back into it. Thank y'all for building, and we are right back. And we're going to get right back into it, ladies and gentlemen. So peace, Annie Patah. Peace, Anu, Antu. Peace, Husk Nation. Peace, Nook for Nook. Where's Primordial Thought in the purple? Okay, he must be in the chat. Peace to everybody. Peace and love. We're going to get right back into it. I don't know if Annie's there. What happened to Tef today? Tef is gone today. Okay. I'm going to remove you from stage. Okay, everybody, here we go. We're back. Let's get back into this answer. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. And here we are. We are back. Let me put this back on. Boom. Boom. We're right back. Like we never left. And let's get into this. Let's get back into the breaking of this matrix. Ready, everybody? Boom, boom, boom. Here we go. Boom. We are biggity back in effect. And here we are. Ready? There we are. So boom, even the academic PhDs acknowledge that, quote unquote, this is recognizable hieroglyphics. These represent funerary rituals. We don't need them to verify that, but that is just for the skeptics who ask, what do the PhD academics say, the professionals at the House of Aten? Our ancestors are the professional, but that is just for the skeptics. Boom, it was a language. All right. When you see loops in a line underneath, this is the word for endless, eternity. They are the ropes that tied in a circle. To the mundane, it's pretty artwork. To the netter, it was a communicative aspect of language following the same theme of immortality. Whenever you see loops or ropes with a line underneath, circles with lines underneath, is what you're looking at right here. So there it is right there. This is the top of what they call the Ang. This is called the Shen. The Shen, which is why you see ropes in a loop. These are ropes in a loop, ropes in a loop, ropes in a loop, ropes in a loop. This is called the Shen, or the circle rope. And it means endless time, eternity, because that was the focus of our way of life, was that we would exist past the physical body. So even the images of how we would sprout out was the circle with a line underneath. That's a circle. That's called the Shen. And it was a rope. Shenu. See? Ropes, cords. And that is the Shenu. Ropes, cords. The unlimited loop that represented the eternal cycle or circle of life into the afterlife. And thus the libation dish that I taught on earlier in earlier classes of 3100 BC is also a word, which is also a language. So when you see this, the mundane say, oh, it's an offering dish. This is the Ankh, this is the loop. You can see it tied right there in the center. There it is right there, there it is, and there's the loop, and there is the rope coming down. This is the Ankh, and this goes back 3100 BC because all of these images were part of the language. They were all sources of communication, whether written on paper, written in stone, or in the form of what people call today artifacts, libation dishes, and everything was imbued in the language. That's why they even said, even at the museum says, depicting the Ka arms. Ka is a word in a language representing the Ankh. Ankh is a word. This is a language going back 3,100 BC. It is the word Ankh, which is the rope, everlasting loop of eternity, and thus also echoed the effect of the pure energetic projectable double, which is why the word also means mirror, to continue, a continuous echo. And that's when you look up the word Ankh, it is also the echo of something and the doubling of something, which is a mirror. That's why, right, even in the dictionary of Middle Egyptian, under S34, Ankh, mirror. And when you look at the ancient Ankhs, a lot of them have the mirrors in it. It's an echoed effect. That is the whole focus of the ancient people, was to have the echoed effect, called the pure energetic projectable double. That in those times was called the Ba. That would echo, would be the echo of the bioenergetic template that was called the Ka. And the echo was a continuous mirrored effect of having a out of body, which was one body echoing another, echoing another, echoing another, which is a constant mirrored effect, which that constant mirrored effect continuously going on is literally the definition of life, because there's no end to that mirrored effect. One out of body has another out of body, that out of body has another out of body. Each one is in a more refined frequency to vibrate on that more refined level, thus causing an immortal continuous mirrored effect, creating the concept of the word Ba, which is the double, and Ka, which is also to double, thus creating everlasting life, and thus creating the Ankh, which was a mirror, the mirrored effect of continuation. Boom. Yes, all these symbols are a language of immortality, which predate all the languages. You will see this echoed, these all throughout all the languages of the Nile valleys. This echoed throughout all the languages of the Nile Valley, all the Medu scripts, that again, the mundane will only look at as artwork on the walls. You will note that the doubled echoed bodies in the war theme of Ramesses, in which I have explained or elaborated on in the Podclass on Ramesses Temple, that the people call today Medinet Habu matches the same art microcosm in the both horse and chariot images as seen only echoed throughout the culture of the followers of Ma'at. I've showed this symbol in one class before, this echoed symbol, this constant echoing here on Medinet Habu. And it continues on to the echoed symbol of the war of Ramesses Kadesh, and you see what looks like one horse, but you see 1, 2, 3, 4 legs. Okay, so you don't see the bodies of two horses here. You see one horse, and that's why you see one phallus. There's one phallus here, one phallus, and yet it's an echoed effect because you see 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. This is the consistent echoed effect or entendre effect that is constantly echoed throughout the Nile Valley and throughout Ma'at, because everything was supposed to be the echo. The body echoed out, called the Ba, which was also called the Ta, Tut, which formed the word King Tut. The Tet, or the Tet Aset, was also the name for the loop of Isis, or Aset, which represented the contraction that created the baby, the Tet Aset around the waist. Everything was based on a doubling effect, which is an echoed effect, which is constant, everlasting, echoing life, the Ankh. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4. Even though there's only one horse here, there's one horse. These chariots are single chariot, one horse, yet 1, 2, 3, 4. It is something very unique to the culture of Ma'at. And you see Ramesses on the 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4 echoed horse. See right there? Boom. Now remember, the Shen that I was elaborating on is the word Shenet or Shent, which is endless time, eternity, immortality, which was why all the Rens, the names of the people, the rulers, would be put inside of the Shen to show they were protected by the rope and that they would continue on to immortality. Okay? Now, back to Ramesses. Ramesses 1 is between Heru and Ampu fresco burial chamber, tomb of Ramesses 1, in what's called the Ta Saket Ma'at, which people miscall the Valley of the Kings, called the Ta Saket Ma'at, which is the land of conscious memory. the true land of conscious memory, Ta Saket Ma'at, land of conscious memory of true sight, today miscalled the Valley of the King. So when you see them, you see Heru, Erakuti on this side, and Ampu holding both of his hands. You'll notice they're wearing these type of skirts, these type of clothing. You're soon to understand that this is a language. Here it is, boom. So what do we see? You will note, let me bring it down a little bit. All right, you will note the unique skirt tunic of Ma'at, which contains within it the story of Asar, the light spine, the peset, and the hidden shape of the animal skin. Learn here for the first time of the Tuti Podclass that it represents the loop of immortality and the powerful animal skin of the great warrior and the leopard. This is why the king's name is placed within the immortality symbol and what is called the Shen or the Shenet. Let me show you for the first time, and what people are calling the skirt is not an arbitrary piece of clothing for fashion, but it contains the shape of the story of immortality of Asar, the great leopard contained in the particular shape. If you look close, you will even see the tail coming down the back. Look at the word itself, and let me show you. So if you look closely, what you'll see is the leopard skin, and there's the tail, which I've shown before in the classes. There's the tail. There's a tail. This is a word, and this is the concept of the great leaper, that which comes into consciousness extremely fast. So let's take a look at what appears to be a skirt. It's actually a word. See? Shen, Shentit, Shenchur, right here. There is this, they call it inspector of the tunic, keeper of the robes, and there is the, let me shrink it down. There it is. So when you look at this, you see that in the center, see these right here? This is this, it's a word. We wore our language. The language was written on the wall, the language was written in stone, the language was written on papyrus, the language was in our vases, the shape of the vases and the pottery was the language, and even the clothes we wore was the actual language. They're wearing the language. So this is not just an arbitrary random skirt he's wearing, it's actually the shape, an animal shape of the great panther with the tail connected right here, and it is the same word, Shen, which has what? It has the Shen symbol of the Ankh. There's the spine being resurrected of Asar. You see that right there? There's the symbols right there, all within the same word. The apparel of the king, and there's the tunic with the animal tail coming down, called the Shen. The Shen is the exact same word for the top of the Ankh, or the rope, the Shenet, circle. That's the rope with the line underneath it. Ropes, cords. See the rope, the cord, there's a circle, and it's an elongated circle when a name goes in. That's the Shen. That's the exact same name for the skirt that they wore, because one represented the loop of immortality and one represented Asar's ability to leap forward in consciousness fast, because the leopard was called the great leaper, that which rose up very fast. And I've shown many videos of the leopard and the caracal cat and how they had the ability to leap so fast into the air that it could catch a bird in the sky, which was symbolic to the ancient people of how fast Asar's consciousness and your consciousness could leap into the awakened state from an innate state, called the great leaper. Okay, so they wore the animal skin of the great leaper, the leopard, the leaper. Okay, let me do something here really quickly. So there you can see that the language, people are looking for letters like English. They're looking for letters like Spanish, and looking for line letters. All of our images was the metanetter. Okay, all of our images was the metanetter. So it was all around us. We kept that around us. Everything was a symbol of a word, even down to the clothes we wore. The clothes we wore were words. Okay, let's continue, everybody. Boom, here we go. Ready? Let's continue on. Shout out to Dr. LaRoche for sending this question in, and here we go. Whoop. Boom. Ready? Here we are. So there it is, the Shen. Okay? Now, what is the oldest communicative message of both the continuous Ramesses echoed legged horses and Ramesses echoed Shensi garment, which means eternity? Because remember, what appears to the mundane as random clothing and pretty creative artwork was of the four-legged horses is actually a language. So what is the oldest image of communication of the echoed four-legged horse on four legs on each side, and the Chent word of immortality? Where's the oldest place we can find it? And I showed this on an earlier podcast right here. What do we have here? The same culture, same concept. The wheel in the back of the chariot, the 1, 2, 3, 4. The man, there's the same skirt right there. That is the same tunic. And there he is right there controlling the horse with what looks like one horse, but it's 1, 2, 3, 4 legs here. 1, 2, 3, 4 legs here. Same here. 1, 2, 3, 4 legs. 1, 2, 3, 4 legs. There's the skirt, and there's the exact same skirt. Same culture, same language. And when we go into the British Museum, what is the date of this object? What is the date of this that we're looking at? UNESCO 1982, Biosphere Reserve 1986. Thessaly and Adger covers a vast area of desert landscape in South Algeria, stretching from Niger to the Libyan border area, northeast of Djennet, as far as Lizi and Amguid, covering the area of 72,000 square kilometers. That's a huge, massive land. Okay, more than 15,000 rock paintings and engravings dating back as far as 12,000 years are located in this region to have made Thessaly world famous. For this reason, the art depicts cattle, and it keeps on going down. We're going to scroll down, which is first described by Henry Loti, 1950s, brought the date from around 9,000 years old. On the African continent, 12,000 to 9,000 years old. We go to the actual website, which is the Trust for African Rock Art, Tara. And what do they say? People say, what's the connection? How is that? This is all the way in the Libyan area. And over here, this appears to be Kemet. Because you have to understand that it doesn't matter where the area is. It is the people that are sharing the consciousness of communication, because the people are also traveling. And there was once a time when that area of Kemet, before the Younger Dryas took place, what appeared to be a desert landscape was a fruitful land. And Ta-Nehisi and Ta-Neter went down 4,000 kilometers, and there was no borders, so the people could constantly travel. But you could see by how they depict themselves that they have the exact same Shenti concept, the exact same 4 legs on this side, 4 legs on that side, on the chariot, same position, same concept, and this goes back 9,000 years old. And the Trust for African Rock Art elaborates on the connection right on their site. From the Middle East, highly developed cultures, civilizations, which flourished in these cases over these millennia, are thought to have had a major impact on the subsequent flowering of Egyptians' ancient civilization. As the Sahara people were forced to gradually migrate to the Nile Valley as their lands dried up again. So we're talking about before the Younger Dryas, 12,000 years ago. Look at my classes on the Younger Dryas and the Cataclysm. So before that, we see that the people that they're showing here had a major impact on the subsequent flowering of Egypt's civilization as the Sahara people were forced to gradually migrate to the Nile Valley. So these people are traveling for thousands of years before the Younger Dryas, before 12,000 years ago, and just moving around with the same concept and same language. 12,000 years ago, 9,000 years ago, we see the same symbolism of communication. And then we see later that people can translate these as actual words. They're not just skirts that they're wearing. They're not just ropes that they're carrying. They're not just dog symbols and horse symbols. These are actual translatable words which had sound. 12,000 years ago, 9,000 years ago. Boom. This Medu communicative language flourished all the way throughout with the same symbolisms and entendres as far back as 12,000 years ago. That again to the mundane is that a test? Everything okay? The test? Okay. Okay, here we go. Boom. So again, boom, this Medu communicative language flourished all the way through with the same boom. This Medu communicative language flourished all the way through with the same symbolism and entendres as far back as 12,000 years ago, before the Younger Dryas. That again to the mundane is just artwork, rock paintings, vases. But to those who know, but to those who see, now know. Hotep, I am done. Matrix broken. Boom. For those of you who appreciated this more than the waiter that you have tipped in the past, or the reciprocity you have spent over the past years on July 4th, or any Cheetos or whatever it is that people have spent on past Christmases, etc. If you have learned, or if this has had any type of impact or has advanced your recently current understanding of this specific subject matter, send your tip of reciprocity to Cash App TT Moon, called, or PayPal at RockSV, called Medu Netter, pictures equal 1,000 words, or any creative title that you can come up with, to PayPal at RockSV, Cash App TT Moon. Hotep, I am done. Support the Tehuti Podclass and the time it took for this. If you've seen this type of answer anywhere else, leave the timestamp, YouTube channel in the room. If not, please support what is being brought to the earth that you can't find anywhere else, in the time that it takes to put this together and the knowledge that you're getting. We are the House of Aten, the ancient Tutine teachings of the Neteru, and I've given up every single thing in my life in order to take the time to do this. What is the time of this class? What is the time of this answer? I don't even know how to do it on this thing. What does that say? 1 hour and 37 minutes and 40 seconds. 1 hour and 37 minutes and 40 seconds. Boom. Hotep, I am done. Cash App TTN Moon. PayPal at RockSV. Support the Tuti Podclass. Support what it is. Support the time that was took. Support the knowledge that you've got. If you've had that answer before this podcast from someone else, go ahead and type the book, the page number. Go type the timestamp. If not, please appreciate this more than Nathan's hot dog, more than the Fritos, Cheetos, the Avengers, or whatever it is that people have spent, the Lay's potato chips, and all the things that are killing people. Please support this, and if you support this, this is what will keep me here at this level. If you are satisfied with everything else going on YouTube, then continue with that. If you want this level of guidance and consciousness kept here, then support the Tuti Podcast. That is the link. I'm going to invite the people, the supportive people, back into the room. We're going to go check the Cash App, the PayPal, and I'm going to check the room to see what people thought of that answer. Cash App, TT Moon, PayPal at RockSV. Supporters jump in the room. The last answer was 2 hours and 30 minutes. This one was 1 hour and 37 minutes. If you appreciated this, please support. 1 hour and 37 minutes. 2 hours is that 4 hours of teaching. if your boss was to ask you to come work 4 hours of overtime, what would you want as reciprocity, even if you're making French fries? And I hope this is worth more than the making of French fries. We're trying to save people's lives and bring people's consciousness up. And it's always Anu and Antu as the first to jump into the panel. And Nook Panook Panook, how you doing, family? How are you doing? How you doing?
Doing excellent and wealthy, Saba. Thank you all very much for this class. Thank you all for all the time you put into it, all the things that you gave up to teach us. Thank you all for teaching this class, even while you have the seta hairs inside of you from some pets. Thank you all for giving us the name of the tunics, Shinetiu. Thank you all for that very much. I did not know that at all. Thank you all for recapping other stuff and connecting it with this class and the artifacts. Like ever since you said that all the classes have been like a continuation of each other, I've been catching that a lot more, and it's helping me remember a lot more. So,
what's the last thing you said? There was an echo or something happened. What was the last thing you said?
So, thank you all very much for that.
Glad you appreciate it. Glad you appreciate it. And two, you doing good?
Yeah, I'm doing very well. I very much appreciate all that you brought forth. Very healing, and I very much love looking at the Medu Netzer and understanding that it can be worn as well, and then like that being that we are being imbued fully that way, it is very beautiful, and it definitely encourages me to do more things as that and wear it and do all the things I can to imbue myself as much as possible.
Wonderful, wonderful. Oh, what's that thing you said? It was a lag or something. What's that thing you said?
Hotep Mary.
All right, to Hotep Mary. Nook Panook Panook. Doing a good, brother?
Hotep Saba, yes. Tua, that was very nefer. It definitely reminded me of my experience that I had with you in the OBE. It was a lot of echoes. It was never. Just the other night as well, I had an upesh in regards to the number 9, to the pesh, and it was somebody telling me, "Oh, you're gonna be making." They were like telling me, "Oh, you're gonna make $9 an hour for the rest of your life," and it had to deal with the number 83 as well, because I've been seeing that number all month, even last month, and in the upesh I was seeing the number 9 multiply, echoing like $9 an hour. What? No, more like 9999999. Echoing. So. Yeah, so everything you broke down today was powerful. A lot of synchronicity within my life. So, Tua for that, Saba. It was very healing, as always, as usual. So, Tua for that.
Nini, how you doing, Saba? I'm doing all right. I'm doing good. I'm positive. I am in love. I am in love with the frequency that has encompassed me. Physically, I am in. If you've ever stepped in an ant farm, if you ever stepped on red ants, it's something similar to that. So, like I said, while I was teaching, the spider fell or something, and the hair on her back is a defense mechanism. So when she shook or fell, just a poof of that came off and went on my bare skin. So it feels like there's red ants right now eating me, but none of that matters. All that matters is that I continue on and go through this. And just like when I was in that conversation interview with that brother, and the horned viper bit me, and my hand was was getting big and my tongue was growing in my neck, and I still kept on the in the interview. So it doesn't matter. Anything that happens, as long as it happens while I want. If anything happens to me, it has to happen while I'm doing this. So it doesn't. I just ignore the pain. But other than that, I'm doing marvelous and wonderful. Other than feeling like I'm being attacked by 1,000 red ants, I'm doing great.
So, Saba, for your power, for your strength, for continuing moving forward, even in the most hectic moments. Pressure does make diamonds, so I appreciate you, Saba, for presenting that strength, that power. It really motivates me. I hope it motivates others as well to see your not just your motivation, but your drive from MAAT for Natiru. So Tua Saba.
Nini Uk, my brother Nini Uk, wonderful, wonderful. I'm gonna go right under you, down to Mary Sekhmet. Mary Sekhmet, you look like the person that everyone should come to for the answers. You look like an ancient oracle. You look like you have 8,000 pod classes memorized in your left eyebrow. How you doing today?
Thank you, Saba. I'm doing very well. Of course, at the end of each pod class, I am enlightened. I have ascended in the process of ascending thanks to your teachings. So I'm very grateful. In the other class on ADHD, one of the things you mentioned was the importance of the resting state with that default mode network.
Okay.
So I know that when I rest tonight, I will definitely have these words and these teachings that I just heard in my mind, be meditating on them as I go to sleep. It's a real blessing. It's a real blessing to be here. I am very grateful to the Netaru for leading me to you, Saba. Very grateful. To
Nini Uk. And let me ask you a question just for elaboration. When you say that you ascended, could you give a quick little clarity? You ascended, what specifically ascended?
I simply meant raising up and understanding.
Oh, beautiful. Excellent,
Yes.
excellent. Wonderful. Wonderful. Hey, Ephraim Kema'at.
What's up, Great Saba? Can you hear me?
Yes. Doesn't Mary Sekhmet remind you of 5 of your aunties?
100%. I was thinking the exact same thing. I said the Oracle. Yes, very wise. She's here with us, so that's a very beautiful thing. So,
Yes. How you doing? Atef? I'm seeing you at the end.
wonderful, Great Saba. It took me at least 30 minutes to get my camera to get on, man. I wanted to call Scribe. I'm like, I was trying to come on the last break. It wouldn't. I don't know. I think I got it now because I done learned something new again. So, but yeah, those breakdowns. I was here, Saba. I'm always here.
Okay.
That ADHD breakdown was absolutely never. It was very necessary, I think. I'm not sure who asked that question. I know Dr. LaRoche asked this question, but this was powerful too. These are definitely. I feel like these classes are getting better, but that doesn't sound right. Like because they're all. It's like every class is the best, Oh man, Saba, this is great. This is wonderful. I appreciate you. I echo Mary Sekhmet's sentiment. I'm grateful to have you teaching us. Grateful to sit at your feet and learn. I'm honored to be amongst these wonderful brothers and sisters on the panel and all of your students. We are definitely. I don't even want to say the word blessed. You taught me about etymology. We are definitely we are absolutely receiving a wonderful gift, and so I hope everyone out there appreciates this, no matter what religion or
school of thought you come from, all of this information, especially today, is very relevant. And so yeah, 2 out to you, Grace Saba. I'm here.
Nini Hook, we're gonna go. Thank you. We're gonna go to Hush Nation really quick, and then I'm gonna go to the support. I want to see what this was valued at, and what people. I want to see the support on this one because I don't know if you remember it, but I taught on this before. I taught somebody. There was a question almost 2 years ago on what was first. Do you remember any of that?
Yes, I do. But this was different. This was the same, but this was different. This was. I told them it's always more. Nobody listens to me. It's always more. It's always a part 2 and a part 3. Oh man, it's very, very, very Nafra Sabatua.
Thank you, and I definitely wanted to add the second in the class from the very beginning, when I proved to everybody that you think you saw something and you didn't see it, and then you have the answer. You have the answer to something you didn't see, and sometimes we'll get into arguments with people. And the ADHD class, where the focus of it was to tell you the importance of having a calm mind, having a healthy, calm mind, and then you'll be able to perceive things properly because you'll be able to focus, and you'll have the section of the brain that controls the fluctuating yet controlled emotional state. Your emotional state is supposed to be able to fluctuate, but yet it's supposed to be cognitively controlled. So that if somebody tells you, "Oh, you didn't see that," what's the age of Cuneiform? And you say it's 3300 BC, and then somebody says, "No, you didn't see that," and some people will get offended and start an argument. I did see, and instead of saying, "Okay, elaborate what you mean when you say that I didn't see it," and then they show you the screen, and it never said Cuneiform; it said Proto-Cuneiform, and then you realize you got angry for nothing. So that is actually how almost everything in our life is. we're actually getting angry for a bunch of nothing stuff, and you don't even know that you can be easily tricked and deceived, not even by an agenda, but just your perception is not the same as the next person's perception because of the way that your brain evolved. And once you realize that you could be in a state of peace with people, because you could just ask somebody, "How did you see it?" And as long as the person stays on the factualities of what they saw, then that's why you never see two quantum physicists arguing, screaming. You never see them. You'll never see Elon Musk screaming at Bill Gates. You'll never see Bill Gates screaming at the man who created Facebook. Those guys don't seem to scream at each other, do they? You never Mark Zuckerberg screaming at Bill Gates. "No, man, give me your Addy, Zuckerberg." You never see that, because once you have that state of success, once you have that state of calmness, you have to be really calm to be those people, even if they're evil. So, evilness doesn't have anything to do with whether you're calm or not. Some of the serial killers are the calmest guys, and that's why you can't catch them. Because it's the guy on the street fist fighting. "What'd you say, man? I'm gonna catch. And the guy screaming on the street, "I'm gonna kill you, man! I'm gonna kill you, girl!" Banging on the door. "Open up the door!" That guy gets caught all the time by the police. The true serial killers, and it's been 15 years now, 65 bodies later, we cannot seem to find the address of such and such. How come? You can find Pookie down the street with his 9mm. So that calmness lets you see, and then you start the arguments. That's one of the reasons why I did those classes back to back. I did the ADHD class, and then did this class, starting off with, "Do you have ADHD? Did you really focus?" It's to show you that it's actually you and everybody, not you, but everybody. Nobody's truly focused. And I did that test to just show you that you weren't really focused. Okay, but let's get into it. It's I'm sorry, I'm getting an important message. Tua TT, thank you for your update, and you stay safe out there. And Bella probably fell asleep. Okay. But everything went fine, Bella. Everything is good. TT, everything is fine. Those who are sending messages of the important situation, everything is good. We're gonna get into the supports. Oh, Hush Nation, we almost kept you on Hush again. Say a couple quick words, and I'm gonna go to the donations, my brother.
To our SABA again for the tsunami that you hit me with every time I come on the podcast. The tsunami that I still hit with from the first Anunnaki Sumerian breakdown, because I still have to go and watch that one over again and then come back and watch this one over again. Then I can put two of them together, then watch both of them over again, and then keep going from there, you know. So they give me everything I need. So I have the tools, so I just gotta get to work now. To offer that big respect, big love, big salute, Hotep Marie.
Hotep Marie to you, good brother. Stay focused and continue with what you can do in that little island. You may be the one to change the island. So stay focused and you're going to do great. Okay, let me drink some water. Hold on.
Hey, Saba, I don't know if you noticed, last class I was having an OBE while we were on live. So Atef had his OBE.
I think so too.
I have my OBE. I looked back at the video. I'm gonna timestamp it, and I was literally staring into my MAAT Heru, and the way I know, I when I came back in my body, I was like in tune with what you were saying, as if I never left. Had all the energy, smiling, and when I play back and I look at the video, I'm like, what was I doing? You see me moving around, and I wasn't in my body no longer, and I was standing upright, like it was never. And then Atef, he definitely went out there. You know he did.
Yeah, I did.
And Mary Sekhmet, she had one prior to before. You know what I'm saying? So you doing some hecka, Saba.
Oh, and so did Tanya 23.
Yes.
She went into some those off state and came back, and she had something too. She said.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. That's what I meant. Yeah.
Okay, Mary Segment, you had your hand up. Were you gonna say something real quick, or would you just?
Yeah, I'd like to say something real quick. I really appreciate the practical examples you gave on how you use the teachings and instructions to win debates, and how you use this understanding of how the mind works to use debates, and then gave us as you said, a practical example of how we can be easily deceived, you know. And in the first class, we aren't aware of what we're looking at when we're looking at Twinkies, and all the subliminal messaging with that, unaware of what we're seeing. And then with the second class, we think we saw something that we didn't see. So you showed us very clearly how our minds work, how we could be deceived, but you also gave us practical examples of how it can be used for good. So, thank you.
Nini, wonderful. That's a great observation. To you. Okay, beautiful people. We're gonna go into these supports. Let's see what the people thought of the class. So first we got this is Stranger, the name of the moderators, $20, and Mary Sekhmet. Could you read that with your beautiful voice, please, for me?
Yes, $20. Just want to thank you for your light, Saba.
Give strangers some big noise, please. Give them some hand claps. Uh-oh. No sound.
You hear it? No sound, Saba? Oh, okay.
No.
All right, hold on. Let's see. Yeah. Audio. Oh, I know where that's at. Hear it now?
No.
It's low. You playing it, but it's low.
Okay.
Very, very low.
Go to there.
Scribe is gone, right?
Scribe,
okay, for this
Scribe
one,
is in the Upesh.
Hold on.
I'm gonna go ahead and play this one right here, and then you go ahead and work on that attack. Shout out to Stranger, the name of the moderators. Appreciate you. Thank you very, very much. Appreciate you, good brother. Wonderful. Okay, we're gonna go on to Nito Campbell. Consistently supporting Mr. Nito Campbell. And then I see some tips for this answer. Okay, Nito Campbell, shout out to you. You're always great. Always great, always consistent. Shout out to you. And then we're gonna go into the tips for this answer. I already see Anu and Antu. Okay. Shout out to Nito Campbell. Appreciate you, good brother. And there's Nito Campbell, and I can see this one. It says, peace, everyone. Go ahead and try your sound system again. It sounds like it's plugged into the wrong thing. It sounds like
Okay, all right. Okay, hold on. I'm going to get it right, Saba.
Get it right. It sounds like it's plugged into a Walkman or something.
Okay.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and do it.
Why does it keep
What's that?
switching?
Okay, shout out to Nito Campbell. I'm going to give some noise to him. Shout out to Nito Campbell. Appreciate you. Love and respect always. You're always continuous. A continuum. You're always coherent. Shout out to Nito Campbell. Appreciate you, good brother. Wonderful, wonderful. Shout out to here's a Tef. Well. Shout out to the good brother Tef, who is working on getting his sound right. This boom, and there you are, Tef. Go ahead and read that, good brother. Tef, are you there? I think he's on mute. Tef, can you hear me? Wave your hand if you can hear me. Something is. Oh, okay. Can you hear me, Antu?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead and read that first, please.
2072 for Great Saba. I'm sending PayPal until you can work out the cash. Yes.
Okay, go ahead and read that first, please. Who's that? What's that?
2 for Great Saba. I'm sending PayPal until you can work out the cash. Yes.
Okay, go ahead and read that first, please. Who's that?
That's the echo.
Did you hear it?
Well, who is that? Somebody mute. What is that? Who is that?
That's a tough. Doing the cock.
Oh no! Mute the mic. Mute the mic. Hold on. Oh my goodness. That sounds like me. Me and Antu were doing the Podclass here, and in the outer body duality class, Podclass, and the echo double class at the same time. I don't know what that was. And the sound effects, I didn't even play that. Was that you, Atef? I don't know what that was, but shout out to Antu. Thank you for reading that and whatever that was that just happened. Shout out to everybody. Okay, we're gonna go to the next support. So that was for you, Atef. Thank you for your support. You were great, as always. And let me see if you show. Yep, you're saved. You're saved in the file, and so we're gonna go to the next. I don't know what's happening. The next one, which is from you. Well, Atef, if you can hear me, the pay and everybody, the Cash App is working absolutely fine. That was just a 3-day situation, and it was the issue was fixed in the third business day. They couldn't do it over the weekend, so issue was fixed. Cash App is working perfectly, and Annie Patar's come to save the day with the sound effects until Tefrem Kemaad can fix the situation. Annie, can you hear me, good brother?
Oh, Tep, yes, I can hear you. I was doing nightly ritual, and I heard the sound effects was having some trouble, so let me come on and play the sound effects.
Thank you, good brother, for coming back from your, I don't know if you're doing an out of body too, what nightly ritual you're doing, but shout out for coming back to this realm. Everybody's doing something, right? Look for look. Everybody's doing something. Shout out for coming back to this realm. And go ahead and play the sound hand clap. Let me see how your hand clap sound with this. Thank you, good brother. Appreciate you. And thank you, Atef, for your the second support. We're gonna go down to I thought I did this one already. Maybe this is another one. Okay. This is anonymous support. I thought I did. I know I did this. Oh, it's already here. Wait a minute. Why is this here 3 times? No, this can't be. I thought I did. I know I did this. Oh, it's already here. Wait a minute.
Did that work?
No, you're
multiple echoes going on.
Why is this here 3 times? The echo right. No, I did this. Oh, it's already here. Wait a minute.
Did that work?
No, mute yourself, Atef. Thank you. All right, shout out to the one and only Adhd. Let me see if she pops up on the screen. Shout out to Adhd, the constant supporter. She's been supporting since the Killer Priest days. And there's nothing to read. Oh, it's two hands and a Ka symbol. Shout out to you, Adhd. Give her some hand claps, please. Thank you. Let's go. The good brother Owen Hythe, Mr. Coherent, Mr. Consistent. We're gonna give him some big noise, and I'm gonna get Owen Hythe. Mary Steckman, could you read that again? Read that for me, please. think you're on mute.
All right. Yes, thank you, Saba. It's an offering of $21.72 for excellent, powerful teaching. Hotep.
Thank you. Oh my God. Give him some big noise. Give old Heidi some big noise, please. Thank you, old Heidi. Appreciate you, good brother. Appreciate you. You are excellent. And we got, oh no. You get leisure. I'm saving you for the end. Scroll. Who am I missing? Am I missing anybody? Shout out to we have a monster support. I'm gonna go ahead and read it. Those who want to support will support, no matter which one I read. So if they appreciate, and now we got Hush Nation coming through with the monster support and question. What is it? Sept 14. Number 14. Coming through with the monster support, we got the man all the way from the island across the world. We have Eric. We have Hush Nation shutting things down. $99.99. It looks like a Nook for Nook island across the world. We have Eric. We have that's a Nook for Nook donation. That's a Nook for Nook donation. All right, go ahead, Hush Nation, and read that. Yeah, that's another 9 on top. That's a Nook for Nook with another 9 on top. Go ahead, Hush Nation, read that, please.
Hotep Saba, can you break down the 666 mark of the beast? Dua, Saba, Tehuti.
Give him some monster noise transformers. I don't mess with pseudos. Every noise, the little giggle, and everything you got. And this is the biggest support that's read so far.
I want to join the House of ATTON, man. So I'm just here to learn.
Humans have asked us to play by their rules.
Yes.
All I'm offering is the truth. Nothing.
You have overlapping. Wow. Okay. Wow. Can you break down 666, the mark of the beast? I have never been asked this, which is so surprising. Annie, have I ever done a class on this? This is surprising. Nobody's asked this question.
Yeah, I don't recall you doing a class on this.
You'd think this is one of the most common things for somebody to ask, and it's funny because this is one of the things I was constantly asked in 1994. I was constantly asked this in 94. And then after recently, I've never been asked this as long as I've been on the internet. So we're going to get into this interesting, I look forward to getting into this interesting question. And then I'm going to break the matrix on this to see what actually exists with that. Thank you, Hush Nation. Appreciate that. Appreciate your great support, man. Monster donation support to you and everything you're doing over there. Look forward to seeing you at the pathways to the awakening.
Dua, Saba, I can't wait myself. I ain't gonna leave nothing in the way of that. I didn't make it last year. Can't let it happen twice.
Say it again?
I already missed the pathways of awakening last year, and nah, I feel like shooting myself in the head, so I want to have that feeling again.
No, I hope you don't feel like shooting yourself in the head, man. But
no, this time everything not organized for me to reach this time. So,
okay.
Yeah.
Good.
Don't
I'm
let that
glad
ADHD.
I'm glad you're coming here. I'm glad you're so far right now, to my knowledge, you are traveling the furthest. Unless Nicholas Nowadik comes from Norway, you're the farthest traveler to come to the pathways of the awakening. So, ladies and gentlemen,
for inviting me and accepting me.
So, ladies and gentlemen, for those who are coming to the pathways, this man is coming from afar. So, there's people that I've taught right here in California that are not coming to the pathways. If I stand on my roof, I can see their house. All right, here we go. Ready? This man is coming from the island of Zambubia. What is it? Island of Samba, St. Martin, St. Kitts, all wrapped up in one.
Yeah, Swaliga, St. Martin.
Swaliga. He's man coming from Swaliga. I never heard of that word before. If you can come from Swaliga, there's people in California that are not coming to the pathways. But that's good, because the pathways is not something that I want. It's not something that I want a bunch of people to come. I only want the true, loyal, dedicated. The series. It's not a big event where we're not trying to get high numbers. It's just about the truthful beings. I don't even want really high numbers. I don't like being around high numbers and stuff like that. You know, somebody get your hand on my pocket, and I must stay safe. So, two of those that are coming, and let's go to the next one. Next one is we're gonna skip that one. Nook Panuk. How many supports have you given? How many Nook Panuks tonight are coming through? We got Nook Panuk. It seems like I've read a donation already from Nook Panuk. But he did say he's going to keep sending them through, even from one of the past classes. So I'm going to put up on the screen for the good brother. He's here on the screen. Nook Panuk Panuk. I'm going to read a couple more, then I got to step off for a few minutes and then come back and read the rest. So Nook Panuk Panuk. Go ahead and read that for us, good brother.
To SABA. This is 999 Hotep Saba Nefer Neter Tehuti. Death to this ISFET matrix. Fire emoji, angry, and the Neter axe. And this is for the previous answer that you gave out in regards to the ADHD. The first one was for the reciprocity for that answer that you gave, that I told you I was going to give reciprocity for the rest of the month.
Okay, good. Okay, let me note that as a tip. So, and that definitely give this man a big round of applause. Thank you, Nook. I'm going to log that as a tip for the ADHD, right? That's what this one is?
Yes, Saba.
Okay. I don't want to call it that. Okay. Go ahead and give this man some big noise. Give him some hand claps. Focus. That's what it's called. Focus. Okay. Boom. Thank you, Nook. I'm going to read a couple more, and then I'm going to have to take a little break, and then. Okay. Daryl. Shout out to Daryl. It must be $5.08. That is his magical donation. Daryl's magical donation number.
Hey, did I see Vortex Ninja tonight? Let me keep scrolling up. Shout out to Vortex Ninja. Shout out to Daryl. He gave his $5.08. I think he's all the way in the UK. I can read this one easy. Podclass 2. Thank you, Daryl. Appreciate you. Podclass 2. Appreciate that. Okay. Eric G, that's it. Eric G, that's it. Okay, Eric G, that's it. You're moving up from 333 to 555. Okay. Eric G, that's it. Is the classic 333. Every donation, I guess he's stepping on up to the 555. So shout out to you, Eric G. That's it. Who's that? Nefertati. Shout out to you, Eric G. That's it. And there's no words. It's 555. Thank you, Eric G. That's it. Appreciate you. Let me see if that's saved to the proper file. 555. Yep. Eric G. That's it. Ani Pata Attend Tehuti in full effect as always. I'm going to let him read that. And who has to boost up to, what do you say, 10 times the super strength, 10 times the energy. Annie, the Ta, 10 Tehuti, 10 times the Netter, 10 times Netter. That's his new name. Netter times 10. All right, Annie, Ta, 10 Tehuti. Go ahead and read that for us, please. Netter man.
3372 for Dua Hotep Henu. Tua for leading by example.
Give, I guess, yourself, give it, because Atef is, I don't know what Atef is doing. He's working on it. Give yourself some big noise, please. 3372. Woo! Did I see that for 10? Shot me. Wait. Who's on the screen? Peace and love to Nefertati wherever she may have some computer thing. That's okay. She'll be back. Oh, Be-Get Leisure, you're rocking the place. Rocking the place. I'm gonna go ahead and read these. Oh my goodness. Be-Get Leisure has dominated. I didn't even see this one. Oh my goodness. Be-Get Leisure breaking all barriers. The man of his word. Had to send him some hiccup magic to assist him on the other side for the ISFET battles that he's going through. And I've been talking to him, giving him energy on the way, and I know that he came out victorious. Due to the fact that he came out victorious and he's so appreciative, he's shaking the Podclass with this right here. Who am I going to get? I can't even read all this. Be-Get Leisure, and to the assistant of Nanya Setmer. Can you go ahead and read this chapter and verse for us, please?
Yes, I can. It's $100 for Tua Tehuti SABA. I was talking to a person I met in a shop, and a conversation was about their deceased Atef father. Before and after, passing birds appeared, and also moths and insects. I felt, as saying goes, that my entire hairs on the back of my head were standing up, Saba, while I was speaking about Neteru ancestors' immortality. So do you know why I felt it and why other people feel that way when we have connection with ancestors that are deceased.
Oh, this is a question. Okay. All right, Be Good Leisure. Thank you, and two for reading that. Go ahead and give this man all types of everything you got, and each 50%, 40%, because I know you have a lot of stuff, but give him some huge noise. Thank you, and for reading that. Go ahead and give this man all types of everything you got.
Tef, you still have an echo, so I muted your mic, great brother.
Humans have asked us to play by their rules.
So it's been here. So how long the pyramid's been here? 1 million years? Oh, the pyramid's been here before the Big Bang, brother?
Someone save Rasul. We need you, Rasul. Stay up, man.
And that is beautiful coming from Nook to Punuk, because he usually has no mercy on any kind of ISFET. He has mercy for Rasul. So Rasul, take that as a heed.
Yes, Rasul's my guy, yo.
He's your what?
That's my guy right
He's
there,
your guy?
Rasul, man. No, my guy.
Oh my God. Okay. Shout to Rasul. He did some good fake Nook Punuk. Okay, we got Tehuti Harakuti, and after this, I'm gonna Nanny. Is it ready? Yeah. I'm gonna read this, and I'm gonna take a break. I wanna check on Nefertati. Hold on a second. Let me oh boy, this is the right way. I want to check if Nefertati's technicals are working properly. She barely gets to come on the podcast due to work scenarios, so I'll make sure she's. Oh, this is Tehuti Harakuti. Shout out to Tehuti Harakuti. We're going to put that on the screen. Screen share. Boom, boom, boom. And there we go. Screen share. Tehuti Harakuti. And Nefertati, are you here? Is your microphone working? Okay, I'm gonna let her work on whatever we're working on there. Nook Purno, could you read this for me, please, good brother?
To SABA, yes. This is from Tehuti Harakuti. He sent in 3172. This is for your guidance and wisdom to our Ishin. Then he's given 3 hands of praise to our Mary for yet another life-altering breakdown. Great Saba Tehuti, 3 Netra acts, and may your legacy endure for eternity. Uncle Jaseneb, and triple serpents for the snake style.
Thank you, Nook Purno. Appreciate that. Annie, give Tehuti Harakuti some nice adoration, noise of appreciation. Thank you.
Yo, let's go.
Let's go. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. I see Mary Sacknet. And thank you. Hey, so back. Is that you? All right, shout out to the consecutive tip man, none other than Focus. Is this focus? Robert E. Williams, shout out to you, good brother. Oh, which one is this? Cuneiform. 1 second, Robert. Let me fix this title. It's the tip for Cuneiform. For the what am I going to call this one? I don't want to call him Medu. This is the first tip I got for this answer. Anyway, maybe I skipped something. This can't be the first. Robert E. Williams. Shout out to Robert E. Williams. Let me go back up to the top. I must have skipped something. Shout out to Robert E. Williams. Let's see if it pops up on the screen. Boom. It's not popping up. Let me fix this. Boom, and cancel this. And I'm going to go back here. Settings. No. Back here. Present. Screen. Share. Boom. And there he is. Shout out to Robert E. Williams. $20.72. Who can I get to read? Anu. Could you read that for me, please, Anu? Is Anu here?
He stepped away for a moment.
He's in the
Oh, there you are.
Go be in.
Okay. Antu, could you read that for us, please?
Yes, it's 2072 for Tua to the cuneiform question. Ma'at was first.
Give him some noise, please. Boom, boom, boom. I'm going to read this one, then I'm going to step away for just another moment and come right back. This is from none other than... I'm going to call this one. None other than the... Let me come to the screen. None other than the wonderful young lady who is on the screen, direct center. It's like the oracle of the scribes. The wonderful Mary Sekhmet. Hey, Mary Sekhmet, while I'm getting this ready for you, because I'm trying to fix something here. Were you once an Israelite? Is that why your name was Israel?
Yes, that's correct. For many years.
How long did you come out of it before you came across me?
Just recently. It's not even been a month, sir, since I've had a full understanding thanks to you. So dua.
Oh, so you coming out of the Israelite is a part of you attending the Podclass. Oh wow! Were you in it over 5 years?
Yes. A few decades since I was a young adult.
Wow! Give her a round of applause, please, Annie. That's Oh, you're on mute, by the way. We didn't hear anything. Say it again.
I'm grateful. I am really grateful.
Wow, thank you for that. That's a great decades in Hebrew Israelite. Comes and watches the. And let me ask you this one other thing. How did you come across the Podclass? How did you even know about this? Come across it?
It was the debate with Jabari. I was following Jabari, and there was debate that I found out about you, and it was going through old podclasses that the matrix was broken as far as Hebrew Israelite in the Bible.
You were a Hebrew Israelite also following Jabari?
Yes, I was still a Hebrew Israelite when I was listening to Jabari. Yes.
Oh, that's awesome. That's wonderful. You're a Hebrew Israelite while you were listening to Jabari come to the podcast, and boom, now you're married segment. Wonderful. That's great to hear. Okay, that's what I'm talking about. Everybody, go out there, do your job, hit the people, break the matrix, bring them here to the Podclass, save people's lives. Imagine dedicating yourself for decades to something, and then it's like, oh my gosh, wait a minute, this isn't true? Oh, let me get my decades back. But now that you are give me my young girl back. Now that you are actually in the truth, the beautiful thing about it is that you will be the one to help other Hebrew Israelites, because when they come to the Podclass or come into the circle, they may say to Anu, yeah, man, but you don't know what it's like to be us, or Nook Punuk. But then you could come and say, oh, I've been a Hebrew Israelite probably longer than you've been alive. What? And then by hearing your testimony, they'll be like, wow, somebody told me. You weren't around then. A rabbi converted, watching my. Did you see that one where the rabbi converted?
No, I haven't seen that. No, but before I became a Hebrew Israelite, I had converted to traditional Judaism before I became a Hebrew Israelite.
That's what he was. Oh, interesting. He was like that too. He is a rabbi, and then he came and watched. I think he saw me on Sonetta or something, and then boom, he converted. And I don't know whatever happened to him. Then he went to China, and I don't know what happened after that. But he was a rabbi. He converted by watching the Podclass. So wonderful. You'll be the one to wake up the Hebrew Israelites, because you were in what they are. So that is wonderful. And especially as a female, because I always tell the Hebrew Israelites, hide your females from me, not because I want them in any other way, but because there's a lot of women that are Hebrew Israelites that want truth, and they're not even allowed to talk to you. They can't come out of this they're down the street from me. You don't see one woman. They're not allowed to interact. But as soon as I talk to a female Hebrew Israelite, the men actually want to kill me. There's actually a bounty on me. They wanted to threaten me and kill me. They set up their entire Hebrew Israelite room. They have a Hebrew Israelite room, and they named it after me. Instead of calling it the Hebrew Israelites, I forgot what it's called. Yeshua, Hawa, Shawa, whatever it was called. The name of their internet channel room was called Amenhotep Ra and his 5,000 deities and his head cut off. Or the Hebrew Israelite channel was named after me. And they wanted to kill me because every time their females saw one of my classes or talked to me, they were converting in a week. I was converting the females because they're not allowed to have reasonable conversation. As soon as they question, the females were coming to me and saying they were getting smacked, grabbed up. You doubting Yahweh? And so they talked to me, and I'm like breaking down, and they were converting, so they wanted to actually kill me, and they named their whole movement, their whole internet channel movement. As soon as they me question, the females were coming to me and saying they were getting smacked. Good to have you. Who's that? A Tef again? And so the
Tef, brother, you're
a Tef. I'm gonna have to mute a Tef. Tef's going crazy. But shout out to you, Mary Segment, and I hope you reach people, other Hebrew Israelites that may be wondering, hey, where did Israel, whatever your name was, where did she go? And you can reach out to them. Here's where I am. I'm right here.
Yes, they'll probably see me up here on the panel and go, oh, there she is.
Wonderful. And did we read your donation yet, Mary Segment? Did I put that on the screen yet?
No, sir, you haven't.
Okay, there it is. Boom, there it is, Mary Segment. Thank you for your testimony, and go ahead and read that for us, please.
Yes, thank you. It's $15. Reciprocity for opening the door of understanding. Do SABA.
Give her some hand claps, please, for that beautiful testimony. All right, beautiful people. I'm going to step off for another 5 minutes or so. Come right back. I have to go rejuvenate, and I'm going to come right back. You all build as a family. Talk. What is Nook for Nook? You have the blanket that matches the eyes. Nook for Nook is in his own he's in a universe all by himself. He's in his own world, the Netter world. He's in the Netter Kurd. He does blankets with eyes on it, eyeglasses with a third eye. His room is blue. This Nook for Nook has created his own universe. His eyes are in the necklace. Keep going, Nook for Nook. Keep going. I know it. Keep going. You live in the Opesh realm. I'm gonna step away for just a moment. Come back. You all build as a family, and I'll be back to read the rest of the donations. And shout out to Big Blunt. Big Blunt. Appreciate you. Minty Hotep has stepped into the room. Uncle Jasaneb. Crazy energy out there tonight. I'm glad you're safe wherever that crazy energy was. It didn't follow you. Maharu, the walking Ka. I'll be back, everybody. Peace and love. Support the Tehuti podcast. Keep this going.
Yes, Hotep. Hotep, peace and love. Peace and love, everyone. Tuah for everyone who is supporting the Podclass, supporting the Great SABA. So we can continue. So the Great SABA can continue to bring forth the Podclasses. Ask your questions. As you see, and the Great Atef says this a lot, is because there's so much information, and because when it comes to MAAT and ancestral artifacts, even with all of the destruction and that went on for centuries and centuries of attempting to eradicate MAAT, we still have a limitless number of artifacts to teach on the truth, teach on the facts, and the Great SABA does that the greatest. So Tuah for everyone who supports this, houseofatton.org. Yes, looking forward to seeing everyone at the Pathways to Awakening this year. This is going to be an amazing event, and everyone's going to leave and be charged up for the next year until the next one. That's how much Heka is going to be taking place there. So Tuah to everyone who's supporting the House of Atton for helping us to bring this forward and showing us that there are people all around the planet who want this, who want Ma'at, and are willing to do what it takes to practice the disciplines necessary to maintain here, because this isn't. That's one thing I've noticed about a lot of different groups is you don't really see too much of the everyday action being implemented within the teachings. It's more so just about the knowledge of something and no actual practice of the teachings. I've seen many even Hebrew Israelites very not speaking or acting as if, you know, here's this rules, here's this set of instructions, let me follow this and be an example. You don't see it too much. When people who study Kemet, you know, they're not following MAAT. They're just teaching from Kemet, from the way that the Egyptologists bring forth the information, not implementing any of the SABA, reading from what the ancestors say. So to everyone who is here and recognizes that, you know, to be within this consistently, it takes work, it takes self-accountability, it takes looking in the mirror, examining and digging, and transmuting that ISFET internal, and reestablishing order within the mind. So because the great SABA Tehuti, it takes work, it takes self-accountability, it takes looking in the mirror. You're still echoing. So yes, you know, when the Podclass first started to be erected, I was the first one to go fly to where SABA Tehuti is and meet him personally, face to face in the flesh, because of the impact that he had on me. And I'm always been one to build outside of this internet world. So to be able to be within the frequency of the great SABA, you have to you have to be make sure MAAT is at the forefront and priority, and that's why so many people aren't able to stay, because it's a daily consistent practice of cleansing and making sure that MAAT is always established when ISFET attempts to infiltrate. So I always give praise and hinu to everyone who is here and who's consistent with this. So much dua and hinu, and why the mer, the word mer as a supporter is the word for love, because it's something that can only be brought forward from someone who has a eve, the want to become what the great ancestors were, and what they taught, what they said, how they lived. Purity of MAAT is so nefer, and it's one of the reasons why I love the language. I've never, as much as and even learning about mer and what that is, it's the Medu that just hugged my E and hasn't lightened up from you know, when SABA first started to come on Killer Priest and read the Perm Haru. And so, you know, as the great SABA says, you know, this isn't about, you know, large numbers. You know, this doesn't get large numbers. You know, the purists don't get large numbers. You know, from time to time, there's a glitch in the matrix where something may take place, but for the most part, it's absolutely ISFET and chaos that gets all the attention and the numbers. You know, the purists, we can definitely, from time to time, there's a glitch in the matrix. They'll have a echo. Tef, you may need to check your audio input. Make sure your input is correct, going directly into your microphone. So, but yes, it's a beautiful thing. it's a beautiful thing. So, you know, just hinu and dua to everyone who supports this and does what you need to do daily to, you know, those who read the Perm Haru and read the Sebai and join the House of ATTON and come to the Kuru classes, come to the Podclass support, come to the Sunday classes. We've built a solid structure and foundation where there's always something taking place. There's always a way to communicate and show forth and be a part of the community. So it's a very powerful thing. And now as we're making the shift into the next levels that we're headed to, I'm excited to see what's going to take place as we begin to shift some moves around and bring that to you all. So okay, Atef, I see you. You may need to you know, behind the scenes work on that tomorrow before we start class. But yes, Nefertatin, I see you still on the panel. Are you able to come off mute and give some tones?
Yes, Hotep, Dua, and peace, everyone. Such an impactful class on many fronts. But before I get to that, just Mary Sekhmet, just great, Henu, for you sharing your process. And, you know, as you're explaining what brought you here, it's so beautiful that you were not only able to have the matrix broken, but you had the softest landing of Ma'at, and just hearing that in your tone and in your curse, such a beautiful thing, and taught me something as well, because a lot of times when people have their whole foundation of belief taken away, that can be a very mentally unstabilizing thing. But SABA really stresses about not just the breakdown, not just being the hammer, but the buildup. So you are a living testimony of that. So that is just so beautiful. And for me, I did not see the second answer. I was watching the first one about ADHD, and one thing I noticed, and what I'm going to start communicating to people is, you know, it's not our fault. Most people have no idea what's going on in our food, right? And that affects the mind. So to be more compassionate with people, to say, hey, like, this is in the food, and, you know, it's something we're consuming every day, but here's something that we can do about it. You know, sometimes when there's challenges involved, people just, it's too late, I already eat it, I don't care. But it's like, no, like, you know, it's not your fault. Just to allow us to get to that healing state and not be so hard on ourselves, because billions, not millions, billions goes into food scientists actually composing the right amount, just to, like, literally just like a chef would, right? Just like a drug dealer would, right? With any type of cocaine, whatever kind of drug, there's food scientists that literally do the same thing with salt, sugar, and fat. But it's okay, they don't get arrested. So those things are really all important to hear. And the last thing I'd like to share too is when Saba gives the examples of Tut, right, or the 14-year-olds in Ma'at that are running a nation. That's something children really need to see, not to say, oh, why aren't you like that? But hey, you can be this. You do have that potential inside of you. This is something that's happened before in history, and it can happen again with you. Like, little things like that, I think, are so massive. So I really appreciate when Saba gives us those examples, and rather to think, when I was 14, I wasn't running the world, just to know for the next generation, like, hey, you know, they can go about it, and they can be great way more than we can, you know. We have healing to do, but let's let our healing not be the same mistakes that they have to. So yes, that is my share.
Okay, wonderful. Two out for that. And that wonderful insight. Great points. Absolutely. That's what makes this work so important. And why what the great ancestors left is so nefer, because it's and really, you know, that's the I know that's going to be my whenever we're speaking about MAAT, right? You know, this is something that exists, right? We're speaking about real historical facts, and then when we go over here to this thing that today everyone recognizes as the Bible, we're speaking about a fictional story. So you have ancestral artifacts, real historicity of the scribes, the priests, the Nesus that became all of the prophets. So this is a living example, and we have the opportunity to lead by that and show forth that, you know, the potential that is dormant. We have the ability to access that, and yes, we have to be the ones as the ones before to be able to guide the next ones in, and that's what we always did. That's why the Seba'it exists. It is literally written for the generation coming up. It's literally written for them. So now we're reestablishing that, and showing what it looks like. You know, showing what Ma'at looks like through a collective of Kas and Bas. And consistency, and it just don't exist in this time. You know, outside of the internet, on the internet, it doesn't matter. This doesn't really exist outside of what's being built here, because of all of what it takes to be able to do this and be this and live this. But it is creating the Natiru again. So again, you know, the Natiru were physical beings, right? A living example of who we can become. That's enough, you know, for me to use that for inspiration of what's possible. So yes, Tua, great words, Nefertatan, Tua for that, and recognizing that. So Hotep Henu, and you'll love the Cuneiform and Medu Netter section as well, as you definitely study the Medu. So it's a beautiful thing. So yes, anyone have anything they want to add on? As you definitely study the Medu, so it's a beautiful thing. So yes, anyone have anything they want to add on?
I'll keep pressing them buttons. You almost got it.
Echo?
Yeah, you
Keep pressing them.
It sounds like you gotta. Let me mute you because it's like echoing. But it sounds like you have a loop feedback. So your sounds, your output is somehow making it into your input. So it's just looping over and over again. But yes, was anyone going to add on?
Before to go, I'd like to, honey.
Uh-oh, you kind of broke up there a little bit. Can you repeat that?
I said if no one is going to go right now, I would like to speak.
Oh, yes, of course.
I just want to give praise for the living example we had tonight. In the first class, we were being taught about the flexibility and attention. How necessary attention is, cognitive behavior flexibility. And our SABA gave us an example of that as he continued to teach, and his discomfort, you know, of the stinging hairs. One of the things he mentioned in the first class was it takes attention to not be distracted, you know, to get away from ISFET. It takes attention. And he showed us that his attention was on being accountable to this podcast, continuing on teaching despite the discomfort, you know, and he finished his mission, even though he could have been more distracted, you know. So I'm grateful to that, and I just wanted to give a due for that.
Oh,
wonderful.
Hey, Greens, I'm back. Peace. Peace and love. I heard that last part on Mary's segment. Wonderful again, observation, and yes, that became an unwilling part of the class. Yeah, I had to show my live attention while in this excruciating type of it's not even a pain, but it's very, 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 very distracting. So yes, I have to stay focused. Thank you for noticing that, and thank you for voicing that very much. Okay. I think you're on mute, Mary segment. If you said anything, I think you're on. If you said anything, I'm not sure. No, okay. Okay, Nefertatin, how you doing, young lady? I see you. I heard a voice, and that means your mic is working. You're doing well.
Oh, Ted, yes. Today was definitely a day of super cleansing. Our MAAT fundamentals class was definitely a ringing of the ears, and this is a beautiful cleansing of the brain. So for a lot of the things that I'm working on now, this really fills in a lot of gaps, and neurons are going to be firing hotter than they were before. So I'm happy about that.
Okay, fire those neurons. I'm glad you appreciate everything that's happening and going through these beautiful experiences that are growing you. All right, everyone, it's 1:06 a.m. over here. I'm going to read the rest of these support donations, and then go remove these hairs from the surface of my skin. So here we go, everybody. That was Mary's segment. To her for that beautiful, beautiful the testimony and the support. And now we're on to AFFIRMATION, which is AFFIRMATION, a tip. Medu for yep. Thank you, AFFIRMATION. Let's go ahead and read this here. Okay. AFFIRMATION, who's still awake in the background. MAAT tip. I'm gonna call this MAAT tip. All right, here we go. Put this on the screen. Yeah, there's a lot of focus going on over here. Thank you, Mary Segment. Again, I have right now somewhere on the loose in here. Just recently is somewhere around here. It'll pop up on me somewhere. Is actually the most venomous rear-fanged snake that exists is decided to take
take a field trip throughout the house, and don't know where he is, but he's somewhere he'll pop up on me. But he's the most potent rear fang snake in the world, and he's roaming around. So I have to stay very, very, very focused because I don't want to accidentally step on him and bother him. So I gotta stay very focused. So it's the most interesting thing over here at my place is the wonderful walks to the bathroom at night. It's a very interesting 30-foot walk in the dark to the bathroom. You never know who's gonna be taking the walk with you. So, all right, so here we go. Usually the ones that take a walk with you don't have any legs to walk. So hopefully everything will be good. I gotta stay focused. All right, let's go. Let's go on.
It's like an initiation in your place, Salva.
Man, oh man! Shout out to the young ladies and the turds. Shout out to the energy. I only attract energy that likes that because it's difficult to be around me and all of these guys. It's very difficult it's difficult if you're not 100% into it because you have to be calm around here. So shout out to the people that are in my personal space that actually love animals as well. If they didn't, couldn't be around here. It'd actually be too dangerous. So here we go. Presentation, which is Ox Effect. Peace to the good brother Ox Effect. Ox Effect with the 2272. Hush Nation, could you read that for me with your nice accent?
No problem, Saba. For Medu was first protect.
Give him some noise, please. Give him some noise. Ox Effect, thank you. Thank you, Ox Effect, wherever you are. If you're listening to it to you, if you're sleeping, have a beautiful Upesh, a beautiful Rezi. Okay, wonderful. Here we go. Nook Panuk again. Nook Panuk again. He is on a. I'm gonna call this. What's it? Is this for the Ma? Again, I don't know. He's. What does this say? Oh, yeah, I'll let Nook Panuk read this. Shout out to Nook Panuk again. He is on a donation rampage. Support rampage. Nook Panuk, go ahead and read that for us, please.
So this is 999 Hotep Or Sava Nefer Neter Tehuti 999 to the 9th power He with the ribbon MAAT and also with the knots, the all-seeing eye, the mirror representing the Ankh. And that 99 is for you to multiply that to 999, just like echoing it, Ka, like how I had it in my Upesh. So have for forever. To Wasaba.
Oh, that's 999 to the power of 9. Is that what that is?
Yes, sir.
I can see a little thing there. It looks like another little 9. 999 to the power of 9. Well, I hope if I ever manifest 999 to the power of 9, whatever that number is, you all can rest assured there'll be pod classes on tropical islands. Everybody would just live there. So
that's right.
The podcast will be everybody watching us live while I'm having a live class in the middle of the sea.
With all the serpents around us.
Humpback whale. Okay, all right. Shout out to you, Nook Panuk.
In New York.
I appreciate you. You're awesome. Next up for the support is who's this? Hey, it's Hush Nation echoing Nook Nook for Nook with the 999. What is this one? This must be the tip for let me shout out to Hush Nation. If he is in the room, I'm going to get him to read this. Hush Nation. Let me see if he's in the room. Hush Nation, I see him. Shout out to Hush Nation. There you are. Peace to you. And this is, go ahead and read this right here.
Tua SABA. Tua SABA for Cuneiform breakdown. Tua Dr. LaRoche for the question. Hotel.
Wonderful. This is several donations from Hush Nation. So give him, and that's the tip on top of that. So give him some big news.
I don't play with pseudos.
Shout out to the dynamic duo was that name? Right, Nook Nook has an axe. Yeah, I can't see him. He always has his axe. Let me come to the screen and see. What's that? You brought out again. Shout out to the dynamic duo. The dynamic duo. Dynamic duo. None other than Anu and Antu. I don't know what you did in Anu, but in about a year ago, you didn't really make it through pod classes. You definitely get sleepy. I don't know what you're taking, what you're doing. I don't know if your testosterone has risen. I'm not sure what's going on, but you're from the beginning to the end now. You'd always get kind of sleepy, right?
Yes, I used to.
You did some, and two did it. I don't know what happened. Whatever happened, and two did it. whatever happened. She's. I'm gonna give her the credit. I don't know what she did, but shout out to whatever's going on to get you the extra energy. And the dynamic duo coming from Anu and Antu. I'm gonna let them go ahead and read everything. Go ahead and read that, whichever one of you would like to.
$20 for Tua for teaching us Shen eternity. Set echo into the Tua. Limitlessly. Mary.
Wonderful. Give them some big noise, please. Thank you, Anu and Antu. Appreciate the consistent support and the multiple supports and everything you're doing outside of that, the changing of your lives, and Antu for assisting Daniel Setmer with a lot of different things, and Anu for changing your life for the better. You all are doing wonderful, great. Very proud of both of you. Seen a lot of changes. Everybody's sealed up. Okay. Seen a lot of changes, and they all ended up being advanced. So, shout out to you two.
for keeping the focus and the cognitive emotional control. We'll call it that. The cognitive emotional control. You all doing great.
Well, very much. I want to for all that you have done and continue to do.
Sure.
Nini Hook. All right. Is there more support? Daryl has come through with a tip with a 508. Daryl and his 508. We're gonna find out one day what this 508 represents. But he is now Daryl, just like Owen Hyphy, does not usually come through with a tip. They're very consistent, but they don't usually come through with an extra tip. So shout out to both of them, Owen Hyphy and Daryl. Something about this about these classes tonight. The ADHD. Let me fix the title of that. There's something about the ADHD class has invoked focus. Something about the ADHD, the focus class has invoked extra tips. Shout out to you two. Shout out to you, Daryl. And who's this here? Hey, custom made tees popping up. Shout out to custom made tees if you're in the room. Peace and love to you. You're starting to become very consistent as well. I think you start off with the 6.66. You did that for about 2 years. 6.66, and then it started going up, but always multiples of 6. So to it to you, and you talking about consistency. You've actually mentioned this in another. Oh wow! Wait a minute. 9. You mentioned this in another donation also. So to it for recognizing that, and do everything you can to refine that and keep that going, like consistency. So to it to you, if you're listening on the replay or if you're in the class listening, start off with consistent 6.66, and now he's jumped up. Not now, but he started to jump up, and it is a custom made tees, $42. Oh, $24.42. So it's a palindrome on top of that. Shout out to you. I'm going to get Mary Sekhmet. If you could read that for us, please.
I'll be glad to, yes. Custom made tees, that's your $24.42. And he says, for your consistency, Hotel, it's so challenging to stay consistent. Not an excuse, but a realization. Watch it. Tua, I am Kudzane. Kudzane?
Yes. You said it right. Thank you, Mary Sekhmet. Give him some big noise, please. Thank you. Whoa. Thank you. I am Kazani. Wonderful, wonderful. Let me scroll down. I think there's Mednetter classes and one big monster donation. Let me keep scrolling. I want everybody to know too, the Cash App works fine for those who may have watched last class. And so we have Oxifec again. It looks like he's making a request for a Medu class. Let me check and see. Shout out to Oxifec if you're listening, good brother. Appreciate your consistency. Let me go ahead and read your support and donation. Where is it here? Oxifec. Let me go back up. And he sent for Medu number 33. Okay. Shout out to Oxford for Medu number 33. He's halfway there now. He's halfway there. Let me go ahead and save this. Medu. Shout out to Ox Effect. Mary Segment, what time is it where you are?
It is 4:23.
Oh my, Mary Segment. What, on a regular night without the podcast, would you be sleeping at this time? Or are you a night owl?
I probably would be waking up about 30 minutes. I wake up early.
So when do you go to bed regular? Like around 10 o'clock at night? Wake up around 4:30?
Yes.
Okay. You'll be back to normal tomorrow. Tomorrow will be a regular sleep night, I hope, for you. All right. Shout out to peace and love to Ox Effect who won Medu number 33. Give him some big noise, please. Ox Effect, give him some noise, please. And Ox Effect, you have the class already. That's how fast we move. You have the class already. Shout out to you. Appreciate you. You're halfway there. Somebody who's beyond halfway there, who's actually who actually should be on his very last class is Big Vapes. Big Vapes should be on his very last class by now. Shout out to Big Vapes if you're listening. You want to see something here? Shout out to Big Vapes. Yes, Big Vapes made a Medu order class, and we're gonna give him a lot of noise because he is the very first that I know to obtain every single class. For those who are wondering, what shout out to owner, these to you. For those who are wondering what it is that Big Vapes ordered, the Medu class, and it's not Medu as in teachings on just how to read, but it's actually using the Medu for magical purposes. Internal cleansing, breaking matrices and part of you, tapping into your gamma ray frequencies, the frequency wavelength that people don't usually talk about. They just talk about the regular core. Shout out to all those who are making the moves to go ahead and order all of these classes, and they're 3 hours each class of me teaching straight for about 2.5 to 3 hours straight. Shout out to all those who are supporting and all those who are using these Medu classes to enhance themselves. And speaking of which, we have the one and only Big Vapes, who this should be, if he started from 1, this should be his very last Medu class. He has officially obtained every single Medu class one by one, from 1 all the way to 65. He's the very first person I know in the Tehuti Podclass that actually has ordered and owns every single Medu class. And he gives some big noise with all kind of different noises, please. Shout out to you.
Forget that we the real champions around here.
Never everything is beautiful in life.
Forget. All right, I think that's everything, everybody. We're going to close out
with the largest donation of the night, shutting things down. Shout out to Vortex Ninja if you're out there. This is not Vortex Ninja, but I'm just saying shout out to him because I didn't see him tonight. But shout out to you. Hope you're safe out there and everything's good. And now for the largest donation of the Tehuti Podclass, I've assisted with this brother step by step through certain situations, giving him definitely hecka energy. Been a background advisor, someone who can consult in with these situations. I think everything worked out accordingly, and this man is very, very appreciative. And because of his appreciation, he has dropped the largest donation of the night. I think this is the largest tip. This may be the largest tip ever. This is actually for Scribe. What did I teach on last week again? What was the class? What did I teach?
You taught on.
Maybe not.
No, I'm here.
Okay.
You taught on as above, so below, and you taught on reciprocity and the color purple.
Oh, reciprocity in the color purple. Wonderful. So, Big at Leisure has come through. I think this is the largest tip I've seen. Maybe Nefertati, maybe Stranger. But as far as tips are concerned, it's a tip for purple and reciprocity. I'm definitely going to call this reciprocity. Reciprocity, tip T. Reciprocity. Okay. Shout out to the Biged Leisure, aka Maharu, shutting things down with the largest podcast tip donation support of the night. A beautiful way to end this podcast right at the end. And he's given a tip for both classes of last week. Biged Leisure, Maharu shutting things down. I want all type of noises. We're gonna get Antu to read this out. Antu, read this, please.
$200 for Ubin Ra, Rise and Shine SABA for previous class.
Thank you, Antu. And go ahead and give some huge noise, Scribe, for the largest tip donation I remember, and definitely the largest support of the entire night for sure. Give him some big noise, please.
I don't play with pseudos. Forget that we the real champions around here. I don't play with pseudos.
Whoa. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Shout out to you. It's Biged Leisure. Are you in the chat? Are you in the chat? Where? Shout out to you.
peace and love to you. That is the largest donation of the night. Black Yellow Card, are you in the chat? Yeah, there you are. Shout out to you, Big Get Leisure. Contact me tomorrow. Let me know if all that ISFET was revoked and if you succeeded. Black Yellow Card, if you're in the chat, could you email me? I don't seem to be getting your email address. The email address is not popping up on my email anymore. So let me see. It's not popping up. So Black Yellow Card, if you could, go ahead and send me an email so I can see what the email address is. Shout out to you, Black Yellow Card. I see your Medu order. And I love it when Podclass students donate extra with the number of the donation matching the other person's question. And of course, the good brother I am Kudzani, who I just said, always gives him the 666. So he did this for the good brother Hush Nation, or with him. I'm gonna call this on September 14th. Call it shout out to the good brother Kudzani. I am Kudzani. And what did he do? He echoed Hush Nation's question number in a support. So we're gonna go ahead and give him some big noise. And of course it would make sense for him to be interested in this because he always donates in 666. So let me go ahead and do this here. Boom, we're gonna do this, cancel. So shout out to Custom Made Tees, and here he is. I'm gonna get him on the screen. Adding an extra tip before the question's even answered. Shout out to I am Kudzani 6.66. Anu, could you read that for me, please?
Yes, I can. Wonderful, Saba. I am here to learn. Additional support for the 666 question by Eric Romney. To Saba, I am Kudzani.
Give I am Kudzani some big noise, please. Big noise. Thank you, I am Kudzani. Appreciate your consistency. And adding more to the brother's question donation. Let me see if Black Yellow Card let me see, he's under Royal. That's strange. It doesn't pop up anymore. Black Yellow Card, your email, maybe he sent me a message. Let me see. Oh, I got your message. Is that a new email? Let me see if I have this. One moment, everybody. First, let me read Black Yellow Card's donation support for the Medu. Okay, shout out to Black Yellow Card. What number? Medu, go ahead. Medu. And here it is, Black Yellow Card. Okay, I got it. Black Yellow Card, I have it. Wonderful. There it is. Gifts and noise to Black Alucard that I sent on Facebook. Okay, fine. Awesome. Thank you so much. That was good. Very good. Class 56 and class 55 and 56. Whoever's doing the noise, if there's any noise, I can't hear anything. Oh, that's what it is. I see it. I see it here. I see here. Gotcha. Shout out to Black Other Car. Appreciate you, good brother. You're also Mr. Consistent. You order what? Class number 56, 55, and 56? All right, wonderful. You have those classes. Check your email. You have them already. That's how fast we work here at the Tehuti Podclass. Boom. I think that's everything, everybody. I'm going to refresh the page. I don't want to miss anybody. Press reload. And if nothing pops up, that is everybody for the donations of the Tehuti Podclass tonight, it appears. Yep. All right, everybody. What a beautiful day. What a beautiful night. Mary segment up to 4 in the morning. Tef, what time is it by you?
4:39.
Okay. What's that?
I said a woozy, but we here, Saba.
Okay, good. You guys, 4:29. You guys are on Florida time. Shout out to the all the people in Florida learning. Florida is, especially places like Miami and certain places, are lands of distraction. So to keep a conscious head up in Florida, where you can have access to that's one of the sin cities of America. You can indulge in whatever your mind. So shout out to everybody keeping strong and focused out in a place like Florida. You got all the sun and all the temptations there. So shout out to you all on whoever's in Florida. I know Tef's in Florida. Shout out to all of you. Okay, beautiful people, we're about to close it up. It's another wonderful podcast. We're gonna get some closing remarks and statements going from Annie to Anu to Antu to a Tef. Everybody's name starts with an A. Annie to Anu to Antu to Atef. Okay, Hush Nation, Mary Sekhmet, Nefertatin, and Nook Panook. What's that? Let's get some beautiful closing words from you, great Netterman, and Tehuti, the Netterman.
I'll keep it brief. To great SABA Tehuti for this Nefer Podclass and for doing all that you do. Dua and Hinu for into your A'ut. Again, Nefer Mesheru to the great Nani Aseb Mer and her extended days of celebration. So Tua to TPR Moon for all of the great things that she does that no one sees. Tua for that, and Hinu to all of your animals. Love and appreciate you, great Saba. Tua to everyone who supports this House of ATTON, and gives yourself the attention needed to cleanse. So Tua with that. I'll end with the Medu. The Kim M Arit Murder Ka'a Semu Hatu Natiru Hurt and Tertep. I attain the power to do what pleases my Ka. May the heart of the Natiru lead me. I come forth in offerings. Hotep.
Hotep, great, strong brother, the technician of the House of Attend, the man who's helping keeping things organized and structured and creative. To you for your great appreciation of me and your help for everybody, technical work, all the things that you're doing behind the scenes too. But definitely Tua for your appreciation of everything that everything I've done for you and everything that has helped you advance. You're very, very appreciative, and you show it through multiple facets. And one of the best ways you show it through is through your being responsible. You've taken a position and you hold responsibility with it without anybody holding anything over your head. I like that very much, because if somebody could do something without always having somebody over their head, that means they're doing it because they like it. That's how you become the most successful. Find something you like and master that. So do it to you for all your assistance. Uncle Justin Evans, MAAT to you. Yeah, I think you're on mute, Scrap. If you said anything, I don't know.
No, I didn't say anything. Uncle Justin, that.
Okay, wonderful. Okay, and on to Anu, the Tuad, the Duad, consistent. Let's hear some beautiful words from both of you. Starting with, are both of you wearing black? Black shirt? Both of you wearing my shirt? You're both wearing black shirts, black cut off sleeve shirts. Okay. Shout out to you too. Go ahead, Anu, and let's hear some beautiful words from you.
Hotep Marie, I'm for the Seneb. To you, Sabatudi, I'm in Hotep Ra. Here in that church, voting up to the Jed and all that they do. To all of your animals, everybody on the panel, HOA, and Kiru and Muru, to the people in the chat, to all the supporters, to all for today's class, to all for being an inspiration in my life all the time, to all for staying focused and continuing the class, even with the cares. That was motivating to me, because synchronicity for me was during the class definitely had some ISFET going on around me. I had to deal with and stay focused, and take notes, and retain the information, and as well as I have some pain in my mouth too.
Oh no!
And I got just I mean, nothing can beat the podcast. So, so by you being you motivated me to stay focused and consistent. You can ask Antu. I was laying on the bed, my mouth hurts, and I was thinking to myself, I gotta get to the end of the podcast. That's what the class was about today. I gotta keep going. I gotta get the reward. So you all for being that inspiration. And I do love you and your family very much. I love the House of Attend very much. The inspiration that I get, the connectivity that I get and give, it is very much appreciative. I'm looking forward to the pathways, looking forward to meeting you in person, looking forward to meeting other people in person as well. I will end with this adoration to you, wonderful Saba. Inet Sharik Imentet in Tehuti, Siren He Imi, Abisu in Tehuti, Ves Shani in Inef, and Ankuja Seneb in Beka, and Neb Kai Chet, Unen Maat Hu Em Mers, M Unen Fur Remi, N Sen Aha, Iref in Tehuti Sak Nes. Homage to thee, Bull of Imentet. Behold, Tehuti, the King of Eternity, is with me. He hath made it to the part, and Tehuti riseth up to the hair there. and he bringeth the eye living, healthy, and sound, without defect to its Lord. Otherwise said, it is the eye when it is sick, when it is weeping for its fellow. Standeth up then, Tehuti, to wash it. Hotel Marie, Uncle Garcinet.
To you, good brother. Appreciate the beautiful words. As I always say, appreciate you bringing the frequency of the past Medu into today's adoration, and that is a beautiful sense of magic that keeps your frequency as what it was prior to the Matrix. So to you, and hope your mouth. You didn't get hit in the mouth, did you? You know, nobody's attacking you, right? Okay.
No, my wisdom teeth are coming in, so I got a whole bunch of inflammation on the right side of my mouth.
Your wisdom teeth are just coming in now?
They've been coming in slowly for like 4 years. It's really weird.
Okay. Well, stay strong. I don't remember it, but I have a memory that there was some type of pain when some back tooth was growing. I don't know the details, but it was crazy. I don't know. Don't let me ever find the God of the Bible. I don't know. You gave us these gums, and you gave us these back tooth that have to burst through. There's no slit. Isn't the gum supposed to be open so the tooth can just slide through? The tooth has to burst through tissue, like as if it's not supposed to grow there. And the pain was crazy. I don't remember it in detail, but I do remember that there was some crazy pain, and I could see a tooth. I don't know, man. I'm glad that I don't believe in the God of the Bible, because I'd be angry. Shout out to you for being strong and maintain. Keep going. I know you're doing great. Uncle Justin, to you. And now on to I'm saying it. On to. That sounds like Mork and Mindy. And on to you, and to give some great words and frequency for us to end off.
Hotep Mary, Uncle Justin Neb, great step. My Father, I appreciate all that you do daily, consistently, with intensity. I can't imagine all that you do, but I know how much you do. I can feel the energy that you give, and I appreciate everything that you do and all that you've done to get here and all the sacrifices you've made to become who you are as our great SABA. I appreciate that you've changed Anunai's life completely, and you continue to help us purify our Eve, and you are giving us the keys to immortality, and I'm very thankful for that. Words cannot describe my love and thankfulness for that. And I appreciate your Netters for all that they do behind the scenes for you and for each other. I appreciate you all loving yourselves first and creating the beautiful energy you all have. I'll end off with a live utterance to you. Amun Antu, Shesu M Ket, Tehuti Perts Netter M Oset Immense. Kutsen her Aut and Tehuti or Hetep her Ma'at. Anun Antu, the divine followers, are following him, Tehuti, coming forth of the Netter from the secret place. Rejoice at the ways of Tehuti, the great one established by Ma'at. Hetep Uncle Testament.
Beautiful again, wonderful, never beautiful, great harmonious words from you, and too. You're doing great. You're wonderful. Nanny speaks about you pretty frequently. Very impressed at things you do to assist. So to her for that. That's very, very good. And it's good that she has someone dependable like you, because some of the old females that was in the past room circles. A lot of people wish flip-flopped, wishy-washy, and she likes your consistency. 2 for your beautiful words, your great appreciation, and 2 for your appreciation for Nanny, 2 for your appreciation for what I do for you. Keep on echoing the things that I teach in your household, and 2 for your messages. If there's a message that seems that I don't respond to, give it a couple days and just resend it, because I can't see everything sometimes, so it gets pushed down to the bottom. But keep going, and keep your beautiful frequency and your supportive nature for Anu, and keep your loving energy. You're a very, very loving being. Keep it up. Hey, 2 to you, and Nini Uk for your appreciation for me.
Swa and Nini.
Wonderful, wonderful. All right, we're gonna go on to Echo Man, the Echo Chamber, a Tef DJ Echo. That's your new name, DJ Echo. A Tef Rem Kemaat. Go ahead and give us some great words.
Otep, great Saba. This was a great class. I appreciate your consistency. I appreciate all the things that you do. I appreciate your Naturts and your animals. Your example. I figured it out, but it was getting very frustrating. But I was able to figure it out. It was very simple, but only having a calm mind, but I've been able to figure it out. 2 out to everyone on the panel. 2 out to Ani, his support and everything that he does to keep the ball rolling, the organization moving and expanding. 2 out to you, Mary Steckmer. New to you, great sister. That was wonderful, your testimony, and a great example of just seeking the truth. I was on that journey as well, just wanting the truth, and then once it comes, you're able to make the proper adjustment and recognize it. So new to you, and stay on your path. New to you, great brother Hush Nation, as well. New to Nuku, of course, the great sister Nefertatan, Anu and Antu. New to all of you on the panel. I love this energy. 2 out for this family that you're building, Grace Saba, and the warriors and the netters that you're creating. So Hinu, Otep Hinu to you, and I'll end it with a adoration. May you advance your station among the venerable. May your car contend with your enemy. And may your bar learn the ways leading to the portal of the one who clothes the weary one. Otep Ma'at, peace and love.
Otep Ma'at, peace and love to you. Beautiful words, Otep Rem Kemaat. And you said you figured it out. Is that what you said? You figured it out?
Yeah, the echo, it was acting up, and I was saying the same thing Anu said. I said I have to get it correct so I could say the affirmation. I just stayed focused. I had to figure it out. So, Otep Inu to you, great Saba, for your example in remaining calm. I witnessed it for years. I've witnessed it in action with different people on different platforms, and disrespect and just different things that happen. So, Otep Inu to you for your consistency and example, great Saba.
Nini Uk to you, and wonderful words of love, adoration, Henu, that you've given me of appreciation, and definitely take those words and like the sister Mary Sekhmet says, take it into the practical and utilize, which I know you're doing, utilize the echo of what you see and bring it right back into keep it going in your household. Use it in situations where you see people doing ISFET around you, and you want to you want to retaliate in a certain way, and then you keep a calm mind, and the HD focus class literally tells you why. And so you keep it up, brother. You're a great echo of the truth of our manhood. So keep it up. You're doing great.
To our great SABA.
Okay, we're gonna go to Hush Nation. Shh. Hush Nation, go ahead and give us some great words from across the world.
To everybody for coming together with a great SABA, so we can have another echo environment, so we could keep on bringing forward the material. I appreciate it from everybody all together. Appreciate you so much, SABA, the sacrifices you're making for us. Appreciate the sacrifices Nina AFFIRMATION making, and prosperity, more health, more strength, and more wealth, SABA.
Thank you, brother. What's that thing you said? Something that cut off the sacrifice on Nini Aset making? Is that what you said?
The sacrifices that you're making for us, and the sacrifices Nini Aset making for us to have this moment, these moments.
Oh, okay, Nini, yeah. Okay, yes, Nani Aset Mer. Okay, yes.
Nani Aset Mer.
Yes, that's beautiful, brother. Thank Nini, thank you, Tua, for your great words, and Tua for thanking the young lady in the back who's. Thank you. She does a lot. The family and everybody around me does a lot, and she's the main one that is taking care of. She's the main one that takes care of things while I'm doing the podcast here. So to her for that, she takes care of me here, and then there's other technical things that other one take care of, but here she definitely is doing that. So Tua, for your great words, and Tua for your words to Nani and Semmer. I look forward to seeing you, beautiful brother, at the Pathways. You're going to be ecstatic and happy. You're going to see your cousin Nook Panook, and you stay positive and just keep going, brother. You're doing great, and being so far away where there's none of this up there in that island. I already know. So you are very unique and strong to maintain in an island where you're surrounded by Jesus. So you keep going, brother. Keep staying strong. Thank you. Hotep to you. You said Hotep, right?
Yeah, Hotep SABA.
Hotep to you. We're gonna go to the wonderful oracle. It's gonna be an oracle, and she's full of this wisdom, and she's gonna be one of the teachers. She's gonna teach and get a lot of Hebrews mad. But talk to you, Mary Segment. You're not allowed to teach. We teach paganism. So shout out to you, Mary Segment, and go ahead and give us some great words.
Yeah, first of all, I want to give thanks to each and every one that had a part in putting together tonight's podcast.
Say that again. I'm sorry, Mary. Sorry. There's
I want to give thanks. I want to give thanks to each and every one that had a part in putting together tonight's podcast. So thank each and every one of you. I'd like to also give thanks to the people in the chat. I give thanks to those who has given reciprocity tonight, who has given your support. Thanks to you. I give thanks to those who have given their ears to hear these words. Give thanks to you, and especially those who have stuck from the beginning to the end, all 11 hours, 23 minutes.
Oh,
really
man.
thank you. And to the great SABA, Tehuti, Amun, Hotra, may you live long, may you prosper, may you be in good health. Dua.
Thank you, Tua, for your beautiful words. And just because you said it, I'm going to be in good health, I'm going to prosper, and I'm going to live long, because the oracle said it. So, Tua, to you for your great closing. You thanked everybody. You appreciated even the people in the chat. Every little every aspect of the podcast makes it function, right? I'm the SABA. I'm the deliverer of the knowledge, but also greatest yachts need every screw. Every screw in the piece of wood keeps the yacht together, or else the captain sinks, right? So, to you, giving respect to everybody, and beautiful word. I look forward to seeing you back on the panel next week again, and keep coming and keep learning. I'm so happy that you told me tonight about your background. It's very, very, very important for people to hear that, because a lot of people may be where you were and they're afraid to make that change because they may feel alone, or feel like, oh man, what if this is the wrong decision? What if Yahweh curses me or something? Whatever it is that's holding them on the fence. And by hearing what you said, you're like, oh, okay, I can relate to somebody. And so Tua, for that, you're doing great. Keep going. Keep. You're moving fast. Keep going. Wonderful. Who's the man in blue? Nook Panook. The man of eyes. Give us some good words.
Not a man, Sawa Manetza.
You're not a man. Okay. Netzer eyes.
To Sawa. Uncle Jasaneb, to everybody on the panel. Uncle Jasaneb, to everybody on the chat. Everybody watching on the playback, watching live. Uncle Jasaneb, to Neteret, Nani Aset Mer. Happy solar return. May you have more to come. Enjoy your day. Enjoy your night. I like to say, Saba, appreciate everything that you do. Even through the hardships that you go through, not allowing no ISFET to stop you, allowing the Netiru to give you the power to continue forward, to the Sakem, Tua for allowing us to retain our Seket, testing us at all time, making sure that we're up to par, beating us up when we need to get beat up. So Tua for that, Sava. And I like to say to young Pharaoh, man, come on through over here. You know, you got the ATTON Nation. You know what I'm saying? We got the Pur of ATTON over here. Let's, put it together. Let's get right. And anybody else that want to join, come join the truth. MAAT. Nothing like this is happening nowhere else. Like, I know everybody's going to Kemet and trying to get together with the cools out there, but the real cool that's activated is right here in the flesh, so get in tune and we can really get this thing really rolling. We can really put things in the proper perspective like it should be. And this is a Nefer thing that's going on right now, a real hecka. To you, Saba, for doing this, because you're the one that's having the light shine, and you've been doing this for years, and it's manifesting the way you want it to manifest. So to everybody who is participating and being part of this heka, because this is a beautiful thing. This is something I've always wanted. I'm pretty sure others have wanted this as well, just like you, Saba. So it's definitely something that's manifesting, and it's every week, every day, every minute, every second is happening. So tour for that. And Hotep Nitiru, Ma'at.
Wonderful, beautiful words, my brother. You stay. I love how you created your own surroundings. You created your own surroundings. So that's the best thing that one can do. Because if you end up in a situation where it's just you created your purr. You could be out in the woods. You could be out in traffic. You can be out, and you literally go root and just create your dome around you, and that's where you live. You love to socialize with those who are breaking out of the matrix. But even in your room alone, you could be in a park, wherever you are. Then you create your world right there. Going to the Upesh when you want, going to the out of body, and that's a beautiful sense of that's what Christians are looking for, that heaven, and they're not going to get it. But you have the Christian, you have their heaven in the palm of your hand. So you keep going with that. You're doing great, and look forward to seeing you on the pathways, brother. Stay strong. Get some rest tonight too. Today, night's over.
In New York, Saba.
Wonderful. And last but not least is Nefertatan, who now has all of the words capitalized. Nefertatan is the wordsmith. All the words in Nefertatan are now capital with ears and eyes. So Nefertatan, if you're listening, if you're able to come to the mic, if you're not doing your work and you can give some closing words, go ahead and give us some beautiful frequency. If you're there.
What's up? Yes, definitely my pleasure to do that. First off, it's such a special thing with this podcast too, to everyone on the panel thus far giving their closings. We got Sebai, we got just beautiful sentiments of the heart. Like, this is better than a movie. When you get to the end of the movie, you just want to skip the credits and you don't want to watch any of it. Like, just the ending of the podclasses now are so potent and so amazing. So just do it to everyone on the panel, exercising their Sekem. Saba, infinitely thanking you greatly for reestablishing what a teacher is. Annie Patel mentioned it earlier, but really, what is the use to be a teacher if you're spitting knowledge, but then if someone were to look at you living in your house, you look just like a colonizer? That's knowledge wasted. So to Saba for giving us life and actually correcting us and showing us how to live. I know for sure before House of Aten, I thought I was in Ma'at, but with the House of Aten, like, I am Ma'at. Like, that's just an entirely different realm of being. So I'm just so grateful for that. I love just understanding our cots in the body, and I've been super deep into dopamine. Like, I don't like the fact that a neurotransmitter is called dope. That never sat well with me, but today I learned about the neuroepinephrine. I've never had anybody discuss that. So the Netzer Axe, the killer point that you made was, it doesn't matter if you have all the motivation in the world. If you don't have that neuroepinephrine to maintain, it's useless. Like, do you know how many people are struggling with that? Because they're just on the motivation tip and they lose it. So that's just incredible. And as I just close this, I'm honored to be loved by Ma'at and to love Ma'at, to have the Medu Netter that is just the most beautiful representation of life and nature. And I'm grateful for this process that every single one of us go through. And just loving Ma'at so much that it literally is like an anaconda just suffocating and constricting the ISFET away. So I'm grateful for that shedding and that process. And Nani Asat Mer, Dua to you and your revolution of your birthday and the evolution of everything that you've put forth. You've given so much to us, everyone at the House of Attend. So may that be metfold, tenfold, rippled back to you and your household and all the Naturts and animals. Hotep Ma'at, I am complete and proud to stand as a Naturt on my 2 feet. Peace.
Wonderful, beautiful, wonderful words. Great frequency of adoration. Wonderful, Nefertati. Great realization. I thought I was living in Ma'at. Now I know I am Ma'at. And you know, the NOREPINEPHRINE. I was wondering. I was like, I'm gonna add this to the class. Who's gonna pick up on this part? This is getting too scientific for everybody. And there you are, boom. You mentioned it here in the closing, and wonderful words. You're doing great. And keep on going. I know Nook is right now wondering how he can clone your Ka and inject it in about 50 women to take over the nation and get some female energy. He's plotting and planning. He wants to echo the Nefertati. He says Nefertati and Ka, the female energy, that if there was 50 of you, there'd be definitely the uprising of Kemet in an explosive manner. So you keep on going and keep inspiring. You're doing great, Nefertati. Keep advancing. You're a magical being, actually.
What's up, Ninika?
All right, Nini. All right, everybody. What a beautiful night. 11. I mean, I started 12 hours ago or something. I'm wonderful. We're gonna go ahead and do the closing affirmation with the good brother Atefrem Kemaat. Close us out. And this has been a beautiful podcast, a beautiful event. Each podcast is now an event. So we're gonna put the affirmation on the board, and the good brother Atef is gonna close us out, and then I'm gonna go big screen and just do the final closeout. Let me see if Atefrem Kemaat is even still awake. Yeah, there he is. Quick, fast, lightning. I thought you were woozy, Atef. You're pretty. You got good reflexes for a woozy man. Okay. Let's go ahead and put it on the screen, and Atef, give us your great frequency closeout. Who's on tomorrow? Are you doing a reading tomorrow, or is it Annie or
Manku?
Okay, good. Okay.
I'm after him.
You said what?
I said I'm after him next week. Primordial, yeah, he did a movie.
He did another one? This is his third one then, right?
Yes.
Okay. That's his thing then. That's his lane. That's his thing. You're the reader, he's the movie maker, and he's the teacher, and Mankura is the what would I call him? He uses like modern situations to like raise people up. So shout out to you all. You all found your lane, and it's a beautiful thing. So we're gonna go. That's awesome. Let's do the affirmation, everybody. And boom. Oh, let me get this off the screen. Sorry, let me get the bottom thing from off the screen. Okay, Atef, it's all yours, good brother.
On the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Unki Ema'at. An-en-as. Nintet Oset Ema'at. Min Hapapat Ema'at. Her in Hu her Iku. I live for Ma'at. I exist within her. I do not speak in the place of Ma'at. Every day I advance towards Ma'at. My being is surrounded in darkness. I come forth as conscious light.
To you, good brother. Appreciate you. Let me get this off the screen. Wonderful, wonderful. And I want to give a shout out to Hey Croc. I'm gonna turn that off soon. I want to give a shout out to a last minute donation that came in, 80 Thieves. Appreciate you, good brother. I'm just gonna go ahead and show it on the screen. I really want to give everybody their tribute, even though it's the end of class and we did affirmation and everything, but this is actually the brother that somebody was asking who was the one that asked this question that sparked the ADHD. So it was actually VRI. It was VRI and YOAN BILODEAU. So I'm gonna go ahead and just put him on the screen and shout him out because this is the man responsible. Him and YOAN. You see, if I don't give the question, I don't do these great classes. So here is 80 Thieves, who is VRI, and he's the one that him and YOAN sparked the ADHD class that everybody seemed to love so much. So shout out to you, brother. Give him a quick hand clap. I'm going to end off with giving him a hand clap. I want to acknowledge him before we close out. Wonderful shout out to you, good brother. I usually don't do anything after we've done the affirmation, but I had to do you because you're the one who sparked the ADHD thing question. So shout out to everybody. I'm gonna go big screen and just do a quick close out. Peace and love. Whoa, hold on. I'm gonna turn the light off right now. Oh, sorry. Okay, there you go, Croc. Your lights off. All right, I'm gonna go on big screen and give us a closeout. So shout out to Anipata, Anu Antu, peace and love, and Nook Panuk Panuk. Anipata, you're I noticed you stayed up tonight. Everything's okay and staying up late. I notice you usually go to bed a little early. You okay over there?
Well, I wasn't sure if a Tef was going to come in, so I know you need sound. So only won't if I know for sure that a Tef will come in. So so I stayed so we can produce the sounds.
Oh, thank you, brother. Good. You go dive in that bed. Have a good.
I'm halfway there already.
Yeah. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Okay, we're gonna close out. We got Nook Panuk making Patat levitate. What's going on? But shout out to everybody. I'm gonna go big screen and we're gonna close this out. You all get to bed. I hope your tooth feels better and whatever the ISFET was that was around you gets banished and you feel better in the morning. Shout out to everybody. I'm gonna go big screen and close this out and go scrub these spider hairs off of me. I feel crazy. All right, everybody, I'm going to go big screen. Peace and love, everybody. I'm going big screen. Here we go. All right, everybody, another beautiful, wonderful podcast. What an event. These are 11+ hour events. These aren't just YouTube videos or just a class. This is actually an event. Peace and love to everybody. You all know what to do. And if this class was beneficial to you, you all know what to do. You've seen the reciprocity class. And I hope you all truly appreciate this. For those who are just tuning in, we are tuning out. Today's questions that were sent in, ADHD, matrix Psyops, Medu versus Cuneiform, which one was first? DNA hypnotic attention reversal. And this was a beautiful event. Wonderful. Those who are just tuning in, go back and rewind. And when this when this gets uploaded to YouTube, which will be a couple seconds after I close or so, and go ahead and rewind it. For those who are watching, some people are intimidated by the time. Oh my God, 11 hours, how am I going to watch all that? You don't have to. All you do is you go to the timestamps when I start teaching and just press play from that point. Go to the next topic. If the topics are labeled in the YouTube, press play from that point. Tua to everybody. Shout out to all those people who are wanting to support, keep in contact with me, and those who are sending me Facebook friend requests and wanted to keep in contact with me. Come to the Podclass. Come to the Podclass. Let me know who you are. I only accept friends on Facebook after I know who you are in the Podclass. Shout out to everybody. Keep this going. Keep this going so that we can go down in changing history, saving people's lives on every level, whether it is health, mental detoxification, whether it is spirituality, MAAT, whatever it is that's needed to unify people, to break out of the matrix, and to have a structured system. That is what we are here for. The House of Aten, which is the ancient Tehutian teachings of the Nitsiru, the last to represent that. My name is Tehuti Amenhotep Ra. With me here is Uwajet, the green one. Somewhere on the hat is Seket, which is memory. That's the word for memory, and that's what the first class was about. It was about focus and memory, and how memory works in the brain, and how ADHD is an ISFET Psyops. Keep this going so that we can always be remembered and we can change lives even when we're gone. So when the archaeologists come and they see what is left, what they should see is